Right, this is going to be another episode of Summoning Insight, but not just any episode. If you have ever followed Summoning Insight over the years, you will know that it's traditional for Worlds to do a mega episode and do all different guests and even bring on people where, spoiler, they're going to talk about regions I don't actually care about, but you'll see my acting skills there. I'll pretend to be interested and curious and ask questions about names I've heard before and then try and, gauge their chances at Worlds. And then the second they leave, I'll delete all that Men in Black style and then go back to being an incredible elitist who only cares about like the top say 9.5 teams and thinks everyone else should just actually be like not even allowed to play the tournament, quite frankly. So aside from, so watch out for that. That'll be coming up later on.
Hold up, I have a question for you. Which is the half team you care about? So it's all 8 Korean and Chinese teams plus G2, and then who's the half team?
This is the thing. Just to watch the world burn, it is Cloud9, but it's only it's like half in the sense that I'm half hating on them, Monty. Because here's the real problem, right? On paper we're supposed to believe that C9, like G2, mainly because of individuals, is supposed to have like some upset potential or whatever. I actually think, mate, this might be a really bad world for C9. And like for example, I think M&S could just get fucking clapped by anyone. Mate, top lane's going to be an issue. I think they're going to have so many problems. So the joke is, I'm like half following C9, but mainly as a hater. I'm mainly hoping the region sort of capsizes and dies. But aside from that, whereas actually in the past, people done, I have to like a lot of the old Cloud9 lamps. I'm just not a fan of this one, mate. I actually think it's like a prison for Berserker. It's gross. It's actually sad for me. So anyway, obviously, our episodes are often brought to you by thefreezepipe.com, aren't they? Where with the code LFN, they give 10% off. Now, here's the thing I want to talk to you about today, which is one thing in life I had to learn, is that despite what like modern hectic, rat race life will tell you, you actually don't want to just be multitasking. Basically, as far as I can tell, humans can't multitask, guys. Like all you do when you multitask is actually, funnily enough, like most computers that say they're multitasking. You just have to really quickly keep shifting one set of focus between multiple things. And so what you do is you do this really quickly, and then you go quickly. Basically, it's like a sketch where someone's a chef and he's doing 4 different things at once. He's got like the butter boiling over here, but then he's got fucking something in the oven. Then he's also got something, like drying for later. Then he's cracking some eggs on the side. He has to keep it all going, right? If you do that, you'll actually reduce the experience of whatever you're doing. And so I never used to understand, Monty, back in the day, why people would often tell me, for example, not to like eat while you're walking or not to be like constantly in a conversation while you're trying to enjoy some good food. Because essentially whatever you do with your awareness in that sense will actually reduce the enjoyment of the experience. So it's actually why I used to think those Japanese tea ceremonies were really silly. I thought it would take like 20 minutes to have a cup of tea. But what I actually learned, essentially, this is the epiphany, is that in life, actually, the way you enjoy an experience is exactly that. You have to be fully present in it. You have to actually take all aspects of it in. And it's not just about the one central thing. You're not just going for a taste, a flavor, a feeling. You want, ideally, all your senses to be engaged. So the roundabout way of saying this is actually why the freeze pipe's actually a straight fire product, or in this case, one that reduces the effect of straight fire. Because when you smoke weed, like I would obviously do it like in this analogy here, the same way as if I was eating something and talking to someone and walking, but I wouldn't be enjoying the food probably, because I'd be all distracted by everything going on. So similarly, when you smoke weed, normally you think, who cares? I'm just getting the THC and all the cannabinoids in me. But actually, if you use the freeze pipe with the food safe glycerin chamber and it cools the smoke by 200 degrees after 1 hour in the freezer section, then you just get to have all the enjoyable upside of smoking weed, and you can take all your time with it. You're not going to have to worry about all the annoying, irritating smoke, the fact that part's actually like a downer, and then you have to wait for like the pain to reside so you can enjoy all the upside. So this way you just get the upside with none of the downside. So check out thefreezepipe.com. In many ways, the Summoning Insight Gamers Japanese tea ceremony in some way. I'm not making any assumptions about any of you out there. I'm just saying, I imagine that's more pure sort of alley.
Yeah, and also they released their vape pen recently too, yep, which is great. I've really enjoyed using that. And we used our freeze pipe products and did our second episode of Esports Cringe, so that you can find that on the Last Free Nation YouTube channel. It was very funny.
The other day, I was talking about this yesterday, believe it or not. 2 days ago, I was Maui Snake, who was obviously part of Last Free Nation, was doing some streaming of the semi-finals of ESL Pro League, the last CSGO tournament. And when I actually came on for like one of the maps, someone in his chat asked me, like, they said you should ask Thorin about the Monty Hall problem, whatever. So I actually had to explain that whole thing to him. Like, even if you don't care about League, just watch this video with double lifting this guy. Like, I had to give him the whole breakdown because that one alone is just worth it. Like, here's the thing. What I realize now is the Infinite Monkeys one. These are all clips, by the way, we talk about in that. The Infinite Monkey one is just funny. The Monty Hall one is actually like, will just reduce your respect for the three people involved so much. Like, the craziest part to me, as a little preview, if you watch this episode, it'll be on the, is it on the Culture channel or is it on this one? Is it actually on this channel? It'll be on this YouTube channel when the video comes out. But basically, like, the funniest part is just that, like, Doublelift is using the Wikipedia explanation of how this problem works to explain it. But because they're interacting with him, it's making him understand it less as he explains it. Like, it's actually, it'll actually blow your mind. It's amazing. It's actually amazing. So anyway, yeah, that's straight fire. And also, to be fair, you're probably wondering, to be fair, FreezeBite haven't sponsored too many other people in esports, but you're probably wondering, why doesn't everyone else get all this brilliant copy about Japanese tea ceremonies and, you know, epiphanies in life that people have had? Because believe it or not, I came up with that myself, didn't I? That wasn't actually part of the copy, you know. Yeah, I didn't sound like I was thinking, of course, a word from our sponsor. Get 20% off. Like, I didn't know that. I made it
It's
interesting.
all right. Lesser hosts need hand-holding, Thorin. You can just freestyle it like a jazz master.
Exactly. Anyway, obviously, if people don't know, the other classic thing we do when we do these Worlds episodes, it's like I jokingly do that, but we actually are trying to also give people a flavour of some of the regions they won't know about. Because I have to say, I mean, one of the guests coming up, it's not a spoiler, by the way, I think Monty already announced everyone anyway. One of the people coming up later, for example, is Nymaera. Well, I would actually say not only do people obviously enjoy him from LEC now and NLC and all those like European things he did, but I think actually, isn't he pretty well aligned with like helping DFM get this big breakout and people like Aria had the LCK career and like basically think of Evie now who's in the LEC, like no one knew these guys. And actually I think that was one of those episodes where if you remember we had him on right before they did that like MSI bullshit or whatever it was a couple of years back and ended up being perfect timing. So you never know in these tournaments. Like for example, I'll tell you what I'm very interested in because they're just never at the tournaments. It's like VCS. Like people forget before those years where they couldn't go to the tournaments, Monty, VCS was like a pretty like that close to being a legit upset team almost every time up the gate. Yep. They would nearly always either get like a BO1 win or they would be in the shout to suddenly like, you know, take one team's tournament life. So there are teams out there that aren't just Korea and China that probably are interested. We just don't know them. Like again, I also, unlike the past years, I don't ever follow CBLOL now, mate. I used to sometimes watch the finals a few years back. I haven't seen them in years, so I'm sure eventually that region, I've always thought this is puzzling, eventually that region's going to produce someone fucking good. It's actually almost inexplicable how many times their champion and like domestic champion doesn't do anything at Worlds, so there's plenty of different angles. It's not just going to be what order the LPL teams are going to be good in, guys. There's going to be plenty of angles we can go with on this one.
Yeah, and we do have guests that are going to cover all of the major regions, including two guests who are part of boot camping teams that are in Korea right now. And we also are going to be covering CBLOL, VCS, LJL. And so we don't have a PCS guest this time around, guys, and we don't have an LLA guest, but otherwise you should get some pretty good insights into many of the play-ins teams, as well as experts from the various regions. And we will hear about how some of the boot camps have started to go. Most of the teams got here a few days ago. And they're going to be practicing all the way through.
I mean, to be fair, though,
playing stages.
If you just go strictly by the company that owns Riot Games, Tencent, then we actually do have all the important real regions of the world covered. Because, I mean, that's where I actually am just always going to be like a little bit of a trickster figure. Because I have to say, what I would do, this is where I would just flip it the other way and troll Monty. I would just go to like a World's press conference and ask some Tencent guy, like, why do you guys have two Chinese leagues though? Why not, why not have one? I'd just fuck with them that way. It's like, if you want to fucking go with it, and you might press no clothes, well, I'll tell you what, turn around. Let's have a look, big boy. Ooh, tell you what, these trousers look fire. Let's get a zoom in on that. Ooh, oh, you're naked, eh? Oh, we'll go for it then, homie. Exactly. If we're going to be fucking ridiculous, in for a penny or for a pound.
The Asian games that were just finished took place in Hangzhou in China, and I saw that once again we have the Chinese Taipei team.
Yes, I saw that
competing.
Because what's mad is, dude, whenever you see that, because in esports we've had loads of Taiwanese people play. Obviously, when you even see that flag, you're always like, "What flag is it?" Oh, right there. Oh shit, you have to remember like where you are. Like, oh, I'm in a movie. Yeah, sorry. By the way, that whole tournament. Let's just address that before we get into Worlds, Monty. Right, we've obviously addressed in the past how stupid the scheduling of that tournament is, and this one was probably the worst ever because of all the crap with like the fucking on an old patch and the taking place right for. Dude, what a waste of time that tournament was. In the end, they even made it so that like China and Korea didn't even play in the final, and it was just bollocks, mate. Like this is nothing. What a waste of everyone's time this was.
So
the fuck?
The reason why they were on the same side of the bracket was because Korea didn't participate in some of the preliminary matches, so that they had to go through like this group stage system and couldn't get into the bracket, and then just ended up there on the same side as China.
Oh shit! Oh no! Did you not get the win?
That? It's only that, Thorin. It was that all the matches were best of 3. It was on an ancient patch for reasons that I don't understand. All the players couldn't use their gaming IDs. They had to use their real name.
Oh, I saw that as well. Yeah, they have to use a real name, right? Like it was the Olympics or whatever.
Right. So you have to use your real name again because boomers were running this tournament. And I won't say it was a waste of time, because at the end of the day, Korea won, which is what everybody should have wanted to have happen, because it exempts the Korean players from military service. And the Chinese players, well, I'm sure it would have been prestigious for them to win, don't get the same benefits from
they
winning,
don't get
right?
any exemption or anything like that.
I mean, there's no mandatory military service in China, so
my joke would be like, if anything, the Chinese players, just thinking of the current world climate, they should be going harder to get sort of military exemption if possible. You know, same with Americans, by the way. You might think, what's that going to do anything? Just put it out there. You know, you do that whatever you need with that.
So I do think it's great, because obviously Faker is now exempted from military service, as are Chovy and all the rest of the players that play.
What do you think about that? 'Cause I saw some people were trying to claim that he already was exempted, but it was like a private, like secret thing or something. So no one can really know on that, right?
I mean, from what I've heard, he already was exempted, just to show my hand from behind the scenes. But this now makes it very, very official. Yes. And, you know, just like any other gold medalist at the Asian Games. So I would say that this one is just, it adds another reason for him to be exempt, just like all the other players. So obviously this is really good for League of Legends, because losing superstar players for, 20 months to mandatory military service just sucks for the game. And it especially sucks when it's Faker, who, as we've seen when he was not playing, is very critical to LCK viewership. And even if he's not the best mid laner anymore, he still is a massive, massive draw. So I think this was really important. And even though the Asian Games have been annoying me for 2 straight years now, because of their scheduling shenanigans, it's obviously pushed back Worlds. Worlds would have already started in like a normal year. It has pushed it back pretty significantly. At the very least, we get Faker not in the military. We get Ruler not in the military. Chovy, Kanavi, Zayas, like all these guys are going to have much more.
The bench play, you get them as well. Like everyone on the lineup gets exemption, yeah. Right? Okay.
Yeah, I think Faker only played against like Kazakhstan, and otherwise it was Chovy playing. How that works.
Yeah.
But as long as you just like, I think in sports like soccer, as long as you touch the field or like get subbed in, even if it's at the end of the game for 5 minutes, you still get to participate. So you do have to play. And since you can't substitute players in the middle of a game in League of Legends, Faker played against like
something, by the way. This is one of those things that sadly will have me, like a misunderstood prophet in his own time and land, labeled an arsehole or an elitist Monty. But I actually do low-key get annoyed in American sports when like I'll give you a random example. I'm not sure if they did it, but I'll use them as an example. When like the Rams won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, when they do that shit where they'll just give like the guy who's like the fucking actual, like just the trainer, like he gets like one of those fuck off massive rings. That actually does irritate me, because here's the problem. If that guy did an identically good training job on the worst team in the league, he doesn't get anything, does he? Like he did exactly the same job, but so why does he get a ring? Like basically, I don't want to live in a world where like Dan Marino doesn't have a ring, but that guy who was like icy hot on it today, he does have a. That's some bullshit. Like you're just devaluing rings, because what people don't get, and this is actually I'll tie it to a more real point, because this is actually a valid point. The real problem in the modern day, Monty, is as much as Evo makes fun of like the young generation for being all participation culture, dude, everyone's into participation culture. Have you ever seen those discussions about who should be in like the Hall of Fame? And they're trying to put in like people who are like mad, like, just good, not even great players, Monty. People who were just like a good player, like, like they were like never even an all pro in their era, and people want them like in a Hall of Fame. Because really what they started doing was this. That's just what they really mean, is he was a good player and I liked him. But that's different from if you should be in a Hall of Fame. Like, believe it or not, the more serious point I'll make on this is this. you actually need Hall of Fames and things like that to be extremely exclusive so that it is important when someone gets in. If you actually do just let too many people in willy-nilly, it actually doesn't then matter that the best player ever got in because like 50 people from his position do. So in general, that's one thing in esports I hate. Same thing with Hall of Fames in esports where they put people in who were just like, they were like they were an interesting figure, but they weren't some like legendary guy who needs to be like iconic for the rest of history. Just some guy from 4 years ago,
Well, it probably also, you have to say in the early stages of sports, some players are probably included that shouldn't be just because you have to start filling up the Hall of Fame early before real, So some of those things age badly as well, given a long enough timeline, or especially when the sport was in its very early days.
I'm trying to think because there actually was some more stuff before we get into the world stuff. I'm trying to think. There's actually a couple of things we
Caedrel retired?
Yeah, there's a few. What do you think of that? I mean, here's the thing. When he says that, guys, like, I don't even know if you should use the word retired for that. What he really means is he's not casting next year of LEC. That's all we really know. The door, as far as I can tell, unless he really fucked off right, it should always be open. Like, I'm sure in 2 years, if he comes back, like, yeah, I want to be doing that, I'm sure it's there again. But yeah, apparently he's just going to be core streaming from now on, which makes a lot of sense. If you listen to what he said, like anyone who's done that gig, think about how run down Dom and LS are, and then Caedrel was trying to do LEC as well. And if you don't know, I've always said the reason why for me League of Legends is so much more intensive than other esports games is, like, if I've been to 70 CS lands, Monty, then either 50% of them didn't even have a rehearsal, or there was a rehearsal and it was cancelled, like, the second it was supposed to start. Or, like, no joke, I might have actually done ever in esports, Monty, like 4 rehearsals or something insane like that. If people don't know, LEC is the opposite. Like, even for a random week of LEC, you've got to go in for like production meetings and then like go through your fucking story points and then figure out what you're going to do with your grab. Essentially, in other games, we're sometimes doing it by the seat of our pants, so it's like a 5-minute discussion. So I imagine it was not only the time he was on camera, but the amount of time extra to his core streaming, which, remember, core streaming involves you wake up in the time early and then you have a 40-minute nap. Like, I totally get why he's doing this, mate. I know some people will be sad he's not on LEC, but to me, I think doing those gigs takes years off your life, mate. It's too much. It's too much of your time.
I mean, I can speak about this because I was on the crazy grind in like 2014 and 2015 when I was coaching CLG and then also watching all the regions, doing this show, doing 2 best of 3 days of League of Legends every single week. It was insane. And yeah, you don't have time for anything else. And to put Caedrel's schedule into perspective, he would have to be there 3 days a week for LEC, streaming in the morning before he got there, doing all these meetings. He had to come in to do Euphoria, the podcast live, because they do it from the studio. And he was doing, he was co-streaming like, 3 different or 2 other regions, LCK and LPL primarily, because they didn't give him LCS broadcast co-streaming rights, right? But he was paying attention to it. He was watching it. He was doing variety streaming. And just from a perspective, he probably is making more per month from streaming than he would make in an entire year.
Oh, easy. Yeah, that sounds totally plausible, man. Yeah, it sounds totally plausible.
Maybe 2 weeks, maybe in 2 weeks, he can make as much money as he would in an entire year.
I mean, there's one thing we should probably shade into this discussion, right, Monty, is that it's not as simple as what does Caedrel want to do. Actually, the bigger issue here for me is, at this point, this ties into a bigger discussion we've been having for years about the talent world of specifically League of Legends. The real problem, Monty, is it's always capped. So if you are a Papa Smithy, eventually it gets boring and just do the same gigs. If you are Caedrel, the joke becomes for Worlds now, you essentially have to take a fucking pay cut just to be on the real broadcast and get the status. But the problem you have, Monty, is if you are a Papa Smithy or a Caedrel and you've done it already, you've already done a bunch of Worlds, the status isn't that big anymore. You want the other things. You want like more opportunity to do other things. Maybe you want more money. Like if you're Caedrel, you make more money doing Worlds on your fucking core stream than you will actually being on the real broadcast. Of course you will. You make loads
It's probably
more.
Not even close either. He probably, because Worlds is so big and because he's going to get some of his biggest viewership during this time period, he would probably have to take something like a 95% pay cut. Like that's not even a joke, or a 90% pay cut in order to do the broadcast, as opposed to and also, obviously he doesn't have to travel, although sometimes it's good to travel just because you get in the right time zone. Like I'm in Korea right now and I will be for a while, just because the time zone's better and I wanted to get out of LA for a bit. So he's also like, I think the other thing with Caedrel is it's not just one of those situations where he's going to do co-streaming, although he might continue to do that in the future. He actually has big enough viewership, and especially because he has big viewership while doing other games, he could probably move into just a general like variety streaming career and be even more successful.
Oh, you mean he could sort of be like a Shroud type figure, you mean?
I think he could just leave esports at this point in time. Like his audience for him playing, non-esports games, not League of Legends, is still enormous. And he can continue to build that up. And frankly, that's something that's going to serve him very well for years and years and years in the future. Now, he may want to continue to do League of Legends stuff because he enjoys it, but this makes total sense. And, I think this is one of those things where if I was a caster and I was looking at this, it would still be a pretty bitter pill to swallow because Caedrel has had all these opportunities that other casters haven't been given in terms of co-streaming rights. Like, I think it's very frustrating. I would be very frustrated if I was a caster and I wasn't given the opportunities to co-stream these other leagues. And so basically they're imprisoning many of their casters and taking away their ability to potentially become the next Caedrel because they don't want to have their casters escape, which is, really shitty. But that's the position that Riot is putting the talent into.
It's also wild. That's why I said to me, the bigger issue to shade in is the fact that you earn so much less money compared to essentially, like, think about it, Monty, to do the live broadcast of the event. If we make this like a sports comparison, in sports, it wouldn't matter how much you would pay for your co-stream. You want to be on the main broadcast of the Super Bowl or something like, the Champions League final, the World Cup. Like, the status alone is like, that's the thing. Like, in years, the money's going to be gone. So the real problem Riot has, in my opinion, is they haven't properly incentivized it. Like, if Caedrel does Worlds now, he's just another guy on the show. Now, here's the reason why he's the best example for me of how they've misincentivized their industry. Because actually, he was the golden boy, guys. Like, they boosted him to the top of their seat immediately. Didn't he do like a Worlds final, like 1 year in or something, Monty? He had a very rapid rise to the top. He went
to be
through
fair,
LEC.
he was extremely good.
He was, but here's the thing: there's other people sometimes don't get that. Some people take years. The lag on people like Papa Smithy and for scoring to go Worlds final was years, mate. They were taking 3-4 years to get there. Also, there's other people where, like, we can tie this into this. Obviously, they announced the talent for Worlds. Troublelink isn't even on there. What? By the way, the reason why that's egregious is this. I'm not like other people who are full of shit. You know what I said earlier about how people go, there should be like 100 people are like in a Hall of Fame. It's like, no, take people out. That's people out of it to make it worthwhile. So I'll just say this, right? It's not just that Troublelink isn't in. And by the way, even if it was just for those fucking post-draft interviews, I would have hired her. She was doing a great job with those. Not only would that have added great flavour to the tournament, but you go and look at some of the names who are on there, Monty. Like, there are some names that are on here where, like, they're like the 5th most known person who does LPL, or they're just like a name you like, I think I've seen him do EU Masters. Like, how do some of these names get on, mate? Like, I've never understood the rhyme or reason. Like, do you actually think behind the scenes it's some sort of like Riot just is like nepotistic, has their own people they like? Are they actually thinking these are the best people? What would your sense be, Monty?
I can't explain it because they routinely, as I have complained about for years and years and years, don't use the right people on the broadcast.
Never do.
I'm glad that Hysterix is finally there at Worlds this year. He's been deserving of it for quite a long time. But
he's never done it before. He's never done one before.
I don't think so. No,
I think you might be right now. You say it, yeah.
He's been casting for many years, and I think he's good. It's just, they don't accept the LCK or the LPL casters, even though those people are the ones who are going to be knowledgeable about the teams making the deepest runs in the tournament. And they like pre-select their finals lineup, which is just wacky because you would want to see which teams. They select the finals lineup
before the tournament's even begun.
Usually, yes.
That's bonkers.
Which is why, like, we keep ending up with, a bunch of NA casters on an all Korean world final.
Even though we've made this like 100 times, Monty, I'll make the point again very briefly. The issue is this: League of Legends is a very unusual esport. I always say this to Monty. To me, it's alien that if you're the best in the world who speaks English, you don't commentate the best games. Like, what? There's no other esport in the world works that way, guys. Like,
hey man, it's crazy.
Like in Counter-Strike, the reason why the joke is we don't do it like Monty's saying, but in Counter-Strike, you could pre-select the finals pairing of like casters and analysts because we all watch the top teams. Like, no matter who gets there, we're all experts. But in League of Legends specifically, it is mental. The idea you could actually, especially because every time it's going to be bloody Westerners, you could have your LCS and your LEC guy, and then it might be like the most obscure, like it wouldn't be this time, but like last year's a great example. I bet there's people didn't really know that much about DRX. DRX wasn't on most people's radars. They were like, there was a dark horse doing Make World. So to me, it just feel a bit silly to know that at the same event you have a mega expert on that, but he's just sat watching the games like the rest of us. Like, surely he gets in there somehow, guys. Come on, we've got to switch it up. Come on.
Now, the casters, obviously watch the games that happen at the tournament, but you see the problems manifest when teams like DRX do these Cinderella runs, because there's no way that any of the LEC or LCS casters watched more DRX games than I did or than the LCK casters did last year. And at a certain point, you actually are probably going to need that deep knowledge as they pull out from their bag of tricks that they've been using across games between them and low ranked teams that probably not very many people watched, because you're focused on your own region, which is why it's important to have people on the broadcast who know these teams. Now, obviously, play-by-play, much more interchangeable, but even play-by-plays, it's sometimes necessary because you'll know player trends or champion selection at the very least. You'll have a broad base of knowledge to pull from. But this is how Riot loves to do things, and it doesn't matter your skill level. The only thing that matters is your proximity to Berlin or Los Angeles, and otherwise it's very, very difficult to get in.
Can we bring the first person into our chat then? I think we're ready, right?
We should be. But before we do that, we've got another sponsor to talk to you guys about.
Okay.
We've got a lot of sponsors for Worlds, but one that I'm very glad to have returning is Liquid IV. And now's a great time to get some Liquid IV before you launch into this 5-hour-long podcast that this is definitely going to end up being. And I love Liquid IV, as I've talked about before. I even brought a giant bag of it with me to Korea so I could continue to use it in my workouts here. But this is a great product. Obviously, hydration, very key. Gives you, if you're working out a lot, or if you're on an airport travel day, like I was on a long flight, you can toss it into a water bottle once you get into the airport. But even if you're going to be outside for an extended period of time, this is great. Working out, obviously.
Let the name confuse you. It doesn't actually come as liquid. It comes as a powder, and you make it up. So as Monty says, you can just bring a sachet anywhere with you in your pocket, basically.
Yes. Yeah, it's excellent, and it was very easy for me to pack and bring here as well. So yeah, they've caffeinated versions. They have kombucha versions now, sugar-free versions. They've got absolutely everything, and it contains a lot of electrolytes as well as 5 vitamins: B3, B5, B6, B12, and vitamin C. And yeah, go get some right now. You can get it in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use the code LFN at checkout. And that's off anything at all. So LFN at checkout, go ahead and do that. It really helps us out, guys. As usual, supporting our sponsors is the very best way to support us. And we are very happy to have them back.
All right. Obviously, our first guest will be Atlus. I actually, on a past episode, dubbed him the best commentator in League of Legends. We'll see if that gets awkward or not. Obviously, he casts the LCK, doesn't he? And does a great job. And now he's doing Worlds. So I will just have a quick break, and then we'll basically change the camera setup. So we'll see you when the cameras are set up. Right, we're back with our first guest of this mega episode for Worlds 2023. Normally, Atlus, since you are actually now an OG of esports, you did all the LPL back in the day. In fact, you even did it during the sort of scuffed days. And now, obviously, you do the LCK for all these years. I would say you're so dedicated, it's like you're married to the game. But actually, that's actually factually inaccurate. You're actually married to a woman. Just found out recently.
I am.
So, a Korean at that. So, congrats.
Yeah, so I was originally married to Chinese esports and Australian esports, and then it was Korean esports, and I divorced all of them, and am now married to Cherry. So that's
you didn't go the polygamy route.
Okay.
No, which is like it's just not really a thing, social stigma and all that sort of stuff. Might have worked in Australia.
But actually, by the way, the other reason I also do bring that up in the intro is I think people, Atlus, I know you must get this already. One of the most annoying things in esports is if you are someone who has your own take, people will always just like assume you just have a popular take other people have. So I know you get this all the time. People think you're just an LCK fanboy. They're like, you just hate on fucking LPL. Why are you so biased for LCK? You actually used to do the LPL back in the day. Like, you have your own reasons to like any region, right?
Yeah, no, it's actually really funny because I cast the World Final in 2021, and that was EDG, which was my favorite team when I was casting the LPL, obviously, because I'm just a diehard Deft fan, against D+, who
Yes.
I was in love with at the time. Like Khan is probably the most lovable player to ever have played the game, so it's very, very easy to like that team. And afterwards, I had like multiple different messages from people saying that I was biased for both teams
Perfect.
in all
Yes.
sorts of different
Yes, there you
ways.
go.
It was so funny. Because like I'm a massive Mako fan as well. Like that guy's just been a god for so long. It's ridiculous. Like, and it was probably one of the easiest finals I've ever cast, because just when you just know every player on both of the teams as much as like, because you're a huge fan, it's just so easy. Like the research sort of does itself. So yeah, that was an example of that, Thorin. Exactly.
Where we're going to start now then, Monty? Where do you want to start? Should we start with LCK itself? What the region was like?
Sure. Let's get caught up on LCK for all those people. Let's start with KT's disappointing playoff run after ending the season number 1.
Here's the first thing I need to know, Atlus, is were you actually all in on the KT hype train? Did you actually buy that it was real, like that they could win the league? Like they should at least have been top 2. Were you on board for all these narratives?
So it's an oxymoron, isn't it? Because if you're all in on the KT hype train, that means that you are outwardly against KT in every way, shape, or form.
That's true. Yeah.
That was me again.
That was me. That was definitely me. Yeah.
It's like
and I got wrecked in every prediction as well, because I was predicting when they were going to die, and then as soon as I was like, "Oh, I guess they're legit," that's when they died.
Oh, right. I see what you mean.
Yep.
The joke is, you know, a couple of years back in Valorant, Carlos from G2 did that thing where, because Sentinels, the NA team, which is sort of like the Valorant TSM, if people don't know, he paid at one of the live events to have a plane fly and skywrite, fuck Sentinels. The joke is, if you're a KT fan, you just pay like to say, fuck me in the sky. That's because if you are a KT, like as you say, the moment you actually do, Monty did nail it years ago, it's not just that you think they're good or that they can win. The moment that fucks you, Monty, is when you dare to allow yourself to become excited. It's exactly that word. Once you allow yourself internally to become excited and have expectations, the universe will conspire on some Jungian level to ensure all your hopes and dreams, just in the form of KT Rolster, are destroyed in front of you every time. I mean, every time.
Monty like designed this though, right? There's a difference between being excited and believing that a team has 5 incredibly good players. Because you can believe that a team is extraordinarily good and has great players on it and has the potential to win. That's the KT experience. You're like, damn, my team is fantastic. But they're never going to win. That's the KT mindset. Like, that's how it works. And I let that drop in the unfortunate lower bracket final.
I think I've been talking to some people who are close to KT, and it seems like there were a lot of nerves within the playoffs from the players, right. Which I think affected their decisions. But what was so strange, and I think the most common criticism leveled against KT is like, why not just ban Nico and Azir after Faker is coming back from this injury? Because that's what Gen G did, and they looked like they had completely solved T1 24 hours after the game that they played against KT Rolster. So there were some questions about potentially the draft strategy and the method that they were using to approach T1, which seemed a little suspect, like take the Xayah away, take Nico and Azir away, and then there's not really anything left for T1 to fall back on and carry with. And that strategy wasn't there either. But it doesn't excuse KT's kind of very bizarre performance within the playoffs. I'm hoping that they got all those nerves out now, so that when we get to Worlds, we actually get to see the version of KT that we really want to see, which should be competitive with some of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, that's what I think as well, because I think that this is sort of perfect for KT as a whole, right? For the year. If your only goal is for them to win Worlds, losing in the way that they did was a pretty spectacular way to completely lose faith, to be perfectly honest. Because I don't think anyone is feeling like KT are even like the front runners in any way. Okay. Like I'm finding myself like thinking that D+ are going to go further, you know, like the more I think about it, that's where I'm getting to. But like that doesn't, it shouldn't take away from the fact that like after the regular season, KT were by far the best team in the LCK, and it wasn't even close. Like, it's hilarious. The fact that like your brain can be manipulated by recency bias that easily. And I have to keep telling myself, no, this team is extraordinarily good. You know what BDD can do, and in World Championships, like this, it's gonna be fine. Like speaking of 2021, like oh my god, I can't wait to see BDD on the international stage
that was
again.
the one where he popped off. Yeah, for sure. I like the way you're actually attempting to exploit this, like it is actually technology. Like, because your logic is when people get excited, they do well. For them to win worlds, like you say, the last human in the world who has faith in them must actually lose that faith. Basically, it's like the end of the Matrix. Remember at the end of the Matrix, even though it was coming right down to the, the absolute last second, those Sentinels again, were all just destroying everything good. It wasn't until Trinity realized she loved Neo that actually, finally sort of supernovaed into the one, did he? So it's like that. When essentially when Monty and the others finally give up all hope that KT can do anything, they will just be like DRX last year. They'll be unbeatable. They'll just definitely win worlds. So problem solved.
Oh no, like I think the metaphor is actually that you need to keep the Sentinels at bay. Like you can never explode, because the exploding, like the Neo exploding, oh my god, I've discovered love, that's when they die. Like that's when it's all over. So you need to prevent that and just like hold it off right at the cusp. And then as soon as they've lifted the trophy, that's when you're like, oh, okay, it's all right.
Basically, if you want KT to win worlds, you have to edge despair the entire time and get really close to actually like pure existential nihilism, but never fall into that abyss. Just always stay on the very edge. Basically, Nietzsche would have had a whole interesting thing about how to support KT Rolster if he'd been alive at this age, but sadly he died too young to enjoy KT Rolster Nietzsche.
So this is, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Tinkerbell effect in Peter Pan, which is basically the concept that the fairy Tinkerbell and fairies are only kept alive by people's belief in them.
Oh, right.
So they die if you lose all belief. So it's basically a reverse Tinkerbell effect for KT, where they can only win when everyone loses the belief in them.
Such a perfect analogy. It's so tragic. Oh god.
Here's the problem though, actually. I actually think I know what sort of scoffed LCK, which is this. Right, obviously there are a bazillion people who are T1 fans. They all want T1 to be the best. We get that that's a big part of it. But I actually think it's this, right? I've never seen a team win both domestic championships, Atlus, and get less credit than Gen G has, because every time people expect they're not going to be the one that wins. And they've like quietly fucked around and won both splits. Like, and if you even look at the finals as well, these finals are pretty conclusive. Like, these are pretty good wins. Like, I almost feel like everyone was paying so much attention to the drama of T1, or to be fair, they also did start the year really good, or the KT Rolster storyline, like, or D plus being bad, or whatever. Like, for a team that's won both splits, I don't feel like Gen G really, like, people aren't even really hyping them that hard to win worlds. They mention them with JDG, but everyone just seems to automatically say JDG wins. So what about Gen G? Can you stand 100% behind this team, Atlus? Is this a worlds winner? Is this a real, true favourite?
I think that Gen G and T1 have a lot in common. And that is, when it comes down to brass tacks, they're never quite there. That's the thing, that, like, the MSI situation and things like this, like, so many times they've been in semifinals, and even then, like, they can look good at, like, pretty good, but then it's never quite enough, and there's always that one moment where the faith is broken, and so it's really, really hard to root for them. But I think that, like you say, they deserve all of the praise. Like, this team has been just, ever since Chovy joined the roster, I swear to God, this team has just been domestically a demolition train. The problem is that when they go international, things get difficult, and there's lots of things that you can attribute it to. Like, there are certain players that require certain environments in order to perform the best, and blah blah blah, all these things. But that's, like, you need to take that into account when you're assessing this team, right? So I think that it's a little bit of a shame that domestically they're so incredibly strong, but then they're not quite able to find the results. But the thing that's really interesting is that, going back to your point, in 2017, it was the same situation, right? Like, they win worlds, but everyone's too busy being sad about Faker crying instead of celebrating like them winning worlds. And yeah, there was Samsung Galaxy back then, but it feels it's been like the stigma that's followed this team. They're like the second best team that wins, like, in people's minds. That's what sort of followed them around. And so I think that, like, if they won this Worlds, for example, I think that's when we need to conclusively just get that one off our backs. And I think it's about time Peanut picks up a world title, for goodness sake.
Look, I'm all for this narrative. Like, this is definitely something that I would like to see come true. I think the problem with people getting hyped up by Gen G, or the lack of hype, is that every time we see them, they are, as Atlas points out, just disappointing. Objectively, they should have won Worlds last year.
Oh, for
that
sure,
was their Worlds to win. They were coming in extremely hot into that World Championship. They had a style that was really different from any other team in that tournament. They had very good map control. They were very good at trading objectives cross map. They were very good at split pushing and side laning. They were very good at maintaining tempo. As I talked about ad nauseum last year, they simply got more gold out of the map than any other team in the world by several percentage points. If you looked at their total farm by percentage of minions, they would be 1 or 2% over the next best team in the world. They would get like 56% of the total jungle creeps in the game. It was really dominant in the way that they extracted resources. They were basically just strip mining the map, and then they would get gold leads and then fight you at third Drake, and that's when they would turn the game, right? The problem is that when we got to the actual, semifinal at Worlds last year, Chovy was not playing like he did the entire year. He had regressed to the previous, blinders on Chovy, where he can't look at the side lanes anymore. He wasn't reacting to his teammates' actions on the map. He wasn't leaving his lane. There were really, really big problems. And Peanut also, I think.
And he had a couple of choke games at the end, as usual, as he was want to do.
Peanut kind of ran it down, and maybe playing Graves wasn't the right choice for Peanut at that tournament. We can make all these arguments, but they didn't play like they did domestically. And that was true at MSI as well. They didn't play like they did domestically. Now, it wasn't Chovy this time. It was that basically their entire draft strategy was around early game skirmishing, which is just not what they do. And I don't understand why they seem to just either... They seem, when they go international, they seem to lose all faith in their own play style. And it's either the players individually revert to earlier pre-Gen G versions of themselves, they de-evolve in front of our eyes, or they are playing a style that they perceive to be the meta style, even if it doesn't fit them, and they would objectively do better just by playing what they practiced the entire year. So I don't know why they are so good at doing these, playing their own style against Korean teams, but it seems like they almost panic when they go international, and so we have these very, very strange issues.
I mean, by the way, along with what you're saying, they did it at MSI too, Monty. Remember in the lower bracket,
they did MSI.
Was like, I can't wait for this shit, and then they just did fuck all against BLG. They didn't even play the same way at all, did they? It was alien.
Why is Chovy playing Annie?
It's mad, isn't it? I know.
It was apparently because he was sick. That's the word on the street. But I'm hearing exactly what you're saying. I don't know what it is. Like, there's a stigma around Gen G in the Korean community, which is the GBBPP, the score ban pick, which can just sometimes fall off the edge of a cliff for no reason at all. And people just put that acronym in the post-match threads afterwards. They're like, it's just another one of these. Score once again. Well, win some, you lose some.
But it's not score like
the wrong things.
You're working with your players in that regard. And if the players are thinking that this is the best way to play the game, a lot of times you as a coach have to say, no, guys, we're not going to do this current fad of what's going on, or we're not going to get sucked into this other team's play style. We need to do what we need to do. And even if it's going to give you potentially some slightly worse matchups, or I know you're confident in your ability to play this champion, but it completely shifts the style that we've practiced for the last 6 months. We actually just can't do this. Let's find a different solution that is a better choice for us as a team. Sometimes you have to stand up to your players as a coach and put your foot down. So it's hard to know if it's score or not, because it could easily be Peanut saying in draft, oh yeah, we can totally do this. I can shot call it the game this way and we're going to win. And the coach just has to, you just kind of have to shrug your shoulders and say, because what's your choice? Either you try and shut down your player in that moment and they lose confidence, or they get pissed and play badly, or you try and instill that confidence within them and let them play these picks, even if you think it's a lower chance of success.
Actually, I think it's a really
situation. Go on, Alice.
I was just going to say, like, just to go on with that point, it's really interesting because I think the players do blame the coaches for drafts a lot.
Okay.
And I agree with Monty. I actually think that the players draft more than coaches do in almost every aspect, like every single time. They're the ones that have to play the champion. They're the ones that have to be confident playing the champion. And they're the ones making the decisions the majority of the time. But I do think like it is good for the coach to take responsibility for a draft afterwards. And so I like that aspect of it because it allows, especially for fans, right? Yeah, because you shield the players and then the fans can still be fans of their player, even if their player had a rough time. They're like, oh, well, it was a bad draft and that's the coach's fault. And it sucks for the coach. But I think it's actually better for the performance of the players.
Yes,
in
I
a
agree.
Really weird way, which is probably why Tom resigned and why Bengi resigned. Sorry, why Bengi resigned. And now, Tom's pretending to coach T1,
I mean, even though I did it with obviously affection and a sort of, light-hearted levity that would make it not offensive at all. It's why I actually did tell Loco back in the day I thought he was an amazing coach because everyone naturally hates him anyway. So if he just gets all the blame, then Bjergsen, etc., just gets to do
he's
everyone
really good at being hated as well. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the best thing about Loco.
You're for this one. I told him your problem is you don't like being hated, you idiot. Stop swimming against the stream, Loco. Swim with the current.
But you love to hate Loco.
Of course, that's the problem. In fact, what this thing is? He even does have that really annoying effect where he can actually annoy you when he's there, but then when he isn't, like now when he's gone, you miss him. You go like, oh, please, where's old Loco at? Where's he? Where's that? You sort of doing a fucked up way, don't you? You get nostalgic. By the way, though, two things. One is a joke point, which is obviously what happened is sometime in around, I'm going to say like 2012, Monty. Obviously, Score went and whatever Korean shaman version they have of the cursed monkey paw at the bazaar in the Middle East or whatever the version they have, he went and did that. And all he said, because they're always fucking themselves with the contract, aren't they, Monty? They don't make themselves specific enough. He just said, like, he thought, Monty, this is where he fucked up. He thought he was going to be on that Solomon Bible tip where, famously in the Bible, everyone loves the Bible, guys, gather around, right? Lock the doors, everyone. I've been waiting 10 years to get this audience. I've got them now, right? So the Bible. So in the Bible, there's a great story where Solomon is offered by God, the God of the Israelites. Like, he says, basically, you can sort of have one wish. What would you want? And Solomon, right, because he's actually like low-key based, instead of saying like, give me all the money in the world or all the power, what he actually says is give me wisdom, because essentially it's like a children's parable for like, with wisdom you would get those other things as well, wouldn't you? Like if you had wisdom, you'd be good with money, you'd have power and influence. So essentially along those lines, Score thought, Monty, well, I don't want to be greedy. Instead of saying I want to like win loads of world championships, instead, why don't I do this? Why don't I wish for the qualities that would allow me to? So he said, I have one wish. I want to be the best at my job ever to do it. And so the wish got granted, but then the clause was, except on the most important days of your career. Aside from that, and because he said job, it fucked him twice, Monty, because then it wasn't even just as a pro player, then as a coach, he got fucked. Then every time he went internationally, his brain just get wiped, all his memory, and he was just starting fresh with all his shit. I don't even know what the meta is, fuck. And he's just asking players like, Peanut, what do we play? Peanut's like, draft me Nidley and Graves. I'm sick on him, honestly. Like, pulls up some old YouTube clip from 4 years earlier. That's how it starts. And old Chovy, the joke is Chovy himself. Mate, for real, if it wasn't for the fact Koreans actually tend to be fairly boring people who just play the game a lot, I almost wish there was some mystique behind Chovy because, dude, there is something weird happens to him internationally. Like, it's like he himself doesn't know who he is, because the amount of times I've looked at some of these international games and I'm like, mate, he's going to tear this other mid laner up. And then he would just do all that shit where he'd like draft a tank customer or some like fucking alien, like you say, like do something like Annie when there's not even any buttons to press. Like, you're like the best mechanical player in the world. Why are you drafting Annie? Like, there'll always be some weird fucking Chovy angle every time, mate. Every time.
I like to think that because he won Asia Games, now like he's got that monkey off his back, because at least that was in China. Yes, it's kind of next door, but still, like, he's done it. We've won something, and it was technically international, right? And so now we can go into Worlds knowing that it's possible.
I like this.
Yes.
Yeah. Kanavi and Ruler definitely helped. God, that team was just ridiculous. Imagine if that was like a team that we could have. Imagine Chovy and Ruler on the same team together, guys. They couldn't lose, right? They couldn't lose. It'd be impossible for them to lose, right?
Actually worse than JDG, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I think JDG is actually just a better version of that Korean all-star team. Because
that's why it really is.
They had T1 players and then the JDG superstars, basically.
Yeah.
And
No,
I don't think
if
that
you are
T1's
ruler,
a top
you just
2
went
team
from
Furia.
Chovy to Knight. Like, you know what? It didn't work with Chovy. I'll try Knight this year. Like, fuck it. All right, mate, calm down. Fucking hell. It must be nice for some. Must be nice, eh?
Yeah, I think you know, when you start seeing the lists of best players that are going to be at Worlds that are going to start to come out, I would be surprised if we didn't see the top 3 be some iteration of Chovy, Ruler, Knight almost every time.
I mean, 2 of those 3 definitely. It depends how much people believe in Knight, probably, but yeah, almost certainly those 2. Yeah. By the way, to bring it all back, though, this is actually why also, sadly, I think people aren't hyping Gen G. People are acting like it's a foregone conclusion JDG wins Worlds, right? Look, I will say they've got an amazing chance. I would pick them to. History looks awesome. But I will say, as we pointed out with past teams like Gen G, in League of Legends specifically, the World Championship has an insane fucking habit of eluding the #1 team in the world, like outrageously so. Like, they often don't even make the final. So, first of all, history tells you don't assume anyone's automatically won. But then the other thing is, if it wasn't going to be JDG, why wouldn't it be Gen G? They're right there. Like, I even think, by the way, some of these elements that, like, we talk about the big names like Chovy and people. How about this angle? Mate, I hate him at low key as a player. I don't think he should be on a top team, but I have to, like, give credit to fucking Thorin. He actually does get better, like, every year or something, mate. Like, every time I keep thinking he's capped, he sort of like levels up. Like, he was actually good in these finals, mate. He was legit. And then actually, I do think, as much as, like, look, Pierce is mega. Where the fuck did they find this Delight guy, though, mate? He's the one I want to know. Who scouted this player?
They found him already. He was actually, he was brought up, him and Pace were playing together, I think, on Gen G earlier on. And then Delight left and played with Bro for a bit and things like that, and sort of like
he is mega, man. He's like a revelation to me in that final.
He's only getting better, man. Like because he wasn't like him and Henna, like that lane was a catastrophe, and Henna was actively bad. Like he was terrible. And even Henna has leveled up since spending time with Delight. Like he had a good season this season, strangely enough, on Bro. Like, and we all love to love Bro, but like I think like legitimately, Henna was playing quite well and was probably their best player, which is very, very strange to say. And him and Delight together were actually very, very good. And then Delight joins this like robot guy that they cooked up in a lab, and now they're unstoppable. Like, I'm still mind blown by Paze. Like his performance in his first final was just the stupidest thing ever. Because I had to predict against them. Because I was like, well, he's untested. He's a young kid, 18 years old. There's no way he's going to be able to perform. And then it's like, okay, all right, well, fair enough. Just be exactly what you have been all season. I guess it doesn't matter.
I actually hadn't thought of that because their name is Bro. You're right. It's actually affection what everyone in the league does when they fist them. They're giving them the Bro fist, it's called. Like they've heard of this American thing called a Bro fist. Everyone's fisting the fuck out of them. Yeah, true. Okay. Mm-hmm. They did win that one game over T1 or whatever, though. There was that outrageous one, Monty, that you called. You did call that one.
Yeah, they beat a few teams because they also beat they beat D plus as well, and their challenger team actually dethroned the 22 wins in a row D plus challenger team also. Okay. Bro just strikes, they just need the name. That's all they need.
Indeed.
So yeah, I think when we talk about Gen G, though, we just need to see an actual performance out of them at an international stage. I think that's what's really holding people back right now, and it's holding back my enthusiasm, certainly, because I'm just so used to them at this point not being the same team that I watch domestically. So until I actually have visual confirmation that they are going to win the way that they typically win and not try some wacky garbage, then that's kind of where I'm at. Like, it's hard for me to predict them just because I've now seen just the potency of JDG. And as for the rest of the Korean teams, like, I hope Faker is going to be better, because even when he came back to the team and they looked better, they
Does
were
anyone
really
actually believe in T1? Let's be real. Cards on the table. Does anyone actually believe in T1 to do something? Can they do something else?
I would raise you. Does anyone believe in any of the LCK teams coming into Worlds? Are any of them, like, actually... Is it possible to put your faith behind any of these teams? And I think the answer is
a
just
problem.
flat out no.
You are right. The answer is wrong, but much like KT, on a higher level, I am going to continue to do the same thing with Chovy, which is I'm going to open my heart up wide, Atlas, and just believe in love, and that won't be hurt badly this time. And then when he just treats me like a piece of shit and goes for cigarettes and never comes back on Monday, then I'll just be crying next to a phone that's never been wrong, like every other fucking world. Don't worry, I've got a couple of them. I've got Chovy, I've got Knight, I've got a whole load of fucking boyfriends around the world, just stringing me on, leading me on, telling me.
Godby to come home, man, from 2015. I'm still waiting. Still waiting for him to come home.
No, that's good. That's good. But here's the thing: like every time that we don't have faith in a Korean roster, that's when the Korean teams always get all their teams in the quarterfinals. They always do, right? Yeah, we're always the one doubting, like, oh man, is the third or fourth like Korean seed? Are they really gonna make it out of the group stage, or in this case, the Swiss stage, right? Oh shit. Well, they all made it out again. And meanwhile, the #1 Chinese seed just completely chokes and got shit on in the tournament. There's always one of the Chinese teams.
The other thing to remember, here's the other storyline to remember to really make the stakes for JDG insane. Remember, if somehow they follow that trend of being like the #1 seed in China, didn't you say, Monty, they spent like $16 million or something on this roster?
$16 million.
That's like Team Liquid times 2.5 times that thing where they blew it last year, where they had the $16 million. Like, you better go deep for $16 million, for fuck's sake. Come on.
Well, I think in JDG's case, they're a heavy favorite coming into Worlds. And I mean, this team was built to win Worlds or bust. Like anything besides winning is a failure. But if they get knocked out in quarters or something crazy, it will be one of the biggest upsets of all time. I mean, this team is just too good.
Yeah, I mean, it would be 2018 KT. If they lost, it would be 2018 KT again.
That's fair.
In my mind. I think that like that team was the team that the team of any Worlds that I've ever seen, they were the team that should have won that didn't, more than any other. Outside of, I guess, JD, a couple of years ago when Suning made the finals for some reason. It was very odd. What was that, 2020?
That was a sad final.
Yeah.
But let's talk about
to be fair,
T1.
there was one good thing came out of that final, which is that final literally did trick TSM into spending millions and millions of dollars. And now, you saw this recently, they've sold their slot for about twice what they had to pay Sordar to fuck off and not play League of Legends. That's actually amazing when you think in context now. That's so next level, in it. I know.
Yeah, it's funny because like
the way it's like it just makes Reginald seem like such a like an idiot, like out of touch, because it's like everyone else watched that final, they're like, "Oh, Sword Art's still around. That's quite cool." And Reginald was like, "I must have Sword Art. Get me him at all costs." And then meanwhile, Peter Zhang meanwhile, apparently Peter Zhang was playing his own Peter Zhang version of Telephone, where he goes like this: "Sword Art, yeah, what's that, like 2 million? Yeah, he's only coming for 4 million. I can get you 2.1 at 7 million only. Like, what's that like?" And then he gets his third phone, Grandma, transfer 4 million, and they're like, "What's he doing here?" Like, I was just playing everyone. He's like, that was like the fucking Big Shot or something. He's just on another level, wasn't he? Why is that?
All right, let's talk about T1 and D+ quickly, because people are going to want to hear about T1.
By the way, we have to address the D+ angle like this. Here's the thing. To me, by the way, I actually thought this team wouldn't even get here. Like, on paper, if people don't know, it was supposed to be Hanwha, they were the better team in the split. But even with that said, in light of what Monty just said about upsets, dude, if you wanted to bring a team that should have no expectations at all, but has some players that are mega, D+ has like a real chance to do a dark horse run if they can get the right meta read. Like, the players are still there to be good to potentially, right? It's not impossible.
On paper, the team is incredible.
Yeah.
Like, the team is amazing. But they're never, like, they just don't know how to win. This is actually,
they're always the dark horse, though. That's the thing, is that every event they take place at internationally, they were the dark horse at Worlds last year. They overperformed expectations at Worlds last year.
They were in the best of 5 that we had at Worlds last year, in my opinion. I think that the D+ Gen G best of 5, oh my God. That was some of my favorite League of Legends that I've seen. It was just so good. The level of intensity. Good God. So they can still definitely play the game extraordinarily well. And I think that it's probably an upgrade to grab Deft instead of Doctarm. Especially because now Doctarm is, playing in Challenger, doing quite well in Challenger for DRX, but is kind of a shadow of what the expectations were for him when he came from Nongshim back in the day. And by back in the day, I mean a couple of years ago.
This was that
certainly, Yeah. He looked like he had like his mechanics in like the right moments were absolutely incredible. But just didn't quite come together, unfortunately.
I do appreciate that.
I think that's an upgrade.
That's how you know how long we've been in esports. That that's like 4 years ago. We have to be like, yeah, ages ago. Because like, I mean, the game was only around like 12 years or so. But the problem is when some pleb comes like, oh, remember that Faker versus you? We're like, it's like fucking Narnia. Like, don't speak to me of the dark magic witch. I was there when it was written. Like, I saw that. He was the one doing the call. You can't shut up. Don't tell me about that.
I feel like everything is yesterday and 10 years ago. That's where it is in my brain. So like I'm just I just like
that's just getting old. That's just getting old.
Yeah. I think that might have something to do with it.
But I think with D+, I was encouraged at least by their playoff performance, because a lot of the issue this year has been Showmaker individually kind of falling off, and he looked a lot better in playoffs. They still have all their same problems of inability to shot call within the late game, which, I guess it was all Beryl back in the day. That's the only conclusion we can possibly come to.
League of Legends that none of us knew. What we didn't know is he's on some Kaiser Soze shit. He made himself seem like just, I'm just all weak and shit. But he was actually the mastermind behind the whole thing, Monty. Him and his Tom Kench were running this fucking scene for the last 5 years.
Well, I think the problem is with Beryl is that while his shot calling might be still good to decent to good, his individual ability has fallen off a cliff.
Dude, he can't even build items. He can't even complete items. And here's the other thing. I've always said this, because I always say, to be fair, I'm gonna put you on the spot here, Beryl, because I do this to Malrag on the EU show. You've also picked probably the worst year ever to not complete items when they're fucking mythic items. Like, the whole game incentivizes you to complete the item. It becomes OP, and he's just like, you know what? He's like, this is what I prepared earlier. He just puts that on the shelf, starts building another item. Like, what are you doing? Finish the item. Like, these motherfuckers never saw a ruby crystal they didn't want to buy, Monty, and 3 extra wards. We're like, hey, I can't handle it. And it's the fact that he actually has been in 3 straight Worlds finals, won 2 of them on different teams. Like, because the worst thing we always say, Atlus, is in history, if you look at that and you don't know the game, you should actually think, like, I'm not joking, that Beryl was like the secret OP in all of Korean League of Legends for like 3 years.
This is going to be the even worse version of the Bengi is the greatest jungler of all time narrative.
Exactly. Oh no, but here's the thing. If it wasn't for the fact I do actually have like some affection for him, I bet I could actually, like, using a series of MK Ultra techniques and gaslighting, Monty, I reckon I could convince Theon to write an article claiming that, like, Beryl is the greatest support of all time in League of Legends history. I would read it. Into it. You know what I mean? Like, I think I could get him on the right angle, but it's like, but the 3 finals, but he was the only one in all of them. Like, I can't get him on the right angle and just push him over the mental brink that I need.
If he wrote that just before the Worlds qualifier, more people would have watched the Worlds qualifier, because I was actually super hyped. I was ready. I was ready for the Beryl 3-peat. Yes. I was prepared. I was like, well, I mean, KT fell out of playoffs. Like, the whole world just doesn't make sense. It's dumb. Beryl wins Worlds. And the way that I explained it was, Beryl has already won Worlds until he's eliminated from contention. Okay, that's how I think about it. He's just like, that's the only way that I could cope mentally with the whole situation. Like, it makes so little sense. It's so little sense. It feels like when Beryl decides he wants to win, they can win. And he was actually trying very hard. But unfortunately, it was, a different team than what he'd been in previously.
There's only so much dead weight he could carry, and the maximum amount was Kigan and Pioshik last year.
Here's all that needs to be said, because if you phrase it this way, but you have to do it, it's an audio gag here. So this is the problem. It wouldn't work as a tweet, right? All I'm going to say is this. If you want to know how overrated the DRX team that won Worlds last year and certain players on that team were, there is a player called Zika at this Worlds that has a chance to win Worlds. He isn't the one that fucking was on DRX. Spoiler. It's an audio joke. You have to say.
Wait, were they overrated? Because who rated them?
No, but at the end,
no one rated them.
When they won, though, people actually did try to imply they were good. So I find that very offensive. So.
I mean, I guess.
I'm obviously no one rated them at the time, but the joke is once they won, though, it almost like ruined the story of the tournament, didn't it? Because people actually what. Like, the real problem with that one is that's one of the only times ever I've seen it where even the day they won, it was like, I still don't think you're the best team, though. Like, even as I'm seeing you win, like, I can't. The game's telling me I'm wrong, but I disagree. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna.
This was my favorite one because they had like the hardest road through the tournament as well. Yeah. So they like legit. They like beat everybody very legitimately.
Yeah, of course.
So there's not even really I think there's not even an honest angle you can take about them.
Yeah. Like there's two different teams. There are the teams that lose games, and there's the teams that win games. And DRX was the team that won games, and all of the other teams were the teams that lost. You know, they're like, oh, it was our match to win. Like this team sucks. Like they were 6th place in the LCK. They should not be here. We lost. Like everybody else lost, and DRX were there. You know.
You see, this is why Atlus gets the big bucks, and why I said earlier I actually called him the best commentator in League of Legends. See how he explained it there? He explained, Monty, that the team that won Worlds were the team that won the games, and the ones that didn't win Worlds. Are you ready? Pause. They lost the game. See, but the way he said it sounded like, yeah, I'm on board with this. It's great. It's great analysis. Break it down on me. Yeah, preach.
And that's why I'm the play-by-play.
There you go.
No, I understand what you mean though. Like it was everybody else's tournament to lose at the end of the day, and yeah, it was quite surprising. But I agree with Thorin's take, which is that truly, like it felt surreal the next day to think about what had actually happened, which is a testament, I think, to how good Worlds was last year. But their win was, as much as we try and poo-poo their win, it was basically the most legitimate way they could have won Worlds. But that's why it's frustrating, because you still you have a feeling that you still want to discredit it at the end of the day.
Oh no, here's where I'll be absolutely fair to them, Monty, and I'll explain why I know I am a hater on some level, and this can't be totally honest. Because if they'd have just played a different bracket, Monty, and I could like go to the alternate timeline, all I would then say is like, oh, well, that's why they won. If they'd have played like Gen G in the semis, they'd have lost. Like, but I shouldn't be able to say that, Monty, because they didn't. They actually did play that team and lose to them. But I still sort of want to say that in a fucked up way, even though, like, as you say, they played all the best teams. Like, oh, am I going to complain about? They didn't miss anyone, literally. Like, all the best teams were on their route, but it doesn't count. I'm sorry, Beryl. I'm taking it away.
All right, so D+ still very unlikely to win because they can't shot call in the late game. In case you guys have missed that, that was the whole reason why we saw the Bible swapping.
Their name is actually an accurate like explanation of their performance in most games at this point in time. So
the problem is no one has the confidence to make calls in the late game. They all know how to win, but none of them feel like they have the confidence. I talk to them fairly often about like the frustrations that they've had, because this is a team like where the scrimbucks were flowing like you wouldn't believe. Like they'd go a month without losing a scrim to like any team. They would just beat everyone, and easily. Like they were on the biggest high ever. They get on the stage and they just look like they can't play League of Legends. It's the weirdest thing. And I don't know what it is. And you can see it happening like right before your eyes, right? Like something doesn't go wrong in the early game, and then all of the dumb decisions just cascade after that. And I think it's like there's a mental instability thing, and I refuse to believe that Beryl was the mental linchpin to that team, because there is just nothing like we refuse to about believe mental that DRX he stabilizes. You know?
I don't know, man. All I can say, the evidence is there.
Yeah, right. Well, this is the thing, you know. Oh, thank God DRX aren't at Worlds. I don't think I could handle it.
Oh, I have one last question.
I kind of wanted it, but I don't think I could handle it.
Question I need to ask you. It goes like this, because I was just a bit puzzled by this. Right? Obviously, they did do the classic Korean thing of just giving everyone in first place the All-Pro nomination, right? But my question is this, Atlus. Why was Lehens the MVP? I'm just a bit puzzled by that. Like, was there some sort of hype in the Korean scene that he was the whole reason the draft was the way it was? Because that's the one I would have given it to, like a Keen or something like that. I was kind of surprised it was Lehens of everyone. What was your sense of that?
Yeah, mine was exactly your sentiment. I voted for Keen.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
God bless you. God bless you.
Yeah. It was either Keen or BDD, I think. And both of them, I think, almost equally deserved it. I think you could flip a coin for those two.
Fair enough. I just wondered if there's anything in the Korean scene.
He's pretty easy, and he's pretty covered in MVPs at this point.
He's got a million,
as far as domestic season. He's pretty ridiculous. So I think Keen definitely deserves a little bit of time in the limelight, because it's, finally Keen's hour. He's got the shackles of a freaker off, and he's now running free through the meadows of KT.
I mean, by the way, low key, that is one of the reasons why, if you do want to get hyped for KT, Keen's a massive reason why. Like, as I was just saying about Zeke,
every one of the players except aiming is a massive reason to get hyped for KT.
If you saw in the LPL, the style LNG tried with Zika to attack JDG, Kane's one of the few players you could potentially also do that with. You could actually potentially win through his lane. Like it's not impossible.
Yeah, I think that actually, so last year I was really worried about Worlds because I didn't think that our top laners as a whole were good enough, right? Like we had King in, and he's, historically been a potato, the majority of a good potato, and potatoes are always adequate, they provide the carbohydrate, they sit on the side of the plate, they look great, but they're not going to go out of their way to make you surprised. And we had there was a bit of that. Now we've got Keen. Zeus has been performing he was doing great things. I felt in Asia games as well. I think he looked pretty good up against China and the LMS region, as we were told to call them in the past, and now PCS.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So I think that our top lane's kind of fine. I'm feeling good about the top lane. You mentioned Doran's resurgence. I feel like some of the hype that we had when he joined DRX, and we're like, oh, now he's removed the Griffin issue. It's sort of like he's running through the DRX meadow, to use that metaphor again. And then he just sort of fell flat on his face, and there was mud, and he fell down a hill, and it wasn't very good at all. And he's only just started to pick himself back up. And that's the Doran that we expected to see 3 years ago that is finally sort of resurfacing and actually has some confidence now, which is really good to see. So our top lane, it feels a bit sorted, but with the fact that Canyon's not playing very well, the fact that Peanut is Peanut, cuz you never know. And Owner, I think, was exposed the most out of anyone when Faker left that team. That was almost sad.
You know what the real tragedy is that we never got to see Bengi play without Faker. Well, I guess we did sort of with Easy
in China or whatever.
Well, no, is that a tragedy though, Monty? Because we saw Owner play without Faker, and that was awful. We don't want to see that again. So,
look, I just hate the Bengi is the greatest jungler of all time narratives. That's just what I hate. Okay.
Don't worry, me too.
Bengi is.
I brought this up at the time, but everyone's forgotten about it since. Everyone still talks like all that happened to KT was Faker went out of the lineup and came back in. No. Remember what I said? The second he left, Bengi is actually smart enough to know, when the jig is up, Atlus. He was just like, you know what? I'm getting the fuck out of it now. And everyone forgets he left immediately, and then all those bad results happened. And then Faker came back, and they're like, it's all fine. Faker's back, and no one even references Bengi anymore. Guys, I promise you, he was coaching T1 this split. He just somehow.
I don't think he was.
Well, it's my time to go, guys, and just waltz out the fucking door.
I don't think over the last 3 years, I don't think anyone's coached T1. Outside of Faker.
No, Faker
I don't think anyone's coached that team.
Yes, Faker has.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Ever since they fired the coaching staff off of their 10-man roster, it has been Faker coaching that team.
Yeah. As soon as it wasn't Danny, they're like, all right, Faker, we'll just let you do it. If you so desperately want to do it, you can do it. And now Danny's back at Worlds as well. And I'm actually kind of hyped for that matchup. Some of the coaching matchups are super dope because you've got D+ taking on Danny. You got T1 the Weibo gaming matchups are gonna be dope, man. I can't wait.
The problem is with that Bengi news, I got really scared, Monty, because I just heard the news announced Faker's right hand removed from T1. I was like, fucking hell, it's not that bad, is it? I thought it was just an RSI or something. Bloody hell, all right, fucking hell, amputation. That seems a bit extreme. Okay.
All right, final T1 takes. How do you think T1 is gonna do, Atlus?
Oh man. I think it's about time we have as little faith as possible for T1. I think we've gone into a lot of internationals saying Carrier and Kumiushi are the best bottom lane to ever touch a keyboard and mouse. They are, and look, they're not. They weren't that great.
What about Zeus? Zeus, the guy
Zeus is really good.
The top lane. He's been playing really well recently.
Yeah, recently, but he certainly shows that if the chips are down, he's with them. This is the thing. They need that. It's a team that will live or die by not how well Faker's doing, but how well he's feeling. Because if he's in the mindset where he can tell all of his people to do the things that they need to do to win the game, and he is extremely good at it. We saw that multiple times. He probably requested, all I need are players that have good hands and we can win titles. And they absolutely did. And I think Carrier's untouchable. I will not say a bad thing about him. I think his play, speaks for itself. But I think that there have certainly been some ups and downs for all of the other players on T1. I think we'll just have to see whether they do have the coordination, because it looks like they're not necessarily in the happiest spot at the moment. And I think that just being a player on T1, especially for as long as these players have been, the mental toll of having to deal with the fandom must just be brutal, especially when you're that young. Like, you're not ready for it, right? And I think that it would wear down on anyone, the most experienced of people, if you're in that under that much scrutiny all the time. I think it'd just become too much. And so I think it's about time that we just let go of all expectation and see what T1 does and just be happy if they do some winning.
You know, I hadn't even thought of that. Because it is in Korea, there's actually a real chance they send the trucks to Worlds, Monty. That could actually happen for real this time. I hadn't even thought of that angle. Shit.
I'm sure there'll be some level of trucking at Worlds this year.
I'm actually genuinely shocked, by the way, like I said about the Carlson. I'm actually genuinely shocked some other Korean team hasn't trolled them yet and just paid like, so it looks like a T1 truck, but it's just like the Gen G fan base doing it or something like, why has no one done that yet? Why is there not a true truck meta? That's what I want to know.
I want to see the nice trucks. I want to see like the other people, like just bring like the bro truck that just says, keep it up, guys, even though you're not winning. I just love watching you play and it's the greatest. You can do it, white team. You know, like that. That's
the international bro side, the fist of solidarity. Everyone put up a fist for bro. That's what we're gonna do. Put your fists up for bro. That's what we say. Exactly.
All right. I think we should move on to our next guest. Right. Thank you very much for joining us, Atlus. We will look forward to you commentating the World Finals. Right?
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Yes. We'll be back in a second with our next guest.
No, that is confirmed. I'm going to be there, though, because I live here. So.
Right, we're back with our next guest, which is going to be Nymaera. As I actually alluded to previously, obviously years ago, he did come on with almost perfect timing before DFM actually from the LGL did some stuff. And spoiler, some of those players even did become relevant later, like Arya played, I mean, not very well remembered, obviously in the LPK, then got replaced by Vikla, or another dreaded lineage right there. And then obviously Evie, who back then we were all trying to convince he's good. Well, you've all now seen him play in the LEC, so there you go, that's how I'm going to do that. That's how I'm going to do that, and that's how I'm going to do it. To be fair, he did almost make Worlds, which was outrageous, but they almost did.
I was going to have like a little timer, just like before that was going to be mentioned. I'm glad we got that out of the way. Like that baggage would have been there.
Yeah. At some point it had to come up, exactly. So where do you want to start? There's all sorts of places we can start here. So where are we starting here?
Well, there's LPL stuff we'll get to later, but I guess we start LGL to get stuff out of the way.
Let's do it.
So DFM have made it to Worlds again, somehow. I don't even know where to start exactly with this because the level of plot armor which Detonation Focus Me had this year it's beyond anything I thought possible. I always thought that it was like the whole DFM are very much the final boss of the LGL. What is it going to take to beat them? We had that one time in 2020 summer when V3 went to Worlds over them, but that was when it was kind of like the last of the legacy DFM lineup with the Seros in mid lane who played like the Heimerdinger, Karma, Ziggs kind of meta. But ever since then, it has just felt like you can beat DFM in like regular season and stuff like that, but then you can't beat them in the best of fives. But a lot of that was hinged around the fact that they did have Ebby in the top lane. And he was kind of this undefeatable top lane player because there weren't really that many Korean imports in top lane in the LGL. They kind of focused around particularly mid-jungle. And that kind of meant that this year we thought, okay, there are some other good teams in Japan right now. Reaped was on Sengoku. They brought over a guy called Jet from the LPL. And Loken, he came back out of retirement and he started playing for them as well. So you had like a really super powered Sengoku
pretty
roster.
Big names, yeah.
I know, it's absolutely insane. And, you know, financially, the top LGL teams have been able to get quite good Korean imports. I think they play something like 10 to 20K dollars per month, like for Korean legit. Imports, which is actually legit money. So that you can understand why Korean players would go there. So you had that Sengoku roster with Reaper as a coach as well. You had the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, which of course owned by SoftBank. And I know that it gets a little bit weird with naming sponsors. How much money are they actually putting into it? They do occasionally go over to train at T1's facilities. They do have a hell of a lot of money. And they have Blank, who's been in the LGL for a number of years now. He's kind of ping-pong between LCK and LGL. They have probably the best the best Japanese top laner left, a guy called Kanatsu, who was an ex-Overwatch pro who kind of went into League of Legends. He's a great Camille player. And they had Vista come in from LCK this year as well. So you think, okay, that's actually, again, not a bad lineup you consider. And then also a team called Fennel as well, who brought in Tana as one of the Korean import top laners. So again, they have there were probably a good 4 teams in LGL who I thought, you know what, that they're probably it's gonna be a good fight for the title this year, especially since DFM had Tol2 come in. And for those of you that saw at MSI, Tol2 was not that great. Spoilers, no one really thought he was going to be that great. He played a year in LGL before, and he was okay. He was playing on a middling team. He played like Draven and Akshan top at that point. It was a very strange time. He went 1-9 on Draven, and it was just not good. So he came into DFM, and the whole thing was, can they develop him into a player that is worthy of DFM and worthy of the LGL and going internationally? Answer is eventually no. And it went so badly at MSI that DFM were losing pretty much all of their scrims through top lane as well. And that led to a pretty bad atmosphere being put into the team, to the point where even like the Korean players on the team, like Harp as supports, said, hey, what's happening through top lane? Top lane's such an issue that we can't play scrims. And he was saying that in interviews, which is obviously saying that publicly.
Right, okay.
This was
Wow.
public. This was public. Yeah, so that basically meant that if there's smoke on the surface, there's a huge raging fire inside, because very rarely do you have players speaking out badly against their teammates like that.
Especially Korean players.
Yeah, especially Korean players. And I was speaking to a couple of people in the team as well, and they were saying that, yeah, we literally can't do anything because 40% of our scrims are over by like 10 minutes because top lane's like 0-4, 0-5, something like that. So between that and then the regional teams, which were kind of looking pretty good in terms of on paper, we thought, okay, this is kind of it now. This has to be a rebuild year for the LGL. Finally, we can get another team internationally. And that was doubled down on by the fact that then this whole shit show of a coaching Tol2 fiesta happened just after MSI at the start of summer, where effectively Tol2 ran away from the team house because he felt like he was in danger and he was being threatened. And this went to the police. It went through legal stuff.
Even though obviously I understand this is a really serious situation, I'm not laughing at like the actual, but like just the way that, as you say, when it says he ran away, because that was the way the storyline was even reported. That's like some Dickensian shit where like you run away from the evil people that like have been put in charge of you and you're their ward, and then the police take you back. No, please, they're all evil. Like no, this is a respected gentleman. How dare you say that about Mr. Billowsbury? Like why was, because that was the other thing about this story that's crazy, right? Nymaera is like essentially when they brought him back initially, they sort of like he got punished, right? Didn't he get fined for trying to leave or some shit like?
Oh yeah, because contracty stuff. Yeah, I forgot about that. That's true. They did actually try and fine him for like not. There was something there. And this thing just exploded. So effectively, there were accusations leveled at coaches Seros and Kazu, who, if you know about DFM and the LGL, they have been around for forever. Seros has played on DFM
figure, right? Yeah.
Seros was known as like the emperor of mid lane for Japan. He was like the Ziggs Heimerdinger Karma player. He was like their captain for the longest time. He moved into a coaching position after Arya came into the team in 2021. And Kazu's been on the team and also played in the team in MSI 2021 as well. He subbed in as a coach to play for them. So like these are legendary figures within the LGL team. And I think given the expectations for this roster and the players involved, I can understand how that kind of gets to them when shit doesn't go well. I mean, if you think before 2021, we're talking about kind of fortunate timing when I came into the scene, right? That was the 2021 era when LGL actually got on the radar. Before that, they were very much a joke team, which was like, oh, they have some plucky strategy, those LGL players, but they were never really contenders. I think 2021 and 22, particularly when you saw even in 2022 Worlds when they like taking a game off of RNG and play-ins and they almost took a second game, you thought, okay, we've had 2 years back-to-back now where DFM and the LGL have looked pretty good, and it's kind of hard to separate like DFM from the rest of the LGL because they kind of just are the figurehead at this point. It's hard to tell whether that's a whole regional success thing. But I think when you have that expectations kind of raised in the eyes of the players and the coaching staff, to then have such a cataclysmically bad tournament in MSI where they lose every single game and they don't even get to practice, they feel as though they didn't get to improve or anything because top lane was in such a bad state. I can understand that getting to people's heads, but to the point where then suddenly these legendary figures are then getting reported to the police because this top lane player feels like they are legitimately in danger, and then the police, they back this up as they believe it's credible as well. That shit is just kind of crazy to me, and I know that like a lot of this stuff happens in the shadows in other teams, but for this to happen so publicly and so openly to the biggest team in your region, that is, as an LGL fan, I was sat there just kind of like, well, that's fucking it, isn't it? What do we do now? Like our best teams is like exploding.
So describe what happened to those people who don't know.
So what happened after that was effectively Kazu and Saros, they publicly accepted the allegations. They have now been removed from the team. They were also fined as well. This was all settled legally, so the allegations have now been officially settled. There was basically a settlement between Tol2 and his legal representative and DFM as the organization, where effectively the CEO of DFM, a guy called Uzumaki, he basically stepped down onto the plane of the mortals and said, right, we'll sort this out. I believe that DFM have put in more safeguarding procedures. The coaches have been removed. But as a result of this as well, Tol2 was removed from the team too, because I don't think that would have gotten any better in terms of atmosphere going forwards. As far as I'm aware, that is all that's happened, but it has now been settled from both sides, and there isn't any kind of like continuing kind of complaint or legal proceedings.
By the way, obviously we won't make a big digression on this, but I'll just throw this out there. This is understandably going to be a potential occupational hazard of having a league full of Japanese and Korean players only, pretty much. Just culturally, there's always going to be a weird angle there. So again, we don't have to make it a big digression, but understandably, I can see why. Like, if you think about it, I've heard similar things about Korean players who played in China. They didn't like it if the coach was like too mean to them, etc. Because it's different if it's your culture or if it's another one, and especially in all the historical baggage, obviously goes without saying, is a nightmare between these regions. So, by the way, bringing it back though, like you said at the beginning, despite all of this, somehow the plot armor is DFM goes again to Worlds. It still gets to here anyway, right?
Well, it's not only that, but Udapon switches into. So people remember Udapon, their longtime AD carry, who swaps into top lane, and then they win anyway.
Yes. So Udapon used to play top lane for DFM back in 2017. I believe that was the last time he played there. So Udapon, again, just to like put out all the numbers which he has next to his name, he is the longest starting member of any roster in League of Legends history. He has never been subbed out for DFM ever, regardless of role, since April 2013. Like, it is an insane like track which this guy's had.
He knows where his bodies are buried.
He had.
I mean, he's been good.
That's pretty impressive, yeah.
It is. And the fact is, like, when he was, so back in 2014, he played every role but mid professionally as well. So technically, he's one of the few players to play almost every role in professional too, even if it was just a handful of games. Last year, when Ebby was still in the team, Ebby was ill at some point in spring, so Udapon sub top there, and he did fine. He just played a load of Renekton and just did Renekton things. But even back when he was playing top lane, like as his main role, he was probably the best top in the region. It was him or Ebby back then, because Ebby wasn't on the team. He swapped to AD carry because Ebby came into the team, basically. There's another guy called Paz as well, who's one of the older top laners. But yeah, so Ebby subs into top lane, and he's like, okay, it's Udapon time. He kind of like cracks the knuckles, and he plays a load of carries through top lane. He was a great Rumble player. He played stuff like the Renekton too. And they promoted their academy player, Milan, who had played in the LGL before, to kind of like middling to low success. He was kind of this player who played Misfortune and stood under turret wave clearing with Ian Alt. It was not the best thing, but he leveled up really well on this team as well when he came into play for DFM. So you had Udapon, Steel, Arya, Milan, and then Harp as well. So you've kind of got 4 of the same like legacy roster we've seen for the last 2 years, and then you've got like this new rookie kind of in this AD carry position as well. And then also what happened with the coaching change is that you had one coach remaining, a guy called Gizmo, and they brought back someone who used to play support for them, a guy called Vivid. He came into coach as well. And they just kind of like strapped up the ship and put on as much duct tape as they could, and they just kind of like tried to figure things out as they went along. And it's actually incredible to me that they managed to not just, do well in regular season, but they also managed to go through the playoffs and then finally get themselves to a finals as well. They had 2 5-game series against Blank's Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, and they somehow come out ahead there. The fact that they still managed to win those best of 5s, even without like the coaches, which I had attributed some of that success to before, whereas so in spring when they had the Tolti roster, they won finals by first picking Malphite, which is one of the weirdest things I've seen, but it was just a really good read by the team onto the draft against Sengoku there, because they knew that there were no carries on the other side, and it was a good initiating pick for them. Without that same kind of dynamic, or at least I'd assume they wouldn't have that same kind of dynamic coming into summer, for them to go through 2 best of 5 series against one of the other best teams in the LGL, obviously, and come out on top there, was just really, really surprising to me. And the way that they did that was largely through just like the classic DFM style that we're starting to see now, where it doesn't actually matter what champions everyone's on or what roles they're in. They're all just very good engaging playmakers. So even when Udapon was on stuff like Maokai or something like a Rumble or whatever, he just knew what the time to fight was alongside the rest of the team. So it kind of turned out that even if you change those members around, they still have a lot of that same kind of dynamic intact. It does help that Udapon's got a really good laning phase in top lane too, but like the fact that that dynamic survived through all of the crazy stuff which happened in summer is like absolutely ridiculous to me.
Amazing. how are they going to do?
Actually have them? Yeah, how are they going to do in the play-in? Obviously, is the question. Because
So
the other issue here is the play-in this time around. If people don't know, it's pretty stacked. Like it's going to be obviously the winner of the LEC one will be there. You've got 2 teams from PCS. Like there's obviously the fucking team from Brazil. Like there's some decent competition this time around. How do you expect them to fare?
So there's an extra factor. There is an extra factor on this because just before finals happened, we saw that DFM made a new signing, which I think was before like an international roster lock, I would imagine. So they signed a veteran LGL top laner before finals. A guy called Apperman, who's been retired this year, but was on one of the top teams last year. And he effectively won Spring 2020 on Sengoku. It's a guy called Apperman because there was a weird thing which happened in Spring 2020 where playoffs was delayed for a month because of the second wave of COVID happening at that time, which meant that the second round of playoffs where like you had like the top 2 seeds playing against each other, Appen's team Sengoku, they won that, and then there was a month break. The patch changed 3 times mid-playoffs, and they lost the finals to DFM, who ran it back on a better patch for them. So there's some weird history there, but this guy Apperman is now assigned to the roster, and I don't know what the regulations are like there, but I can't see why they would sign him as a player if they didn't plan to put Yutuan back in bot lane and Apperman in top lane as well, and just get him to play bruises. He's a big like Renekton Gnar Aatrox player.
You think some of this is also is some of this the idea like that this will actually be the best roster, or do you think they're also doing it as sort of like subterfuge, that they're trying to like disguise it so if you go and watch the games from the playoffs, it won't be as useful as something, you know?
I think this is best for them on the whole. Milan's Milan's this kind of AD carry where like he'll have 1 or 2 pop-off moments, but he's also kind of like famous for Kai'Sa ulting into Mega Gnar ults and stuff like that. Like once or twice per game, he'll have like a big oopsie. I don't think you can do that against the international
Japanese tactical, we call
him
at this point in time. Fair enough.
I swear to God. Yeah, he's learned how to Malphite ult from the best of them. But I think basically at the time they signed Apperman, I don't think they had time to integrate Apperman into the roster, so I think that was the best decision for finals. And yeah, if I'm being honest, I think Yutsupon and Harp are a better laning phase 2v2. Especially for the meta, which is so AD carry centric. I have a feeling that Yutsupon Harp will be the starting bot lane and Apperman will be top lane. As long as regulations allow for that. I don't exactly know what the rulebook says for like roster locks and stuff, but that's like the extra factor. And where that kind of comes into my expectations for this team. Regionally is one thing. Internationally, we see the constant cracks we tend to see in DFM internationally is that they are very good initiating players. They know how to team fight once the fight has started. But internationally, and I think a great game to watch for this is a couple of the EG games they had last Worlds, is that they don't necessarily have the best map and vision setup for the plays that they would love to make. So they kind of snatch for those plays and then scuffing the engage and they die for it anyway. If you've just lost your whole coaching staff and you've had like multiple role swaps, I don't see how that objective and vision setup gets better. I think that's really, really rough. I think if you've set yourself back or delayed yourself improving on that area of the game, I think this is the weakest DFM have been internationally since like, well, I mean, technically it would be 2020 when they didn't make it at all. I think they're the weakest they've been in like 3 odd years. Maybe even more than that, we'll see. They are against PCS second seed, who they have beaten before with Beyond Gaming. So they've beaten that benchmark of competition-ish before. I think CFR are actually a little bit better than Beyond. So and I think that DFM are now worse. I don't think they win this first round of the play-ins, and then after that, I don't know. Maybe they can beat Team Wales if they lose against the other side of bracket B. But I think this is probably like a 1 best of 3 win for them the entire tournament at best. So as much as I'd love them to do well, I just don't see it.
The problem is, I always come back to the alchemical correspondence. I think names and symbols are very important. So if you're going to call yourself Aria, then you might end up it's just about you, just one lone voice with one little bit to play, but doesn't even connect to all the rest of the symphony, the band, as it were. And in that sense, if you want to make it in music, you've got to have the whole band on board, haven't you? So whatever. Jokes about opera there. There you go, whatever. But yeah, if people don't know, he does play for DFM again. So he's actually at least like potentially good again. It's not in the LCK now, boys.
Well, yeah, he has been a lot better in the LGL. I think the way that I view Aria is that he's a very confidence-based player, and I don't think he I think he vibes a lot better in the LGL and DFM by basically being the best player on his team, so he has a lot more freedom to just do what he wants. I think in the LCK, where like he's surrounded by very good players, he's the opposite of MNS. He's the opposite of MNS, where when he wasn't in Cloud9, he would just like, his mentality would just absolutely break because he didn't necessarily respect the people around him. Whereas he got to like a top level competition, suddenly he's like, okay, suddenly the mind shift kind of sets. I think with someone like Aria, it's a little bit the opposite, where he kind of needs to be able to have the confidence in himself to say, I'm the best player here. I can make this work, I can carry. I think in the LCK, because then he's surrounded by a load of really good people, he's like, so I'm just going to do my thing over here, and it just doesn't really work out the same way. He's looked pretty good in DFM, particularly as like an engaging player as well. There was a really fun combo that DFM played, where he would play Crown Talir even against poke comps, because he would stay out of range, ult in with the Crown up and engage as Talir, which was just, I don't know, I just found that really, really fun. And it kind of relied on him being kind of this dive bomb into the enemy backline. And it worked really well. They played it with like the Jhin Ash bot lane in Spring. They kind of felt like a mini T1 playing these set combos, which were kind of fun in that way. But yeah, he's looked good. He's looked really good.
Do you know what, Monty? That's actually what people sometimes say about Eminez. They go, that's because he's an ERL player. And I say that's actually grammatically incorrect. It's not he's an ERL player. It's he is an L player. He's shit. He's an L. That's it. ERL, that's poor grammar. That's not how we speak English. But that's all. I get what you mean, though.
I had the pleasure of casting his last game in the NLC, where he kind of like chain ran it down again. It was you know, the person who made him run it down. It was Diamond Prox. He was also playing in NLC at that point. Absolutely hilarious. Like literally, Diamond Prox was playing a volley bear, and he literally just chain ganked him like 4 or 5 times in a row, and he went 0-8 onto Leah. It was chef's kiss.
There you go.
All right, let's talk about LPL, because that's the other region that that's the other region that you're actively casting right now. So you were out in China for the finals, which was very fun. Ended up being really good. And so is anybody going to stop JDG?
Ooh.
Is this the grand slam that we've all been waiting for, of both domestic titles, MSI, and Worlds all in the same year?
I think before I watched finals, I would have said, yeah, it's JDG pretty confidently. Finals gave me some questions, though, because LNG looked really damn good, and they exposed a couple of things about JDG, which
I'm buying into your LNG hype. Let's go. I'm here for this. Okay, they're my LPL team, so
I was watching your VOD reviews back in spring, and I was kind of comparing thoughts back even then. I was thinking, yeah, if they could just do this in finals, that'd be great, and they kind of did. LNG impressed me a lot in finals, because it felt like they kind of took out some of the core bits of JDG's gameplay and said, what happens if they don't have this? In finals, there are a couple of games where they get their hands on stuff like, I'm trying to remember if it was like the Azir games they had, or some of like the... Either way, they ended up with pushing mid-game lanes. So they could go into a 1-3-1, and LNG, for those of you that don't know LNG as well, they're kind of the LCK team of the LPL right now. They can play fast-paced League of Legends, but even when they're playing fast, it feels really logical. It's like, oh yeah, they took the Herald and they pushed this lane and they placed it down really fast here. It's kind of like, it is that kind of blend of LCK and LPL styles, where it feels like they have like this overwhelming map presence, where they have control of every single lane on the map, and then they can choose which plays they make. But they also have the ability to do those snap engages the way that LPL do as well. And in finals versus JDG, there are a couple of games where I definitely remember thinking, hey, JDG are a team that punish your mistakes, and they look for engages when your cooldowns are not in you, or that you've used too many wrong abilities or something like that. They're very good at punishing that. They couldn't find those engages because they're losing so many pushing lanes that they couldn't even find the engage at the timings that they wanted to. And I remember like halfway through the series, I was chatting with the other LPL casters like just off screen and saying, it feels like LNG are actually the better team in the victories here. It feels really strange. It feels like LNG, even in the games which they're losing, they feel like they're really close to JDG. And I feel like that aspect was really interesting to see them bring to the table in finals. And this was, for the record, this was their 5th best of 5 in like 10 days or something like that. It was like, when you're loading into an ARAM at like 2 or 3 a.m. and you're just like, oh, I just got to play one more. That was that on a professional stage against the best teams in the world, doing it like day after day in finals arenas. LNG ended up playing like 6 best of 5s in like 14 days or something like that. Absolutely absurd. And the fact that they did that twice against JDG and brought them to like 5 games in the finals is like absolutely absurd to me. So I have hope for LNG. I do.
Yeah, I think with LNG, the comparison where basically like the main problem that we saw with them, especially in the first best of 5 that they played against JDG, was that they would get, I love the fact that we saw Zika like trying to big dick the top lane and play these carries and plus best out the Fiora. The issue is that LNG's shot calling in kind of the later mid game and late game really does fall apart. And even though they were getting big early game advantages, it just felt like they got sucked into trying to team fight with the Fiora instead of playing the split push advantage, which ended up throwing their leads a lot of the time. And it's also just very difficult to play against JDG because if you opt into the wrong team fight because of how good JDG is at front to back team fighting, if you don't keep up the split push, they will just beat you, because even if you have a lead, the Furia is just objectively going to be worse at team fighting than a lot of the comps that JDG drafts. So they can have a 5,000 gold deficit and still beat you due to their own team fighting prowess. And the fact that they do play kind of, JDG tends to prefer 5 versus 5 comps, right? So for me, LNG, I need to see that evolution where they can actually push a split push advantage into a victory, because it's these late game shot calling scenarios where they do tend to fall apart a little bit.
That's why I like them having like Scout also being on something like an Azir pushing in a side lane as well, because that's when it really evolved for me. If Scout also had a pushing lane as well as Zikr in the top side, you kind of had like full map control as opposed to 1 point of pressure, which I think I agree. When it's just like on the split push, it felt like they didn't quite have the stranglehold on the map they needed to make the big plays. When you had like a very dominant lockdown mid jungle though, something like a Maokai Jace, or that's the other thing, Maokai Jace in the LPL, if a team gets that, it's basically game over regardless of who it is. I think that Scout is incredibly good on all the meta mid lane champions that we saw towards the end of summer, and that's one of the reasons that they could play towards that style. In finals, I definitely felt like there was a bit of an evolution towards that, but eventually it did just come down to the fact is like, you do have Gala. That doesn't mean it's an instant late game loss against Ruler, because you actually have 2 very good hyper carry late game AD carries. Ruler is just the extra level above that though, so you never want to take an even. If you take an even fight versus JDG, it's effectively game over. The question was how many ways could they make it uneven, and they didn't quite have enough in the tank to make that go the distance.
They obviously nice to have Kai'Sa in the meta though. If you're gonna have Gala on your team, it's nice timing for that.
Well, equally nice to have Xayah in the meta if you have Ruler on your team.
He's a great Ziggs player though. Gala's champion pools in AD carry is probably the, I'm not going to say best in the world because I haven't seen everyone, but he's the best in the LPL at like pulling out these odd AD carry picks and making them really, really work. So being able to play like the Ziggs Leona, Ziggs Rakan kind of comps into stuff which normally just has a really safe laning phase, and you're just like, okay, cool. Well, if you give up like Tristana Ziggs or something like that, LNG are probably the best Tristana Ziggs team in the world right now.
Do you think they have the best jungle mid duo at this tournament?
As individual players, no, because I think that Knight and Kanavi just about pipped them to post in that. I think in that specific matchup, though, I think that the coordination between Scout and Tarzan is better. I think that as individual players, I think Scout's actually very close to Knight. I think they're both incredible players. I almost wonder if Scout is the best player in the LPL, but then Ruler exists and Kanavi does too. He's in the conversation at least. Sure. I think that it's such a coin flip as to whether Kanavi's if Tarzan is turning up in the big pressure moments, because in spring he didn't. In bits of summer playoffs he didn't. He luckily did in like regionals and then finals and stuff like that too. But I do think as a coordinated mid jungle 2v2, yeah, I think that we saw even against JDG that JDG really struggled against Scout and Tarzan when they were on the game.
Especially when they get their picks too. I mean, in the same way, what was so interesting about the matchup between LNG and JDG is it's like you can't let Tarzan have Maokai because he just does more with Maokai.
We all
than
remember
any
the
other
9,000 damage team fight. Yeah,
the 9,000 damage sapling team fight. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. Like he just gets more out of Maokai than any other jungle player that I've seen. And if you get Scout on the Azir or you get Ruler on the Xayah, I mean, these are the champions that are really quite terrifying. You 369 on the Gragas. These are very, very important picks for these teams. Because it really does inform their strategy, and it feels like they cannot have these picks or you're going to have a very difficult time winning the game.
Right, what about this then? Obviously, since I'm on this episode, I'm guessing we're going to talk about JDG a lot. We'll try and talk about some of the other LPL teams. So let's just go to the obvious extreme one, which is Weibo, right? This is the team where on paper, a lot of people thought they shouldn't even be at Worlds. But at the same time, as they showed in the split, they are one of the rare teams that could even beat like a JDG. Like the problem with this team is they have this at times a crazy ceiling, but also sometimes an appalling floor. What do you think of this team's chances?
So Weibo are the epitome of play to the level of their opponents. They are 4-1 in best of ones versus JDG across this year. They only played them in regular seasons. They only had 2 best of 3s. And one of them, I believe, was their very first best of 3 of the year, right in the start of spring. But like, Weibo have like the only winning record against JDG in the entire world right now. And that's absurd when you consider that they lost in summer to IG, who are like on a 7 best of 3 loss streak or something insane like that. This team, they just lose their minds against lower tier opposition, and they turn it on against when the game is like really, really good at the same way. Weibo's kind of story, I suppose, and their expectations for this year if you listen to a lot of the Chinese community, and I guess I was on the broadcast too, our opinion of what Weibo should have been this year, we had JDG, Top Esports, and Weibo, who were like the real super teams. You look at them on paper and you think, wow, incredible names. But there were a lot of players who have been kind of displaced from their former team. So there was a bit of a question mark saying, are they going to succeed away from, say, Xiaohu away from RNG, Scout away from EDG, you had Knight away from Top Esports and going to JDG. There was a lot of that in the LPL, to the point where we were questioning what happens when they're away from kind of like their home territory, I suppose, from the last few years. But in particular with Weibo, you had, 4 international title holders, and you had Light as the AD carry, who was like, well, he's been to Worlds and he looks really good as well. So on paper, this team was meant to be stacked as absolute hell. And particularly when you have a tip player like the Shy on your team, you have a lot of Chinese fans which are going to support them. You have a lot of people who kind of follow him for his 2018 days as well. And they come out of the Rift swinging, and they take down JDG, and they immediately flip-flop game after game after game. And it is really hard to tell which version of this team turns up every day, because even in game 1 of a best of 3, the Shy will be solo killing twice a game, and then the next game he's going like 0-6 because
sometimes
he doesn't
in the
know how to play
same
side
game
lanes.
he'll solo kill and then just immediately die right afterwards for no conceivable reason.
I think if you go back and watch Top Esports versus Weibo in regional finals, that 5-game series, you see the best and the worst of the Shy, where he gets like a 1v3 on Renekton, then dies over and over and he goes from like 3-0 to like 3-5 or something like that. It is utterly sublime. I kind of likened him and Ebby a little bit to a similar kind of extent this year, where it's like, I don't really know what they're doing right now. I'm sure they understand what they're doing in their head, but the rest of the team doesn't understand what they're doing in the rest of their head. And that's the big problem there, where you could kind of see the Shy being left alone on a side lane and the rest of the team like not really knowing what to do with him there. The big change that came in, I guess, later into playoffs a little bit, but no, this is mainly in regionals actually, was there was a big shift from spring to summer because Casa was subbed out of the roster and Weiwei came in, who has not been to an international tournament before, fairly new player, and he was kind of, put between all of these international title holders and said, look, you gotta outdo Casa. Not that hard because Casa's had a really bad year so far. And he really helped kind of shore up some of these kind of like mindset differences between the team. There were a couple of games against Top Esports, in the regionals where he was playing stuff like Poppy, and he was everywhere, absolutely everywhere. And that really helped Weibo kind of overcome some of like that mindset mismatch in a couple of their games. And if they can kind of use that to kind of like duct tape their team together so far for long enough that they can actually get their mentality on the same page, like God smite me down if I'm wrong, but there's like a certain amount of hope I have for this team.
Oh my God.
I hate it, but I do somewhat believe in this team if they can get their shit together with Weiwei, like being that facilitator, like just a tiny bit.
When he says that, Monty, ironically, that would actually make a lot more sense for Evie, if that's what Evie thought. If he thought he was the Shy, now I'd understand a lot about how he plays. My problem is, like, he's not, he's Evie. It's like that joke I always make. One of the ways I knew League and MOBAs weren't for me, unlike FPS games, is I actually did, especially when I used to start playing them, I used to have that massive problem where you forget which character you are in the team fight. The joke is, like, I think Evie just does that in, like, real games, man. I think he's like, oh, look at this, I'm fucking on, and they're like, bro, you're the top player. Like, what the fuck? Oh, it's dead. What the hell? I thought I was the one getting the penalty on Zeri. Like, nah, it's the ADC, mate. Oh, shit, whatever.
Yeah.
I appreciate your enthusiasm for Weibo. They feel kind of the same way that you might consider D+ to be a dark horse, because you look at the names, you're like, oh,
they
man,
can flip against any team in this tournament. They can genuinely flip, and it terrifies me.
Here's the problem, Monty. I'll go one further, because I've always said I'm not just even a fan of the Shy. I'm a stan of the Shy. It's one of the only players I'm a stan of. And the reason I know I'm a stan, Monty, is I watched them all year. They're not a good team. They actually fundamentally just play badly at times. Some of the players have no synergy, but I still, in my mind, it's not even that I believe you. I just want him to win. So I'm just going to say, fuck it. I hope they do. I don't even think they will. I just want him to, so fuck it. I don't care anymore.
The thing is about some of these, the Weibo wins over JDG is like, it looks impressive on paper, but if you actually remember some of those games, Ruler was like running it down in one of those games. He was happy gaming to the maximum.
Oh, was that one of his Zeri games where he just like just jumps off the wall? I remember that. Yeah.
Wait, nothing will ever beat though, even though it was totally unintentional. That like stupid Twitter meme of Invictus Gaming all those years ago, with like Ning or whatever, where it was like about how he wasn't negative gaming in that experience. That is still
not really experience. Yeah.
Yeah, I think with Weibo it would be hilarious to see them do well. Obviously, they have a lot of good players on this roster. It's just so inconceivable watching them play that they could actually win this thing. Although it was mildly inconceivable that IG won Worlds that year. Not to this degree, but mildly. Let's talk about BLG, the #1 seed.
For a team that hasn't won anything this year, they've had a lot of fucking really good games that looked amazing. I think how good they've looked this year.
Yeah, and they were the #1. When I say #1 seed, I mean #1 seed coming into the LPL playoffs. So
yes,
for people who don't know, JDG did not actually end in first place. Now, the only loss in 16 best of threes that we saw was to JDG from BLG. And that's, of course, all the jokes of, JDG being BLG's father and this never being able to overcome this weight that is upon them. So what's your take on BLG?
Well, first I'm going to check if internet's okay. Like, I think I'm getting a little bit Berlin.
Sounds great at the moment.
I think it's okay. We're just gonna. I talked shit about Weibo and then they just smited me. I should have known. Caedrel's coming for me. He's just cutting my internet outside. BLG, they're a team which is really hard for me to track towards the end of summer because they finished summer regular season above JDG. They went 14-2 or something, which in this era of the LPL has never been achieved before. It was like an unprecedented level. And that was even after still getting absolutely destroyed by JDG. The way that I kind of read BLG versus JDG was the reason that BLG were constantly losing to JDG is because I think the biggest strength of BLG was an even bigger strength for JDG, which is noticing when you have made a mistake and very quickly pouncing. Which meant that if you misused a cooldown, if you were just in a slightly wrong position on the map, you can see it in the way that they both very quickly look for fights when someone's used like a certain skill on the wave, or they've like say something like LeBlanc has jumped forward and they don't have the W up. They are very, very good at punishing that kind of very slight timing window. And I think that was something which a lot of LCK teams struggled against the both of them at MSI as well. The problem is when BLG would look for that, JDG were also looking for it and were better at it than they were, but they didn't really have a plan B. They didn't have like a sidetrack style to go into. And I think particularly after Spring, BLG should have won the first best of 5 they played against JDG in Spring because they were playing split pushes, went to Game 5, and the only reason it did not work out is because they just pulled a couple of really bad triggers in Game 5 with a really good dive comp, but they just played it really badly. It got to the point where only one fight mattered. They lost the one fight and they lost the entire series. And so then I was kind of thinking, okay, well, if this is just a JDG specific thing, are they just going to beat everyone that isn't JDG? And then unfortunately they ran into LNG, which as we said in regards to LNG beating JDG, a similar sort of thing happened in regards to them having pushing lanes and kind of constraining that ability to look for plays in those quick engages in the first place. But then also, Zucker just manhandled Bin in a way that I don't think that BLG were prepared for. Zucker went from being a liability in Spring, and that's one of the reasons that they got knocked out by OMG, to Zucker actually being like an incredibly potent force. And I don't think BLG were prepared for that.
I'm going to fight back against Zucker being a liability. He was
pretty bad in Spring. In Spring playoffs, he was pretty bad.
Okay. But his job was to be a kind of stable, high floor, weak side top laner. We didn't get to see the carry performances until closer to the end of summer, which is surprising to everybody. That's why we were surprised.
His toolkit's crazy, isn't it? You can play everything.
Yeah, now, but
he was also the biggest buyout of 22 to 23. He was the biggest buyout in the entirety of the LPL. Like he was like massively touted. So when it was kind of going through Spring, I was like, okay, this guy's really good. He was playing like the Gwen, Renekton, and Jax. Those were his 3 big champions in Spring. And then it finally got to the point where in finals he was like, in playoffs against OMG, he was like, okay, I'm just gonna play like Gwen into Cassante. And then Chandra was like, well, what happens if I proxy the wave on Cassante and never fight you? And then he just never had an answer to that. And it felt like he was really neutralized and nullified against OMG to the point where like Shanji was doing crazy stuff. Of course, that didn't happen in summer, and Shanji did not get to do that stuff again. And many people were very sad that OMG did not turn up internationally. But yeah, kind of like that kind of version of Zucker that we wanted to see, kind of with that carry performance, really did turn up against BLG, and it was also a teamfight impact as well, where that was again the evolution of that little bit of style, saying that, well, they just lost against JDG. They didn't really manage to bring like that Furia huge advantage into something in the team fights as well. He did do that versus BLG, and he did almost do it again in finals versus JDG. And I think my worry about BLG is, on the whole, I think this is the most versatile group of LPL teams we have ever sent to Worlds in a very long time, at least from recent memory. I used to kind of like use the Pokemon analogy for LPL, whereas the Elite Four, where you had like a different team from the LPL of a different like Pokemon type, and it's like they have a very specific style, but they have very specific weaknesses as well. Yeah. And whatever
and just the LS's lawyers reached out to you, said, you know, like that's my entire swag. You're trying to jack there, like you get your own fucking analogies, kid. You know what happened then?
Yeah, then Daddy Nintendo steps in. But the things that they were all very stylized, right?
Okay.
And it meant that sometimes you would have a team which was really fit for the meta at Worlds, and then you'd have others where the famous, you know, certain teams crumbling from the LPL, that was partly because they just couldn't adapt in time. I think on the whole, this crew of LPL teams has been very, very versatile. BLG is the one I think might not be. I think that they will continue to play this very quick pick style with carry top laners a little bit coming from Bin, very fast-paced skirmishy into teamfight League of Legends. I don't think they're rigid. I don't think they can't adapt. I think that they are less adaptable, and I think that particularly when it came up to the important matchups versus LNG and versus JDG, I think with JDG they needed to play a lot more for like Bin's advantages in some ways, and they couldn't quite manage to do that. Against LNG, I think they had to combat the pushing lanes with their own pushing lanes a bit more. That lack of flexibility, and the sticking to the style they had but not executing on it to the level they needed to, that really hurt them. And I'm now worried about them. If they roll the dice at Worlds for a certain meta and it doesn't turn up, I think BLG could be the team that doesn't show up from the LPL. There's always one
that bombs the group.
I actually think that BLG could do that beyond Weibo if the dice rolls badly for them.
This is the argument I had with Dom. Was he thinks that LNG is going to be the bomb Chinese team?
Really?
I think it's going to be BLG. But he said
BLG, but I can understand why.
So his argument, which I thought was it's compelling, is that Bin like always shows up big at international events, and like he is an absolute monster.
He does get the buff for some reason. True.
Yeah, he does get the buff when he's played internationally previously, and obviously Billy did super well at MSI, all things considered. But I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see how this turns out. Because I believe in LNG. I think LNG has very solid fundamentals and really strong early game macro and playmaking abilities. Yes. So I think it's very difficult for them to completely shit the bed as a result.
By the way, speaking of Pokemon, one thing I do think is mad is these regions that just have everyone has the same fucking name. So like when you were saying it earlier, bro, I was even thinking this as I was looking up and down the game. When you were talking about Weiwei or Weibo, I was like, wait a minute. So there used to be a jungler called Wei on fucking RNG. Now there's another jungler called Weiwei, and then the coach of Billy is called Big Wei. That's like some fucked up Pokemon evolution. What is that shit? So you have Weiwei, and the Big Wei. What comes after that? Mega Wei or something?
It gets better because you have so on top esports you had Qingtian and Tian as the jungler, and they played against a mid laner called Qing. So you had Qing, Qingtian, and Tian all playing in the same goddamn game. Like you've literally just like hit randomizer, but you've only got like a stock of like 5 different things, and so that was something.
Too funny. Okay, so do you think that LPL is definitively like by far the strongest region that is entering this year? Do you have any hope for any of the Korean rosters? Because I think it's at least the top 3 teams from China look extremely strong, whereas Jet and G, while looking good domestically, we're just waiting for them to choke on an international stage. We have injured Faker. We have kind of scuffed D+, and then KT, who also choked in playoffs. So gotta say, it's not looking like a banner year for LCK teams.
Yeah, and I think realistically, you can see a road in which, I mean, obviously JDG, they come in as favorites. I've kind of put out some things which I think LNG, if they kind of take their advancement and their prep against JDG a little bit further, I think we could see 5 games or a victory from LNG. I don't think it's out of the question. I don't think they'd ever cleanly win versus JDG because I think they're just too good at punishing your own mistakes even when you've got a style which is good against them. So I can see JDG or LNG taking the title. I'd put them in like JDG and like top bracket LNG with a potential there. I don't know what to think of Gen G. I haven't really looked at the LCK as much in regards to them versus LPL, because I think the problem is that so in fact this is a really good conversation about the priorities of each region. There was some bits in like LCK playoffs when I noticed that Maokai Jace was falling completely through the draft, whereas in LPL it was instant first pick, instant win. You either had like the Maokai Jace, or you had something like the Tristana Azir to try and push it in early enough. We've had
you were messaging me about that, being like, why are they doing this? I'm like, I don't know. I agree with you. I think
I messaged Chronicler as well. I messaged a couple of people like, guys, what's happening with like Maokai Jace? It's like, yeah, I'm not really sure either, because I mean, if you look at any of the Maokai Jace games which come in across playoffs and regionals, like the late stages of playoffs when the best teams are still in from the LPL, it's just a death sentence. You don't win against that combo. One of the things we were talking about with LNG in terms of their mid-jungle duo being really, really good, and also then Tarzan being really good on the Maokai, is that you have really good laners of Jace in the LPL. Of course you do. You have Knight, you've got Scout, Xiao, who's also a pretty good laner on Jace as well. You have all of these great names, right? And yeah. But the way that they advance that is that when the jungler goes into the enemy jungle, Jace is effectively a semi-global champion. Because they have the ability to roam, because most of the time they're doing pretty well in lane, they get to fire a Shock Blast over the wall, and that can just be within a couple of seconds of them leaving lane. If you're invading onto blue buffs, you can kind of fire it from like just into the first bit of the river, or onto Raptors or something like that. Jace comes in and effectively just ends your whole early jungle skirmish at that point. LNG have been doing this the entire year, even before Gala came into the roster in summer, because he changed in between spring and summer for LP. They were doing similar stuff where they'd have like winning bot lane, Jace in mid lane, and then they'd have like Elise roaming into the enemy jungle, and like both of them would just zap over the wall, and you just be deleted. I'm quite worried that there is a disconnect on priorities and the potential of some of these champions in mid-jungle 2v2s that LCK maybe don't have a read on. Now, if they do have, like, somehow they've giga-brained it and they've tried that and they found counters to it, that's a bit different. I just don't see that working out in my head right now. The next step of this is what's going to happen with Talir, because I feel like that's the next advancement for Worlds. We saw that a bit in EMEA Masters, and we saw it at Asian Games as well. If Talir enters the meta, I think there are some really good Talir players in the LCK that could really help the picks and bans for them.
Well, Talia is also wacky for D+ because it's a flex. It's a flex pick for them, so it's really you see, especially when D+ is on red side, a lot of Talia bans because you don't want fucking Canyon on that pick randomly. It's too annoying. It's too annoying to deal with.
The main concern for me, if you want to contrast LPL and LCK, goes like this. It just depends for me how much the meta will be about top lane carries. If top lane carries are powerful, the LPL is going to be incredibly hard to beat this Worlds. I don't think they can lose. If it's going to be more like you just play like a tank or a bruiser and you have a team fight, LCK will be fine. I've seen them play enough of those. Like I said, even when I was talking earlier with Atlus, if Thorin actually has to play like carries against fucking Zika and people bait, he's going to get his shit pushed in. If he just gets to play normal top lane, he can play it. I've seen him. He's good enough.
Well, Zeus outside of a final can be pretty good. And,
I mean, Keen to believe that's also how sad it is, by the way. That's an indictment of how far T1 has fallen. We now don't even talk about Zeus like he is a fucking carry top laner. Like, except for in the big playoff matches and the finals, he's supposed to be like content for best in the world at the fucking position. So you are right, Monty. If he ever actually turns up internationally and just does something, suddenly they have all sorts of reasons they could win. Yeah,
he turns up internationally, just not in the games that really matter. That's the problem.
So one thing which is interesting about that from the LPL perspective is that you look at regionals, and if you particularly look at the 5-game series between, again, Weibo Top Esports, like, it's not always the best League of Legends, but it's really indicative of the mindset going in of both teams. You can see that the teams that would tend to win weren't actually the ones that had early Renekton winning lanes or something like that, which of course has been played a lot everywhere about Renekton just smashing top side of the map and suddenly you can't play the game through that. It was more about playing something like a Gragas or an Ornn to have later game teamfight impact. And that was something which like just built up a lot towards some of the last parts of playoffs. We even saw someone like Bin as well, trying that now and again. I'm glad that he is still playing a lot of his carries. And of course, there are some players in the LPL, like Ala on EDG, who is like, if you give them Jax, and of course Bin is like, they just end the game. In fact, the one game which LNG lost in regionals against EDG in the best of 5 was just Ala Jax, and it's like, yep, you can't give that pick up to some of our carry top laners. And that's kind of like, that's the kind of knife in the dark where you think, oh, so we do have a lot of Ornn players and these teamfight impact champions in top lane. Yes, but there's also that kind of like that killer draft where suddenly top lane gets to pop off. So I think that top lane is going to factor into that. It's just a question of like, is it going to be just like something that can be countered by just banning something like a Jax, or is it actually the Gwen's now applicable into a lot of matchups? We saw that one of the biggest games for Weibo in their regionals was their game 5 versus Top Esports, where it was the entire year, the Shy had sucked on weak side and had sucked at playing anything which wasn't team fight impact and had to carry or something like that. He locked in Gwen into this final matchup, and he absolutely destroys the matchup. He did absolutely insane things on there. So that was a big game for him. So if we're going to start seeing this ramp up into the carries again, then yeah, I think that probably does, outside of maybe the tier 1 thing with Zeus, outside of finals and whatever, I think that does probably favor them, yeah.
I mean, by the way, I will just end on this, but I assume you're taking JDD to win Worlds?
Yes, but Dark Horse LNG.
Okay, that's
Is it that much of a dark horse?
Given that they've now lost they have not actually managed to beat JDG this year, like like everyone else. I think that they are.
Monty. The problem with that topic goes like this. This is where actually everyone always gets in trouble, because the same shit happened a few years ago. You remember the year that EDG won and I got in all this trouble because I dared to say on Twitter that like FPX were mega overrated. And the reason I said that is because they hadn't won any of the fucking splits and everyone was just saying like they're the clear number 1, no one could beat them. It's like, they didn't even win. So along similar lines, right, you can't have your cake and eat it, guys. Which is it? Are you all riding the recency hype train, which says the best teams in the world would be in this order, JDG, Gen G, and then LNG? Or are you all riding the train you were on for the rest of the year where you're all telling me BLG was the second best team in the world? Which is it? It can't be both. There's only 3 spots for the top 3. So the problem I have basically is I want everyone to pick which train they're on. Is it the LNG train or the BLG train? Because you can't have both. You can't have both,
LNG
guys.
over BLG for me.
I'm on LNG.
I'm going to change my wording just to clear my name. So I'm going to say LNG contenders. They're not dark horses.
There you go.
They have this. They have the potential to win this tournament. They are contenders.
No, that's good. Because as I say, people can't have like 5 favourites. Like, I think 3 is a reasonable amount. Let's take 3. Don't be greedy, people. So, right, okay. There we go. Obviously, that Nymaera helped us set up the Worlds there. We'll be back after a short break with Carix, who is an Australian who does the English language stream of VCS. Right, we're back with another guest, which is going to be Carix here, who, as I said before the break, is an Australian, so he's doing the English language stream of VCS. But actually, as I talked about with earlier on the episode with Monty, the joke is, like, actually, even though we had Nymaera there with the whole DFM thing, it actually was VCS that was always the small region that had the upset potential. In fact, I've even said to Monty some of the past years that I think that is the part that everyone forgets about with the whole, like, COVID, not everyone could travel thing. The real tragedy is VCS were the ones who got the short end every time. They had to miss, like, 1 billion Worlds and MSIs, right? So they've only played the odd one over the last few years. So I'm actually quite interested to know about the region myself because, like we say, part of what was cool I always thought about VCS is it's obviously the whole, like, upset potential came from stylistic choices. This was the region that would do crazy things like do a lane swap when there isn't a lane swap meta, or do some crazy pick that no one else is willing to do, and sort of essentially cheese. And like, we don't often use that term in League more often now, Monty, because even people's version of cheese is more like you just get an early lane or something. They actually tried real cheese, where you actually try like StarCraft, like a one-off crazy strat at the beginning where you either just win the game or you lose outright. Like, I always thought if you're an underdog, that's kind of a cool way to play. Like, that means people have a reason to watch you. So, Carix, what is the current state of VCS? Like, where is this region at in this sense? Like, should we actually be like expecting something internationally this time?
We are a battered and bruised region. However, that's our comfort zone. That is our comfort zone.
It's like Rocky,
yeah, exactly. We're Rocky. We had like MSI was, the halfway point of the movie where now we've run up the stairs. We've had the crowd, all of that, and we're ready to go. Just to touch on what you were saying with the events that we missed, because I do want to highlight that is a real tragedy because it wasn't Garm. Garm was not going to be the team. I think they would have been the second seed both times, but they would not have been the first seed. I would have been Team Flash. And I still think that 2020 Flash is probably the best team Vietnam's ever had. Did not get to go to international. They qualified to 2 international events and did not get to attend either of them, which I think is a real tragedy. So I just want to sort of just shout that out, just because these players, like, unfortunately, most of them have sort of fallen off. Flash as an organization has fallen off a cliff. So we're never going to really see them, but I do just want to shout that out as a bit of VCS.
Well, essentially, press F for Flash in the chat.
Pretty much, yeah. And also, I see a few people in chat. I do have a bird behind me. Sorry if he makes noise.
Sorry, we're used to having bird sounds on this show for some reason. It can't possibly be as bad as the Peter Dunn episode with 1,000 birds. So don't worry about it.
Actually, we did have an episode. Was it MSI? Whatever tournament it was, might be Worlds last year. Peter Dunn was on like holiday somewhere, and no joke, there actually was like a parakeet or something that just kept like making a sound the whole time outside the window. And it was almost like, are you kidding me right now? Like, this is a joke. But it was real, apparently. It was real.
So that's fine.
Shit, yeah.
So let's start here. GAM is again the number one team coming out of Vietnam. People will recognize Levi from this roster, who played on 100 Thieves, played on JG.
The world's a joke. He played the LPL, he played the LCN, he played everywhere apparently. Yeah, just did the whole world tour. Fair play. So for GAM, who introduced us to the rest of this roster? Because I guess we've seen Catty at international events before, I believe.
Yeah, you've seen Cardi a couple of times, and I'm sure you didn't like what you saw. He's always, the VCS has an issue where the mid lane talent pool is really shallow. There's maybe 2 actual good mid laners. So Cardi never gets pushed. He's sort of able to just coast and be like, oh yeah, he goes even in lane. Maybe he'll win lanes against the other decent mid laners. But then you've got Levi as your jungler. You don't need to win lane. He's just going to absolutely cruise. So Cardi never gets pushed, and then he came to international competition and just got folded in half. He was a massive weakness at MSI. Don't get me wrong, like the guy, think he's a good player, but just got absolutely folded and was a huge weakness for GAM at MSI. I do think he has started picking up a little bit, but still, if you're going to say there's a weakness on GAM, it has to be Carti. Looking down at the bot lane, it's actually quite interesting because for most of the split, we had Slater and Zin. Slater, just to start there, he is a superstar of the VCS. He has pretty much eternally been like the unsung hero. He was this guy that was a 5-star player, absolutely killed people, but just never actually won the league. So he never went international. He was actually on that Flash roster I was talking about. So he qualified. He qualified twice, but he didn't get to go. He's a lights out ADC for the VCS. He is untested internationally. I do want to preface it, but he is very, very good. How come
we didn't see him at MSI?
He wasn't on the team yet.
He joined the team later. Why did he switch rosters?
So he was playing for SBTC. They were meant to sort of be the GAM challengers. That's what they were built up to be. They tried to put together the best superstar roster you can without using GAM players, which is hard. But, they took them to the finals. They looked somewhat competitive in the final. And then I think GAM, they had this guy named Style, who you probably remember from MSI. He was okay as an ADC. I still think he gets more hate than he really deserves. I don't think he was the problem. But he wasn't great internationally. And then they said, look, Style, you've had a couple chances internationally. You haven't done it. And Slater's contract's up. So they just waved a bag of money at Slater, and he came over from SBTC, and they had him. So he's really good. The interesting part is you had Zid. Zid is, again, he's like a mid-tier support in the VCS, so doesn't bode super well internationally. He's been to Worlds a couple of times. He was there in 2019, then he missed a couple of years, and then he was at MSI the last one. But SBTC had Paulette. Who was the one that was meant to go to TSM a few years ago. They ended up getting Sword Art instead. It's a good support. He's one of, if not the most accomplished support in the VCS. I think he is in terms of titles. He's a really incredible player. But he was on SBTC, but then SBTC, it turned out they'd been match fixing. So the org got banned. The org got banned. They played like one game in spring. But they cleared Paulette of any wrongdoing. They said that, look, the team's been doing this, but Paulette has had nothing to do with it. He is a free man. You can go join another team. And GAM was like, oh, you're free right before playoffs, are you? And you're the best support in the league that we can get. Sure, come on in. So in playoffs, I think he was okay. But he had really just reintegrated into the team. He'd been on the team for a week, and then playoff starts and he's playing. I think now that he's actually been back in the team for a little while, I think he's a really good support. Slater, Paulette were the bot lane of that Flash that I mentioned. That was the bot lane. They are now just on GAM. I think they're the best bot lane in the VCS. And I don't think it's particularly close. So yeah, it's great. And then on the top lane is my personal favorite VCS player, a player I think it's criminal that he's actually still in Vietnam. I think it actually shows that scouts aren't doing their job because he should be in the LDL or he should have gone to the LCS a couple of years ago because you could buy him for a bag of chips. Is Kiaya. This guy is an absolute freak. He used to be like the very quintessential Vietnamese top laner, where he's just like, I'm just going to get 4 solo kills a game. I'm just going to monster my lane opponent. You can't stop me. I'm 50 CS up. I'm an absolute juggernaut. But then eventually, like, because that doesn't really work internationally, because you're going up against a different caliber of top laner. But he just was like, okay, I'll play tanks. He can do both. He really is sort of a Swiss Army knife, in that whatever his team needs him on, he will do it. And I can't remember the last time he lost a lane. So Kiaya, as I said, I think he's my favorite VCS player. I think it's a crime that he hasn't been scouted. And if you're going to watch one player on GARM, it's definitely Kiaya.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that this roster was massively upgraded coming from spring into summer. Because I think a lot of people will think back to MSI and say, oh, well, we had all this hype for the Vietnamese team. They get bopped by Golden Guardians, and then they somehow lose to an LLA team, which was
embarrassing.
Quite embarrassing, I would say. Are the hopes better this time for GAM in terms of their performance at international event?
So it's definitely better than MSI. I definitely still don't think, LLA is suddenly actually like the better region. I do think they're improving from what I've seen. I don't want to insult them. But I still think Vietnam's a better region. I think if you go back a couple of years to sort of the era Thorin you were talking about, I think the mentality was like, you've got VCS and PCS who are 5th and 6th. PCS is probably 5th, VCS is 6th, but it's really close. One tournament, it could go either way. And then you're not better than NA, obviously, but you're like, you could take a game off them. You could potentially take a series. It'd be an upset, but it's imaginable. I don't think we see it that way anymore. I think PCS is clearly 5th. I think it would be a big upset to beat an NA. And we really need to hold off your CBLOLs. I think CBLOL in particular, I think Loud actually look quite good, though I'm not an expert on them. So I really think this Worlds, because again, the format in play-ins is hard. Getting out of play-ins is really difficult if you're not
yes.
the EU
If people
LCS.
don't know what he means is there's no BO1s. You basically play a bunch of BO3s into like actual BO5 series. So you can't sort of fluke it. You actually usually have to be the better team, right? And if at the moment, it sounds like you're saying actually they're going to be one of the sort of bottom teams in the play-in, right?
I think they should be. I think we should be the 6th best region. That's what I'm saying. I think we are firmly the 6th best region.
Okay. And
we need to defend that, because I think the issue with MSI, and I do think the community has overreacted to it, particularly within the English-speaking VCS community. It's been a massive overreaction to it, but losing to LLA is unacceptable.
As in, like, do they think there's no?
Oh, the region's dead. We're the worst region in the world. We're not going to win a game. Ridiculous. I think we are still the 6th best region. We need to show that. I think if we bomb out of this Worlds, I'm really worried for the health of this region. We get to send 2 seeds. I think if we bomb out of that Worlds, we haven't earned that. Frankly, we don't deserve to send 2 seeds if we're bombing out of 2 events in a row. But I do think we can maintain that. I do think we'll beat the likes of CBLOL, and if we can put up a fight against your PCS, your NA, I'd be really happy with that. But I don't necessarily favour us beating them.
Here's the thing, Monty. That's actually pretty reasonable, because usually, I mean, Nymaera himself did it. They just drink the greatest, like the joke is they have like a yard of ale of copium that they just like. I think it's possible. I think we could do it. And then they like convolute.
I mean, I can put that hat on if you'd like. I can come up with game plans.
Okay.
I like that because it makes me more hyped for play-ins than I normally would be. So I don't.
So, to be fair, it's already right there in the name, isn't it? All you need to know is the GAM plan. What's the GAM plan? How do they do it? How do they win the game? What do they? By the way, is the other VCS team any good? We should have asked that. To be fair, like it's not just one, right? So
so they're all right. I think Wales is okay. They've got a couple of players that have never gone internationally, which can mean a lot of things. You never know what'll happen. Their star player is this guy named Glory, their mid laner. Never gone international, and he's a little bit streaky. So if he hits if they somehow like get smashed in their first match, he might just flame out, and then they're in a lot of trouble. But they're okay. I don't look. They're not gonna beat PCS 2, but if they're up against like an LLA, maybe if they catch Loud somewhere on a bad day, or the LJL, I think that's actually how the matchup will go. If DFM loses to CFO, I think they lose to Team Wales, because I mean Team Wales is gonna lose to either GG or BDS. I'm not that delusional.
Okay, fair enough.
So I think they could beat DFM. We've had a few sort of scrim rumors. I don't know how much we want to buy into scrim bucks, but apparently they are kind of bodying the LJL, but that's all scrim bucks. Who really knows?
We do want to buy into scrim bucks right before Worlds. That's definitely what we want to do. That's all we've got, man.
To be fair, that would actually be sort of like a revenge thing, wouldn't it? What Wales actually beating of the Japanese. Fair enough. Okay, well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, I guess, The
revenge of the Wales.
To be fair, there's actually 2 layers of that because they're probably playing against the Americans in round 1. So
there you go. Okay. There you go. Exactly.
So who knows? Maybe it'll work out. One thing I also just want to add as a bit of an added. This worries me is these GAM and Wales were sort of a composite team for the Asia Games. This Mickey Mouse tournament that I wish we had just sent the 3rd place team to.
So it was, what was it? It was Glory was the mid laner.
Yeah, and then it was just pretty much all. I think Artemis also played ADC. They sort of swapped between Glory and Carti, and Artemis played ADC most of the time. Artemis also, he is a hotshot ADC. I don't want to undersell him just because he is on the worst team. He's fantastic. I think until probably this split, I would have said he was a better ADC than Slater, but I think Slater had a really, really good summer. It helps being on GAM, of course. But yeah, the Asia Games, I think, has really hurt them. I'm pretty sure they're like still maybe they got there today. They're still not in Korea. They have
the jet lag isn't too bad. It's only like a 5-hour flight, 4 or 5 hour flight. It's not terrible.
Yeah, it's not so much the jet lag as it's like the boot camp. I really want them.
Is there a reason they didn't go until recently? Did they have something
Asia Games
schedule-wise? We've sort of heard that it's like obviously they needed to send some people to Asia Games, and then the rest of the players with money. They just kind of don't have the money. Because there's another bit of a quirk with the VCS is that they can't play KR solo queue ever. Except around international events, assuming it's in Korea. There was an incident probably about a year ago now. I'm sure someone can fact check me on exactly when it was. It was around that time where there was like Faker coming out and being like, people are so toxic in my solo queue.
I know what you mean. Yes.
And this one player who deserves the punishment he got, named Div Kid, was being a little shit in the game. And he got banned. And then Riot KR was like, we're banning the region.
I mean,
you're all banned.
Wasn't it like a mix of two things? One, it was like foreign non-Korean players. Obviously, it's an obvious thing to complain. And then the other one wasn't like one tricks or something. Wasn't it something like that they were complaining about?
It was something like that. Obviously, I don't think the one trick part applied to like Div Kid is but I think there was a lot.
For the I've heard even the Chinese players sort of have to like go on someone else's account now to play on the Korean solo queue. Which is kind of sad because if people don't know, especially like in the last 5-6 years, like everyone in Asia used to play on there basically. Like even some of the Japanese people I think used to play on it and just play with high ping, and it was just the best solo queue, wasn't it?
Yeah,
so does that actually impact them? Do you think it actually harms the level of player? Right.
Oh, 100% massively. Because like the GAM players were no slouches in Chaos. Like Levi, Kiaya, Dia1, their former mid laner, before this all happened, they were top 10 in Challenger, like pretty consistently. They would show up all the time in top 10 KR Challenger. They were really good. And we've spoken to their coach. I'm quite good friends with their coach, Hanke. And he's just like, yeah, this hurts. We can't practice in that environment. The Vietnam server is really bad, apparently, and they just can't get this practice. And I assume as well, I don't know this for sure, but they used to scrim against like LCK Challenger teams. They could never really scrim actual LCK teams because why would you? But now you can't go to KR server.
I imagine. Yeah, I can imagine huge. The Challenger teams are still good though.
Yeah, especially for playstyle stuff, because the VCS is just fight. Right. This is something I sort of worry about, is like, you can see, if you watch, particularly Team Wales, GAM is a lot better with this, but particularly Team Wales, as soon as a team disengages, they're like, what I'm going to ult in, and I'm going under a tower. I have no idea. I don't have another option. So yeah, it's pretty brutal. I think they really do need that. I think they need the experience with the playstyle, getting sort of just rubbing off on like Korean coaching and stuff. I think really helps them. And not being able to do that, it's brutal.
I like how Faker got all of Vietnam banned from the Korean server. That's
no. What I love about that, Monty, is like, even though like for years people obviously, I mean, for xenophobic reasons, used to complain like, why are the non-Koreans allowed on the server? No one ever did anything until Faker, like an actual emperor, just decreed like, who will rid me of all these troublesome Vietnamese players? And then they just spanned across the entire country. Like, what the fuck? What sort of mad scenario is that? I know. He's not actually the king of Korean League of Legends. He's just a player, you know, guys. Like, fucking hell.
I think that is outrageous, though.
King of Korean League of Legends. Sorry.
I think it is outrageous, though, just to bar them from practicing on a server that they could absolutely, you know, instead of just handling the problem, individual high elo account by high elo account, which isn't that hard to do. It's not like there are that many players that are ending up in LCK players' lobbies.
Yeah.
To just blanket ban the whole region seems rather ham-fisted and ridiculous, and also just guarantees you that
he's a little shit. Like, yeah, ban him.
No, but I agree, because the thing is, in that scenario, the reason why it's so dumb as well is because, like I say, like, I sort of get it where if you're Koreans, you think, well, what do we get? We've got all these great players. Like, yeah, but like the Chinese players are pretty good now. Like think of even, I mean, he's actually from Vietnam. SOFM's pretty fucking good. I would want to play against him on a ladder, not just some random Korean challenger player I've never met before. Like, I agree. It's ridiculous to ban them all. Obviously, ban troublemakers. Yeah, ban people who by the way, even ban people if you want whose ping's too high and they can't functionally play the game. That's all cool. But like a mass market ban, like, what the fuck? That seems messed up. So surely some guy who got banned who never did anything. He was just chilling, playing the game properly. I feel bad for him in that sense, because that's the other thing. If you're from this region, it's basically how PCS/Taiwan was so relevant for so many years. Your big edge is at least you can potentially scrim or play on the solo queue of the Koreans. Like, that's your edge. That's where you can maybe get a little bit of chance to beat like LCS, etc. If you can't, I see why you're saying playing. Like, it sort of dooms your hopes, right? Because now you're just a little region that's locked off over here with no experience, and you have to go and play. I mean, let's be real again. Like, at this point in time, some of the people like Golden Guardians have like Korean players. They're like fucking good players, mate. So it's going to be rough, right?
Yeah, it is. It's super rough. Do
you think stylistically, there's any teams that you think they have like a stylistic chance to beat? Is there someone in the play and you think like this be the best possible people to play if we're going to get out?
If we're going to get out, I mean, I think we scrim PCS a lot. I don't have any scrim bucks info aside from apparently Wales was bodying CFO but weren't beating PSG, which is, to be fair, about where I'd expect them to be. If they can translate beating CFO onto the stage, that's great. If Team Wales picks up a couple of wins, that's a huge performance from them.
It does sound like a Panther matchup, though. Like, Team Wales has defeated the fucking Flying Oysters, Monty. Over to you. It's outrageous, these things.
I'm into it. It reminds me of the early days of any esports where the players can just choose the days. You get all the wacky matchups before it gets professionalized.
No one else has even done this because they don't have my skill set. How is no one? Because remember, they were at last year's Worlds, the Flying Oyster team. The most obvious gag of all time's right there for you to take. It's the most low-hanging fruit, which is, yeah, you know what? Oysters don't travel very well, do they? That's the sort of food you wouldn't want to have in another country. It's a spoiler. They're shit, aren't they, internationally? That's why they're all rotten and fucking gone off by the time they get there. Probably get food poisoning from them. Stay away, boys. Stay away. Easy work. Light work.
But sort of to answer the question, I looking at the brackets, it's quite likely that GARM actually run into PSG early, assuming we can beat Loud. If we can't beat Loud, oh boy, we're in trouble. So let's not live in that world. This is where I will have that yard ale of copium. We're going to beat Loud. We then go up against PSG. Look, I think PSG is the favourite there, but it's not a massive favourite. As I said, we play against them quite a lot. I really do think Kiaya can smash anyone, like in play-ins. He is a real gun. I really don't want to undersell that. Okay. I really do think he can sort of beat anyone. And the other thing as well is that Levi, like I've barely talked about him because he's sort of the known quantity. He's a freak. He should, when he went international, it should have worked, particularly on 100 Thieves.
Yep.
I don't think the 100 Thieves, him really not fitting into that team was his fault. I think it was 100 Thieves management. Not utilizing him, not really integrating him properly. I think he should have made it international. I think he should be, somewhere in the world that's not Vietnam, though we're obviously very happy that he stayed. I do think you can potentially break these teams. I think Party as well, he's definitely the weakest link, but I don't think he's so weak that he's just going to get absolutely destroyed by anyone. I think he's fine. I think you can put him on stable picks. I do think we'll be okay. I think yeah, running into PSG, it's appropriate. I don't know if we have like that stylistic matchup of if we run into them, I'm really happy. It's more like it's the lore accurate matchup, because if we beat PSG, that's like the storyline, because that's who we have to be. We aren't really looking at like being consistently better than NA, because I think that's ridiculous. But if we were consistently better than the PCS, that would be a massive step up for Vietnam. So if we can go up against PSG in that second round and beat them, that would be massive for Vietnam, and I would just take it as a huge win.
And the way the qualification will work is that GAM and Wales are in opposite groups. Mm-hmm. So, you know, if GAM gets top 2 in their group, they will play either the first or the second seed, depending on if they are the first or the second seed. So the second seed plays the first seed from the opposite group. So they will have an opportunity to actually take that. So coming out in first place is very critical in this instance, because it could allow GAM to get the second seed, which would probably be Wales, DFM, or Flying Oysters from that group, which might be a winnable way to get into the Swiss stage at Worlds.
Well, I mean, I think I would definitely favor GAM heavily against those 3 teams. Like, so I was listening to Nymaera was just on saying, you know, I think this is the weakest DFM's ever been. There's been hype in the past. Japan, you know, don't get me wrong, I love the LJL and I love the guys that do that broadcast. They get a lot of hype. They get a whole lot of hype coming into Worlds from certain casters and stuff that just seem to love the region. Nothing wrong with that. And every year we have to endure, oh, LJL's going to beat VCS, they're going to beat VCS, and then at MSI 2022, our second seed beat them because we couldn't send GAM. So, you know, I'm not too scared of the LJL. CFO, again, I just think GAM just ends them. I don't even think you need to really out game plan them too much. I think they're just better players. And then obviously Team Wales, GAM has beat them plenty of times, so I'm not too worried on that front.
All right.
Yeah.
So your final, what is your actual prediction then? Because you seem unclear.
Did they get out or not? Yeah, which is it? Did they get out?
Okay. No, I don't think they do. Sadly, I think I'm sorry, VCS fans.
I hope you get to see a best of 5 at the very least.
Yeah, I'll give you, like, from what he said. Here's the angle I've taken, Monty. Bear in mind, as he said, there's a chance, for example, like in the lower bracket, that it might be like Team Wales against, well, actually, no, they're going to play against the NA team. Like, you're going to at least see them play like LCS. Like, obviously, I actually want to see the GAM. Obviously, I'm going to look at all the top lane matchups. Like he said, maybe Kiaya has a chance against some of the top lanes. Maybe they can win through that lane. Maybe that's the upset potential, right?
Yeah, I think it's just a bit unfortunate because it's quite, I think, if I take my VCS hat off, I think we beat Loud, and then we lose probably a fairly close match to PSG, and then you're up against Golden Guardians. And I don't think we have a particularly good matchup against GG. Interestingly, when VCS has sort of had those upsets, it's actually never been against NA. It's almost always been against EU, even though EU's, you know, historically the better region. It's because EU sometimes gets goaded into fights a little bit better, in the past at least. We've kind of been able to get them to just like, yeah, hey, come play our game, and then beat them in the mud. NA has never been up for that. NA love just being like, no, we don't want to fight. We're going to farm. We're just going to chill, and we don't know what to do. So I think we're likely, assuming GG is the team there, which I think they will be, I think that's who we'd likely run into. If we play them close, even a close loss against them, I think is great.
All right. I like
in the best of 5. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, if we take a game or two in the best of 5, I'm ecstatic.
I like the way that the plans are being run this year. I think it actually gives us a lot of compelling matchups, and I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing the Vietnamese teams, because I always think, is there a chance that this team like beats one of the LCS teams, like one of the lower seeds? And I have been disappointed recently, but I'm still hopeful that the reach will get there, because I know the fan base in Vietnam is absolutely enormous, not only for VCS, but for other regions as well. There's a huge amount of Vietnamese fans that watch LCK, because whenever I'm watching the YouTube VODs from the LCK channel, the entire chat is just in Vietnamese the entire time.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit out of date, so it might not be 100% true now, but the Vietnamese server is the second biggest server in terms of player base. Okay, wow. The country is league, it's like behind the main Chinese server.
So why haven't they been able to produce better teams with this massive player base? There's no money. Okay.
They don't have any money.
I mean, Monty, to be fair, like
we lost. Sorry.
Like he said, like someone like SOFM chooses not to play in the region, even though he's actually like a fucking mega League of Legends player. Another thing I was thinking of, maybe we can make this the last topic as well, is I actually do get the vibe because of lack of money. The other thing that's killing the region is I was looking on all these teams, dude. Where are the fucking Korean coaches? Like none of them have Korean coaches, it looks like. If you go and look, like I said, in Japan, they're all bloody Korean imports. Like every other region, one thing a lot of them did is sign Korean coaches to try and level the meta up and kind of, get some information in. It seems like in their region, they don't have any. I get it. If they don't have the money to pay them, no one's going to import, right?
It's not just that. I also think it's hard to import because this is the thing that happened because Cerberus did have a Korean coach for a little while. I think they've left now, but they did have one, and they wanted to bring a Korean player over, a guy called Poss, and it was a nightmare for them. It took them like a year to get it done. He ended up playing a split. He's pretty good. But I think there's something with the Vietnamese government that's just like, hang on a minute, you can't have that person, get a Vietnamese person to do it. I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to like be too certain on that because I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is, and it is also the money kind of thing. But that is a huge thing. Coaching in the VCS is very weak. I think GARM has a good coaching team. They've actually assembled. This is just one thing to touch on before I go. They basically fired all of their coaches after MSI, bar their head coach. I think Hanke stayed, and I think he deserves to stay. I think I rate Hanke very highly. But they just kicked everyone else. They were like, the team was falling apart in London, apparently. They've gone out, they've hired a bunch of people, non-Vietnamese as well, doing remote coaching, like Jensen Go, who I think has come on the show before. Who I rate really highly. He's working as an analyst for them. They've got Molecule as well. They've got a couple
on
of
Twitter.
people.
He posts a lot of thoughts about the meta. So he's like the LS sort of crew of people who post, I notice,
Yeah, so they've got a lot of people coming in to help, which is pretty great for them.
Right.
But yeah, I don't want to take up too much more time, so...
It's all right. Well, thanks a lot for coming on, man. That was very enlightening about the VCS. Thank you. Thanks for coming on the show.
No worries. Yeah. Thank you for having me.
All right. Right. We'll be back after this with Maestro, who's from CBLOL. So we'll talk to him after the break. Right. We're back with another guest. This time it's going to be from Latin America. It's going to be not South America, technically, on this one. It's going to obviously be Maestro, who is the head coach of Furia. And you might remember he was on an episode a while ago now. It was a couple of years back. We did an MSI preview like this. And at the time he was on INTZ, another well-known brand within Brazil. So one thing I'll say at the outset is, one, that actually episode went pretty well, if people remember. We actually had like pretty good response to it. And then two, believe it or not, Monty, it's been 2 years and Maestro hasn't even been tempted once to jump in on all the hate trains against Thorin on Twitter. People don't know. Every time it's a CSGO major, I just like trend on Twitter with all the Brazilian people going in on me. So he hasn't even done it, Monty. He's been disciplined, so he gets to come on another episode. Well done. You get rewards. See?
To be fair, you haven't been talking shit about Furia.
That's true. I already talk about League of Legends as well, to be fair. Yeah. CSGO for that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, guys. Happy to be here. Always a joy to talk about CBLOL, to talk about LoL in general. And yeah, I've been disciplined. We have a saying here in Brazil that only Brazilians can talk shit about Brazilians. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why you have your part, your share of flaming Twitter and stuff. But yeah, no, not all of us are all this energy, have all this energy in Twitter to do this.
By the way, though, there's a more serious point I can tie this to, though, which is I actually find that a little bit sad in a way, though, Maestro, which is one of the reasons I actually think Brazilian fans don't go as crazy sort of trash talking when there's international events. It's just because in CSGO, Brazil was #1 in the world. They were the absolute best. In League of Legends, sadly, and this actually is a bit of a bomb, even though I don't like fans going mental, I feel like they don't connect as much with the league side because, unfortunately, internationally, aside from that one-off like kaboom result, we're still waiting for a really big run. We're waiting for like the one big run from a top Brazilian team. Like there's been a lot of years where I know people like Peter Don who used to coach there. Dude, so many years in the past when I would do an episode like this and I'm asking like, someone who does Japan and VCS and Taiwan. If I was asking, a lot of them would tell me actually like, Brazil's the dark horse. Like that team could maybe do something. Is there a reason why you think that we're still waiting for like a really good Worlds run? Is there something that's holding back the best Brazilian teams, Maestro? What do you think?
Yeah, this is a discussion that we have all years here. Every year that we lose at Worlds, and sadly, it's always in the same stage since I think 2016. And at the same time, it's sad, but at the same time, it's still surprising for me because our viewership has been going up.
Right. Okay.
Everyone likes CBLOL. We now have an English official broadcast to CBLOL in English.
Recently, right? Yeah, it was this year. Yeah.
Yes,
it was this year. Yeah.
And yeah, so everyone loves CBLOL. CBLOL fans are louder than never, and still
Literally.
we cannot perform at Worlds. I don't know. I think we have to find a balance between top teams really going outside of Brazil, like boot camping a lot, getting information, trading information with. I've heard you guys saying about Vietnam, like with Korean coaches and Korean staff, and getting this knowledge from other regions, and also boot camping a lot, because what made a huge difference for our best teams in the last 2 years was going in other regions and testing our limits there. This year we had a chance with Furia to go in EU to boot camp in the middle of the year, and it's another world of competitive fairness, because you cannot be at your best here in Brazil if you only practice with franchise CBLOL teams here. So we have to find this balance, and we're not like a super rich region yet. Despite we having like big viewership and a big league, we are in the way. But I think we are not performing well yet, but I think we are in the right way. So now we're going to talk about Loud in a little bit, but I think we are in the right way of creating teams like Loud, like being stable here, going abroad like 2 or 3 times in 2 or 3 years, and being prepared to really like put on a show at Worlds.
Yeah, one thing I would just say, if people don't know, one reason why there is such a stark contrast between Counter-Strike results for Brazil and League of Legends isn't just like, for example, in Counter-Strike, obviously like Korea and China aren't relevant in the same way, but it's also like you say, like back in the day when the old MIBR in 1.6 won the Worlds of ESWC, that was back when, like you're talking about now, they would go for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks and boot camp in Sweden and play all the top teams and get the level up and figure out the meta. In the modern day, the way Luminosity became the one in CSGO was they moved to America. They just lived in North America in a house, practiced all the teams, went to all the events. So I can see that is an obvious reason that's holding back Brazil. It's like you just stay in Brazil the whole year. Maybe one team gets to go to an MSI, a Worlds, and basically you have this one shot with like, let's say like a week or 2 boot camp. And if you don't make it off that, it's back to Brazil, you start the whole process again, right? You don't really get, but it sounds like you say like Furia, which obviously one of the teams that does have money, they actually are trying to do sort of like a boot camp approach and send the team out a few times a year. Is that helping, do you think?
Yeah. And by the time the CSGO teams were good, at least like the minimum good to compete, they moved from Brazil and they never returned.
Yes.
They went to NA and then later to Europe, right? So
yes, they are where they have to be to have the best practice and best environment and be at the high top level. And that's the right thing to do. But in League, we have to deal with other things. Of course, we have a better, more stable environment in CBLOL than we have on CSGO in Brazil, right?
It's way better,
yes. So we have to use this in our favor. So what Riot Brazil has been doing, and I like it a lot, is they have been helping other teams to bootcamp too, not only like first seed in Brazil, because we only have 1 seed at Worlds. So this year they helped 2 more teams on MSI to bootcamp in Europe, and to get their level on a better bar to go there and bootcamp and have a better CBLOL, second split CBLOL, and by consequence, obviously going for a better Worlds run. So what I think Loud is gonna be, why I think Loud is gonna be our best chance until now is because of that, right? Because this second split was a much more difficult challenge for Loud than first split, because other teams bootcamped as well, and we had better teams and a better challenge for Loud. So now they're seed 1 again, but they are seed 1 on a better environment.
Well, it's also that, at least at MSI in Loud's case, I mean, MSI play-ins is really quite challenging. They ended up in a group with both PSG and G2. And, it's not like the other side was better. BLG and Golden Guardians were in the opposite group. So, it's really hard, I think, to get out of MSI play-ins. But at least for Worlds play-ins and the way that it's shaped up this time, and we've seen the play-ins draw work, like, Loud is up against GAM, R7, and PSG again, but it feels like this time perhaps it's possible for Loud to at least get to a best of 5 to try and get into the Swiss stage. It seems like it's a little bit softer competition in play-ins this time.
Yeah, I think so too. And also how the brackets work now. I think if we beat GAN, and in my opinion, the really big problem for us is the PCS again. We have PSG again. If we're able to beat PSG, then I think we're good, because I think the other group is not that strong. The other seeds of that group is not that strong. And if we cannot beat PSG, then we better cheer for NA, because I think we have a really bad matchup into EU because of how EU is played, especially BDS. I mean, in EU, you never know, because they play like 32 splits in 3 months. You never know their level, their really level, the real level. But BDS, I think they're really good at early stages of the game, and especially where they're really good. I think our top matchup is not that good against them. I think EU teams are way faster in the map too, using like mid jungle to be aggressive, and that's a bad matchup into Loud for us.
So for Golden Guardians to win the qualifier match.
Yes. I don't think Golden Guardians is a bad team, but I think it's a better matchup for us.
Right. Okay. By the way, if we're going to talk about Loud, let's start with the obvious first name, then Maestro, which goes like this. I don't know if you know this, but my favorite player was this Danish guy no one's ever heard of called Froggen. I don't even like seeing the name Tin Owens on screen, mate. That triggers me when I see that. Even though it was in 2014, 9 years ago. It's like Vietnam, I'm back there like, fucking, Tin Owens, what the hell? How's he still playing? He must be like one of the most long-tenured players ever in League of Legends at this point in time, right?
Yeah. So if we're talking about Loud, like we have these 2 big dinosaurs in Loud, like Tinos and Robo. These guys have been like the best of the best time and time again. We're trying to beat them, and they're still really, really good. And they're also very, very important for their roster. Despite they having like 2 Koreans. Last time they had 2 Koreans too, but this time they have, despite they having these big skilled guys in Korea, I think the core of the team is the Brazilian guys. So these 2 solo laners with sales, they're the best in the country for like the past 2 years. And these guys there have been playing for so much time, for so long time, for so many coaches, so many teams. And it's really impressive, because I think they're just good at adapting themselves to the meta and to how the game is played. When I faced them 2 years ago, like with INTZ, they played a totally different game. They play like a more defensive game, team fighting game. And now if you look at Loud, they basically on the last 3 splits, they taught CBLOL how to play aggressive. Because here in Brazil, we were developing like a secondary NA region, like we are just farming and waiting for team fights and stuff. And then Loud is like Cloud9 here, right? They came here and they like early game power. They're gonna dive you bot and they're gonna dive you top. And they taught the region, the whole region, that this was a good idea, right? They had this like for a long time, and now everyone knows this, but they still can win CBLOL. So it's very difficult to beat these guys.
So this is the same roster that went to MSI earlier this year. What are the changes that we've seen, that you guys have seen in Loud since MSI coming into Worlds? Have they changed their style at all? Do you think they're better or worse than they were comparatively going into MSI?
I think they have two big strengths here in Brazil. One is this one that I told you guys, like they're super heavily focused on aggression on early game. Croc is super aggressive. He also dies a lot. This second split,
I remember that.
Yeah, because everyone figured it out that he's gonna do something. He has been dying a lot, but he's still finding a lot of success when he pairs up with Tinos. When Tinos is able to leave the lane and influence on top on bot, they're really good together. And the other strength they have here, I don't know if they're gonna be able to use this second strength on Worlds. That's when they are not going too good, when they're not to a strong start, they're a really good team at choosing what they want to fight, right? If enemy team is going for a Drake and they know they're weaker, they're not gonna go Drake, but they will make you think they're gonna contest it, right? They're gonna put wards around it. They're gonna push all the lanes around the Drake. They're gonna delay the Drake. And while this is happening, like Robo is on the other side of the planet there, like getting like 2-3 plates, getting a reset to fight. So they're really good at choosing which fight they're gonna go, right? And they play champions like Nocturne, like LeBlanc, like Talia, and so they're gonna intercept you once you leave the Drake, once they have like their items. So they're really good at that. But I don't think that's too easy to do at Worlds, because here in Brazil teams are not that decisive. Even like on finals, if you watch the finals, Pain Gaming had like 3 Drakes and Loud only choose to fight on 4th Drake, and they're not decisive enough to close out the game and like not having this room for fight, right?
I just like that. I'd love to know where the decision making is there, Monty. Like, right, well, we've let them have 3, so we better fight the 4th one.
Hey, well, that's the Gen G method. You just have to be Gen G to pull it off.
Yeah.
Doing it against teams at this they're going to be facing at this caliber and international level might be a little bit more challenging. You have to imagine.
Yes.
By the way, I've got as an aside, here's a question I have, which is obviously in the modern day, people might know like there was that team Isurus was like the Latin American team people remember of like different players and stuff. Is Brazil actually like as a region getting closer to LCS and LEC, etc.? Is it coming back? Like, where do you think it regionally matches up in the world now? Like, are you close to the LCS teams, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think we have been doing good compared to LCS, not only on viewership and stuff, but also in skill level. I think individually, our players are getting better and better. And also our teams are, as I said, like we're boot camping a lot. We're getting more information. We're getting like a little bit of more movement in the early game. I think we're learning to be aggressive. So our region is getting better. But I think top seed of NA is still difficult for us because they still have a small gap on individual players, I think. And that's also a true comparison if we compare to other players before at Worlds, because we can only get so far, right? Even if you're a good team, even if we do good, even if we send like the same team 3 times and we beat the PCS and we go for the Swiss stage, we only can get so far because we still have this small gap on individual players, right? But
I have a question to ask you, though. I've got a bigger one to ask you. Here's the thing. This is a purely hypothetical one, though. We're just speculating here. So you might have seen something that we've been noticing as people who follow LCS. When they keep having all these people in North America come forwards and do interviews about the future of LCS, a lot of the people are actually people from Latin American League of Legends, I notice, including CBLOL. And in fact, one of the things they keep alluding to is the idea that like almost the regions are getting like closer and then like conceptually they're doing similar things. Well, Monty has speculated many times that because in Counter-Strike, any Brazilian viewership is just always really high in the game. Like famously, even if MIBR, who isn't a top team at the moment, even if they play, the viewership's going to be higher than like, random Russian team or something. So everyone wants the viewership. Like in CSGO, it's a big deal to have Gowlers cover the game, etc. So Monty's speculated many times. He actually thinks LCS, the region, should just merge with CBLOL and just make like one super region and have like all the viewership and essentially have all the player access. Obviously, we're not talking about is this going to happen? Or I'm just asking speculation. Would you be up for something like that? Would you think it would be an interesting venture? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is a smart take on what's happening and what's probably gonna happen. I don't know if it's too soon because we're still like 2 or 3 regions if you consider LLA, of course. We are 2 or 3 regions that have their own viewership and own rules and stuff. But yeah, you're not crazy on saying such stuff because. Not only because of viewership, but because of how the structure here works. Because we have the same problem as NA, right? They have to bootcamp too. They have to go somewhere to get their knowledge. And honestly, I don't think NA had the best options when it comes to how they get their knowledge. Because I think they spent too much money on wrong things in my opinion. And in Brazil we have this strong not only viewership but also the desire to be pro player. We have a good academy process that's under like development. We have lots of players coming every year, so lots of teenagers want to be pro player. Because of how the league works, it has lots of space for new guys to shine. And as I said earlier, we have individual brands being worked very well in broadcast. So I think people here, it's a good path to be pro player here. It's a good time to be a pro player here. And also, if this merge happens, I think we're gonna be in a good spot. I don't think it's gonna be like other mergers. Maybe Valorant was a good example of this, but we merged and we moved to NA, right? But if this is gonna happen in Brazil, I think I don't know, but I think maybe NA moves here, right?
Ooh, okay.
Because
I like this take. I'm into it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I think, right? That's my head here. I don't know what's gonna happen, if it's gonna happen, but that's what that's my take, right? If they move here, maybe it's cheaper for them to do stuff, or maybe they do bigger stuff here, right? They get the brands here,
big stadium events and stuff. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, both countries are like almost the same in rules of sports and stuff. So I think it's not a bad idea, and it would benefit both leagues too.
Okay. And my other joke would be this. Obviously, right now, the problem with LCS Maestro is TSM's leaving. So if we just bring in the loud fans, we have all the obnoxious fans right immediately there again. Problem solved, right? There you go. Welcome in, loud fans. We need you.
Well, yeah.
I mean, people don't know. Loud are basically like the fucking TSM / phase of like the games Valorant. They're in now in Brazil. They have like that crazy fan base. Yeah.
Well, I think also it's proof that once you get Brazilian players into a bigger environment, they tend to flourish. Like we talked about, obviously the roster that became Luminosity in Counter-Strike with Fallen and Cold Zero moving to North America, a bunch of the Brazilian teams then moving over to Europe later on down the road. And when we saw kind of Valorant start out, Loud was one of the best teams in the world in Valorant. And it really is just kind of a geographic problem in many ways, where you don't have access to the same kind of practice pool or a large enough population of people. But as soon as the Brazilian players, I mean, they've shown themselves to be amazing grinders and very dedicated to the game. And I would love to see that in League of Legends too, because I just feel that a lot of these Brazilian players simply haven't had the opportunity to develop their skills as much as they could have, because they have been locked in their own region, and that it would be very beneficial and might even produce, historically, my point is, historically in other esports, we've seen once the shackles are off, Brazilian players become world-class very quickly.
I mean, if you think about the complaint every year that everyone says LCS doesn't produce talent, if Brazilian players weren't counted as imports, like he says, the two things they always have in Brazil is player base and viewership base. There's always loads of people playing and watching the game. So I agree. Like, the difference is you could just get talent from there. Like, you don't have to wait for some collegiate guy to be good. You could just get some Brazilian player tomorrow.
Yes, and the reason why I think it might work, it's not only we as teams, as coaches and players, we want to make it work, but also the league wants to make it work. So I've been talking with CBLOL guys, and they're really they're really serious about, like, we need to perform, right? It's good for viewership, it's good for everyone, it's good for the league, it's good for our region. We need to perform internationally. So they are been working behind the curtains to have something ready for when maybe this merge happens. If it doesn't happen now, we can bootcamp more teams. We can help them. We can review more guys here. We can get like younger guys, like 17, 18 years old, and put them in a good environment. Show them on TV. Make them superstars really early, and make them relevant, so they can have their own thing to bootcamp individually or something like that. So there have been lots of plans here on how CBLOL can perform better. So it's not only one part that's interested in that. Obviously, we work with performance, but even the guys behind the cameras, the guys who are like on broadcast and stuff, they want Brazil to do better too. So I think everyone is working on that, and it will happen. I'm optimistic.
What's the expectation? Because last year it was again Loud who was at Worlds. It was mostly the same roster, and it was surprising that they kind of got cooked by Detonation Focus Me. Like, you don't think that LJL is necessarily going to be doing better than CBLOL. Was there?
They beat Fnatic though. They did have that win over Fnatic. There was that fluke over Fnatic. That did happen, Fnatic fans. That did happen.
So was there disappointment from the World's performance last year? What would CBLOL fans consider a good performance for Loud this year?
Okay, so for us, my take on how Brazil has been doing is we made the same campaign every Worlds, every MSI. It seems the same, but our standards right now is if we make it to the Swiss stage, is obviously a win for us.
Yeah, very good.
And that's where my confidence is. I think because we're sending Loud the third time in a row, it's a new thing for Brazil. Other teams have been there lots of time, like INTZ, like Kaboom, but never this close, right? Never like 3 times in a row, three-peat. And because this team is together for a long time, and because they're playing the same game for 1 year and a half, 2 years, and also because they're there early, they won CBLOL and they went to Korea really early to bootcamp and to prepare. I think this team has a real chance of making to the Swiss stage, and also if maybe if we can beat the PCS, I think we're good, because that's where our better chance is.
The better chance on the PCS.
Yes. Also, Croc has been saying, like the Loud jungler has been saying that he wants this revenge against PCS. So it's the same team, almost the same matchup, same stage. So I think they're ready. I think they're ready, and it's our best chance, right? It's our best chance. It's the team that taught us how to be aggressive. It's the team that matches up good Brazilian talent with good Korean talent. They have a good coaching staff. They had this time for preparing, a couple of weeks, boot camping. So yeah, that's it. That's our best shot we had until now.
By the way, along the lines of what he's saying, like it's a real thing, because I saw this. It's actually something I looked up coincidentally since he referenced it. Like, obviously the PCS team, if people remember, PSG Talon's the main PCS team for the last few years, and their jungler is that guy Jungia, if everyone remembers, right?
Yeah.
And Croc, if you go onto his Gamepedia, his alias when he plays on the ladder is in Portuguese, it is the son of Jungia. Like he essentially has been playing as an alternate ID. Is that so? He obviously must like that. He's obviously been thinking about this fucker the whole time, hasn't he? He wants revenge. He wants revenge on him.
Wow, this is
It's all
interesting.
Yeah, there you go. It's a little narrative there.
He just puts a picture of Junji on the wall and throws darts at it in between while he's queued up for solo queue.
Yeah, I think they have a personal thing going there. Also, I think it's good. It's a good matchups for us. Both GAN and PCS. I think we can roll them over. As I said, I don't think we're gonna see Loud come back from super big disadvantage because this is Worlds. But if we can get rolling really early, if Loud can get Tinoz out of the lane, if we can like snowball Robo, because Robo is this big wild card, right? Korean coaches here call him a good troublemaker.
Okay.
That's his nickname. It's a troublemaker. So if we can get our troublemaker rolling really early, I think we have a good shot, because Loud is very, very good when they're ahead, and they keep getting aggressive. They have the smallest average game time win when they are ahead.
Okay.
So they're really good at snowballing. So that's our best bet. And I think our bad matchups is against teams that really know how to use their mid jungle. Last Words, despite Croc not buying items level 1.
That was unfortunate.
That was the famous
He
one,
looked,
yeah. When he did
he looked
do it,
so
yeah.
devastated on his camera.
Yeah,
when he
understandably.
realized that. He was.
Except the ridiculous thing is, they were like winning the game. That's more
They were.
ridiculous.
That was
isn't
crazy.
it? I know. That's more ridiculous.
Yeah, that's only CBLOL. I remember when we were at Worlds with INTZ, my top laner was playing Urgot. It was his pocket pick, and he ulted the guy when he was going to hit R again to execute the guy. He hit F and he teleported inside the lane instead of like pulling the guy with the execute on Urgot. But yeah, if they manage to do this, to get the early game going, to get Robo going, to give Tinoz a good matchup so he can move out of the lane, I think we're gonna roll over these teams that are like more easier teams to read, and also not very good at using all the waves on the early game. Because I think like EU teams, like I said, they're really good at using every opportunity they have. Like if they have like a big wave bot lane and you're not there, you're gonna get dove, you're gonna die, right? But I don't think every region knows how to do this, so that's our chance there.
But this way, I agree with the philosophy. It's not about do you have a troublemaker, it's whether they use them in a good manner or not. So from the troublemaker of this show, thanks for appearing on the episode. Next up, we'll have Thinkcard, who's obviously the coach of NRG. But we're going to do a little intermission in between so people can get a drink and stuff. Then we'll be back to do that. Right, we're back after our brief intermission, and we're going to have our last two guests. So our penultimate guest, that's right, I know how to use words as well, is Thinkcard, the head coach of NRG, formerly a million other teams, Echo Fork, CLG. There's a million of them. You go look on his Gamepedia. It's a nice list. He's got a lot of jerseys, put it that way. He's got a lot of jerseys in the closet. But here's what you didn't have, though, a championship. You got the LCS championship now, mate. Not bad.
Yeah, finally. It's been a while, so long time coming. Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy run.
By the way, give us some thoughts on that. Like, how did NRG go from? People forget this, dude. This is where I actually think, even though people flamed that like LEC format in Europe, I think that format's way easier to keep track of how people did in the split, because you know, like teams drop out in each phase. Like the two drop out of the one, best of ones. Then like six drop of the right. The problem with the LCS format is no one ever remembers the BO1s. Like everyone now will just remember this split Thinkcard. Like NRG was the best. They won. Like they'll forget that you were like, weren't you like second from bottom at one point in time, and everyone was flaming the shit out the team. If you remember, the whole meme was like the CLG thing of like, they can only beat the good teams. They actually aren't good themselves. Like that was the meme in the BO1. So how did things turn around? How did you turn around and become the champions?
I mean, everyone knows we meme it all the time. We have like a pretty insane coaching staff. I mean, Chris Ott, my strategic coach, is insane. And then we have like the 5 positional coaches everyone knows about, like Soaz, his name speaks for himself. Juve's very good jungle positional coach. Demonte, Mash, and Apollo holding down the ball lane. So
Some
like,
pretty good names, yeah. It's pretty legit.
yeah, I mean,
for positional coaching,
have, yeah, we have the resources, and yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we had some dark times in the beginning. We had like pretty poor scrim results, but we made it through. I mean, at the end of the day, like every team is going to have obstacles, but a lot of teams just don't get past those obstacles. So I'm just proud of the guys for being able to do that.
Stylistically, any questions, Monty?
Well, I just want to talk about the run because I think that basically everybody would have predicted, and indeed we did predict against you on every
time, yeah.
basically phase of your actual championship run. And I want to know what your confidence was heading into those playoffs. And especially after you kind of got bodied by Cloud9 in the upper bracket, what were the adjustments that you made to come back against Cloud9 in the actual finals?
Yeah, so against TL, we honestly have a really good head-to-head against TL just in terms of matchup-wise because Palafox is quite a bit better than APA, at least at the Champions Center meta. So
True.
We just get advantages every game, and we can just play for skirmishes, and like we're just better at those types of competitions. So against TL, we have just a good matchup, and then against C9, I mean, I would say the first time we played them, it's like, C9 is very good. Maybe we can actually play against them, but they beat us in draft. We played like absolute dog shit, and the games were still playable. So legitimately, after the series, like I was just like, these guys they're just not that good. Like we can beat them. We know that we can beat them. So we're gonna have better prep. We're gonna be able to play on stage before them. So we're gonna have an extra day to play on stage. And next time I play them, we're just gonna be better than them. So honestly, it gave us a lot of confidence the first time we played them because they were just not that clean.
What do you think the biggest factors were Palafox's playoff run? Because that was a pretty impressive overall performance by him, especially when a lot of the guys on this team have had many chances to be pro players previously, but haven't been able to have the really sexy playoff run or glow up to show their level of dominance. What was it about this playoff run that you think empowered Palafox to the degree that he was?
I think the meta definitely helps him, but just our style in general, we give him resources. Like I think at the end of the day, it's a team game. If we gave top resources, bot would look less good. If we gave mid resources, he's gonna look good. Other people aren't gonna look as good. So I think just in that meta, we thought that was the best way to play the game is to give mid more resources. And I mean, he just has developed super well as a player. Like not only do you see everything he does in game, but as a leader too, off the field, like he is good at really talking about and just saying if things are on his mind, even if like you don't want to hear it. You need players that are able to do that, and then you need to be able to take criticism, and you need to be able to keep moving forward and figure out what can we do better next time. So I think he's just grown really well into his role. I mean, we've been with him for 2 years, so we've been able to work with him for a long time.
Obviously, go on.
Oh, you had the really big shift I want to talk about between spring and summer, obviously with like the entire management of the team changing, a lot of people that you worked with formerly at CLG like being let go, and the staff being kind of slimmed down, the support staff being slimmed down around you. And also you made roster changes where EG was undergoing their fire sale. You ended up with Ignar in the end. So what was it like, first off, transitioning between the orgs? And second off, why did you make the changes that you did within the bot lane?
Yeah, so when we first joined CLG, we said we kind of had a timeline that was give us 3 years, and in 3 years we'll be able to like compete in the finals. So, year 1 rebuild, year 2 kind of move things around, year 3 really make a push. But when we joined Energy, they were more willing to give us the resources to make moves pretty quickly. So we saw FBI was available, and honestly, right off the bat, Ignar, he has like a really weird reputation, but he's a pretty smart player. Like especially when the meta's like in his ballpark, engage supports, looking for those angles.
I mean, yeah, when he can play Alistair, he's gonna look.
Yeah, he's gonna be absolutely insane. So that was one of the top bot lanes that we were going for in the offseason. The fact that we were able to land them, we had the resources to do that. we knew the public was not going to like it and people were going to kind of shit on us for a while. But once you win, nobody cares if, or people care less about the decisions you made early in the season. So
along those lines, though, a question I would have is like when people talked about CLG last year, oftentimes the story was like Luger, the ADC at the time, like, right, he's like the win condition, you know, if they like load everything in him, maybe he could do. Obviously, changing from him to FBI. FBI is considered to have been on a slump before he joined your team. By the way, he looked great in the playoff winning run and has been a very good player the last few years. Like, how did the team have to change up how you played? Like, I mean, I guess solo lane's a bit stronger this year. What would you say is the difference in NRG from the old CLG?
We're definitely a little bit more stable. First off, I think Luger is like an insanely good player. But not every player can fit every single team. So we just knew FBI would be a better fit for us. We need a little bit more stability, some more just I guess consistency in the ADC role. Whereas Luger has those like explosive games where he just carries a game out of nowhere. FBI is a little bit more consistent, and FBI is a really strong leader too. He's been to 3 out of the last 4 finals, like kind of quietly. People don't even really see that. So it's, I don't know, it's just been it's a good shift. I think that it was definitely a good move.
Because by the way, I said this on the past episodes, but no one follows us through on this. You know, when all the fans complain, like, I'm so sick, like when TL Super Team fails, they go, I'm so sick of all these imports. Where are the NA players? It's like, you should be the biggest NRG fans of all time then. Like, they're all, like, 3 of them are NA players. FBI's counted as an NA player because we count Australia. And then the joke is Ignar's taken so many checks from NA, he may as well be American at this point in time. So there you go, there's your American team. Support this team. There you go. You don't have to complain, guys. Just support them. This is the true NA hope. And also the champions. To be fair, they are the number 1 seed, Monty. Number 1 seed from the region.
I mean, I'm just glad we did well because, like, is there really an excuse for orgs that aren't performing well to, like, just look at Academy, promote NA players, give them resources, and, like, we could do it again if we want to. Obviously, like, we already did it, so we don't have to do it again. But it's like, there are players in Academy, there are people that have proven themselves so many times, and there are teams that are being formed, and I just can't comprehend how those rosters are making it onto the LCS stage. Like, not like, sure, there might be some good players, but like the cohesion makes no sense. Like, the long-term vision makes no sense. And you just saw us do it. You can do it too. Like, legitimately, look at Academy. There's so much talent there that can do it.
Fair enough. Right. By the way, what are the actual thoughts if we shift our expectations to Worlds? What do you actually think are reasonable expectations for Thinkcard? Because one thing I will point out that everyone does forget is this isn't Worlds from 3 or 4 years ago. Right now, there are really 4 Chinese and 4 Korean teams every time. So, like, by default, we're not at the point anymore where anyone's supposed to get out of groups. Like, essentially, it's supposed to just be the elite Asian teams make the playoffs, and that's it. So, how do you frame what's going to happen when you play in the Swiss system, for example? Like in a fucked up way, Thinkcard, what I'm sort of trying to get to is, you actually shouldn't have, as an outsider, there shouldn't be expectations you make it through or that you can win. But obviously, as a coach, you always got to have some goals and something to like go for it. So how is the team framing it? What's the mission? What's the goal for Worlds in this sense?
Well, when we first came, we've been here for a while. We knew that we were probably not going to do very well in the beginning, which in scrims, I mean, honestly, a lot of teams we did pretty well against, but like, you know, the top caliber teams, they're fucking good. So they play really quick with tempo, you know, like they don't mess up. So, but the last few times we scrimmed, we've done quite well against some of the best teams in the world. So I would say that
playing like LCK teams and LPL, like real teams we'd know, yeah?
Yeah, real teams. So
okay.
I would say that we're underdogs, obviously, but this particular squad learns very quickly. So I'm more hopeful after these last few days than I was when I first came here. Like, we're getting really good, and there was honestly a time in North American scrims where in the beginning we were getting shit on, and then we adapted and we became really fucking good. So we came here a month early so we can do the same. We're gonna adapt. We're gonna do well. And honestly, like, who knows what can happen because our team's a little bit of a wild card there. So I think the gap isn't as big as it used to. Even when we play against some of these teams, I kind of forget. It's like, holy shit, like this is, I mean, I don't want to give away picks, but it's like, this is like, this really reputable player is playing like a senior champ, and like he's losing with it. It's like, that's like I feel like it's not the same as it used to be. Like players seem so untouchable before. So, you know, not unconfident. Definitely a little bit confident here.
Yeah, that's the difference when you actually go to the World's Boot Camp, is that you play that scrim and you're like, dude, this guy's LeBlanc's like fucking fake. Oh, it is fake. Oh shit, my bad. Like, well, it makes sense then. Yeah, understandable. Continue. You know.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
So you guys actually showed up here really early, and were you here before any of the other Western teams actually arrived?
I'm pretty sure we came very similar time to C9, maybe a little bit earlier. And TL was pretty close as well. I think GG arrived the latest, which is really unfortunate for them because they play the first, because they're in the match with EU to get the last spot of Worlds.
Right.
So GG arrived way later than everyone else, and they play way before. So, but yeah, we've got some time. C9's got some time, and I mean, we'll just get to see if any of us actually improve enough to compete with the best team.
Right. No one knows yet technically how they'll actually determine like the first round of matches in the Swiss system itself. But all I'm going to say is, if you look at the pools and where your team is, there's a world where you actually could, right out of the gate, have to play like the Shy and Weibo Gaming. Like, and low key, I would love to see Dokla play the Shy. I want to see that. I'm in for that matchup. I even hope, because Dokla actually might even trash talk. I hope he actually trash talks him before he plays him as well.
That'd be great.
That's my dream. Why not?
I mean,
we could live in a world where Dokla could beat the Shy guys. It can happen. Could be this world, right? Thinkcard.
I'm down. I think it would be a really fun matchup to see.
Why I mentioned
versus Paula Fox. I'm not greedy. I'll take either. Either matchups, good for me. I'm enjoying it. I'm looking forward to it.
I do want to see the Faker versus Palafox matchup.
That'll be pretty fun too.
Memes. That's the only thing I want to see that for, the memes eventually. With you guys coming here so early though, because I know a lot of the European teams didn't show up until later. I think Fnatic isn't even here yet in Korea. I think they may have just gotten here. What was your plan for the actual structuring your practice? Because a lot of teams, they come to Korea, then they take a few days to kind of just like dick around in solo queue, get over jet lag, then you start scheduling scrims. Like, what was your plan overall for the boot camp and the kind of structure that you guys wanted to set up for yourselves?
Yeah, so what I've learned over the years is a lot of teams show up at Worlds and they're just like, we gotta fucking go, and then they burn themselves out, and then they just shit the bed, and they're just losing to everyone, and they have no confidence. So we came pretty early. We started by playing a lot of solo queue, making sure we're not jet lagged anymore, and then we just slowly started scrimming more and more. So it's we honestly just started scrimming back-to-back days. And before we were scrimming, like every 3 days or every 2 days, making sure that we had a break in between to just play solo queue, like make sure people aren't getting burnt out. And I think it's been going a lot better. I think not only are players like higher ELO than they got the last time we came to Korea, but just scrims in general are way more productive than the last time I was at Worlds with past teams. So I think even if you look at teams that like win Worlds or teams that go really far in Worlds, they'll even say like towards the end, like they just were scrimming less and less because like it was just too much. Like you can't just burn yourself out and be like, we gotta go. You actually need to like, chill out a little bit, really think about things, like mental reset, get more energy, and making sure that like the games you play count more.
What did you actually think of like the setup of scrims when you got there? Like, was it easy to get scrims against reputable teams? Did they do the usual thing where they test you out, and if you do badly, you don't get any more against them? What was it like?
I mean, yeah, a lot of teams kind of test you out. I would say it's pretty easy to get at least one against every single team. And then, I mean, it's up to you to play well. If you're not going to play well, of course, they're not going to scrim you.
Sure.
Like, that's just, it's not, I'm not going to like hold that against them. Like, I want to scrim a team.
No, fair enough.
Really practice against them. So, I would say teams are pretty nice about it. You usually get one go against everyone. And then if you play pretty well, you get more. So far, it hasn't been a problem.
All right. Obviously, I'll phrase this carefully, so it doesn't have to be a real reveal. It's just to hype people. Based on scrims, who is the sleeper OP player within an RG? Who's the guy from scrims who's actually like a scrim god? Who should we be hyped for?
Who's this scrim god? I don't know. I think both of our carries are pretty good. Palafox and FBI. They're very consistent. They do very well in lane. I mean, Douglas honestly doing really well in lane too. So, but in terms of flashiness, I don't know. Probably just FBI is probably up there. But
Okay, fair enough.
I think people are going to be pretty surprised by how well our players are doing. Like, I don't really want to just say like this one person is going to pop off. Like, I
Okay.
think almost all of them have the opportunity to do some pretty good things.
I mean, you already beat the two goats, I'm told. I'm told Blabber and Berserker just the goats get 1v9 a game by themselves. But bizarrely, when two of them just after 2v5 a game, they thought, wait, how does this work, guys? Fucking hell. Give me a break. Give me a break, guys. But enough about Dom's core stream. Sorry, oh shit, we're still live now. My bad. I mean, yeah, silly fans hyping them up too much. Bloody Blabber. Whatever.
So what are the big takeaways, like the scrim bucks that are going around right now? I know perhaps some of the teams haven't been able to, some of the Asian rosters haven't been able to play due to the Asian games taking place. So it seems like they're probably just rejoining, kind of the elite teams on that side. But have there been any like players or teams that have been really impressive so far?
Yeah, I mean, I would say what was most shocking to me is in the past, like, I mean, they've always been exceptions, but like most Korean teams are like, we're the methodical teams. We're gonna be with our brains. We're not gonna be like insanely high tempo, but like we're gonna do what we need to do. We're gonna be a little bit risk averse and stuff like that. But what I will say is that I didn't really expect it is that some Korean teams, that I didn't expect them to be this way, are like super high tempo in scrims, and will kind of like beat you in a way that like you think of like G2 back in like 2019. It's like that type of style. So I would say that is probably the most shocking thing. But it just takes a little bit of getting used to. I think most teams can't really keep up with that type of tempo play, but we've gotten a lot better at it, so we can handle it pretty well now. But it's really overwhelming to like 99% of teams in the world. So if Korean teams can play like that on stage, it's a lot different to do it on stage and in scrims. Like, they might be better than some of the Chinese teams.
Dude, he's actually successfully hyped an underdog NA team and now all of Korea. He's doing a good job so far. So well done.
He's doing great.
He's boosting the expectations. It's good, legit.
Let's talk about the meta that's developing a little bit, just so people know. Obviously, you're not going to share any like sleeper OP picks, but there's definitely going to be picks that are dominating scrims right now that are not going to be surprising to any of the professional teams once it comes out. What do you think in terms of champion priority? Because we've seen like a really big gap because of the Asian games, between like a much larger gap than usual between the end of playoffs and now heading into the World Championship. So what are some of the major meta shifts that you guys are seeing in terms of champion priority?
Yeah, I mean, obviously basically the entire year it's just been melee supports, at least for the last few months. I don't know, there's a shift. Obviously melee supports are still really strong. You can kind of like test out some other combos. I think it's really funny because like in the beginning you'll see all these teams coming together, and like, maybe a particular Chinese team is really good at this bot lane combo, and then we'll scrim against another team and they'll try it against us and just get absolutely shit on. It's just like obviously teams are like trying to figure out what's strong and what they can actually be good at. So I would say I'm starting to get an idea of what teams are going to prioritize, but it does seem like teams are going to have to just stick with what they're good at. Like the different niches and different styles you can do. Like nowadays you actually have to be really fucking good at those styles in order to do it. So like when we scrim against a team that's trying like something that we know can be oppressive, but they're not perfect at it, it doesn't matter if you're LPL, LCK team, like you have to be really clean at that shit. So I don't know. I think I don't really want to give anything away, so it's kind of a hard answer to answer, but a hard question to answer. But
well, let me frame the question in a different way. So last year was probably one of, if not the very best metas that we saw at World. There was like a lot of different champion diversity over the course of the tournament. It was, I think, generally speaking, a really fun meta to watch. Do you think that we're going to see a similarly like diverse meta? Do you feel like, as you're saying, a lot of these different styles are going to be viable at the competitive level, or does it feel like people are kind of like trending into more of a static meta right now?
I think right now it's pretty diverse, but I can see the possibility of it getting a little bit static. So but if that's the case, legitimately, if you ban like one or two champions, it'll become diverse again. So it just depends on whether people think like that particular thing is the strongest. And if they do, then maybe it's just banned and it's still diverse. If not, people are always going to do that specific thing. So I don't know. Right now it's pretty diverse, but I can definitely see it getting a little bit static. So hopefully it stays diverse, because honestly, I think that's one of our biggest strengths, is that like when there's so much shit that's good, like it's way easier to counterpick, have better strategies, outdraft people, and it's easier for us to show a little bit of a skill diff in that aspect. So hopefully it's diverse.
Here's the dangerous question: how will Cloud9 do?
I don't know. I mean, I hope they do well. Honestly, I really hope every NA team does well. Like the region needs it. But I think when they're on their game, they're really good, but for some reason they're pretty inconsistent, and that was something that I kind of praised them for a while. The meta for me, after like kind of watching them for a while, I think if it's a good meta for Berserker, they're a consistent team. If it's not a good meta for Berserker, then like they're a little flippy. So it just depends how good is Berserker going to be at the meta champions. Because if he's good at them, then they're going to be consistent. You play around Berserker, he's going to carry you even against some of the best players in the world. So for me, C9's kind of the Berserker show.
By the way, Monty, if you actually do look, the best position at Worlds is easy. It's ADC by a million miles. Have you looked at every team? Like almost every team has a good ADC. It's pretty good. So if the meta's right, this could be an awesome Worlds.
Yeah, I do think the ADC meta is like looking a little bit interesting though, because it's pretty different from a lot of the like late game hyper carries that we were seeing a lot through late last year and then earlier into this year. Because right now, at least in terms of solo queue, like we're seeing a lot of like Kai'Sa and Kalista pickups right now. So there seems to be quite a bit of diversity, and also the jungle pool seems to be pretty AP skewed at the current time, which is also quite interesting. Like I guess we saw a little bit of that, especially towards the end of LEC playoffs, where like the Karthus picks started coming out. But overall, I mean, Nidalee strong right now. Yeah. Talia's strong right now in the jungle. Karthus is arguably, playable. And especially with all the AD mids, it just feels like there's probably going to be quite a bit of variety in terms of team compositions that you can craft overall within this meta. Have you been noticing that as well? Because one of the big themes I think that was happening towards the end of the summer was that because of the rise of champions like Tristana and Jace in the mid lane, you got to see more champions, AP champions open up in the jungle. And then you got a lot of flex picks as a result as well. Because if you pick the Taliyah Tristana, that can be Taliyah jungle Trist mid, or it could be Taliyah mid Trist bot, which leads to more favorable positions in terms of selecting red side in some of these drafts.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, there's still some good AD jungles for sure. Like, Jason just got buffed. Jarvan with Sojin is still kind of not okay.
Diego's still good.
Yeah, so they're still playable, but there are really strong flex picks right now that you were talking about, and they just give you really big draft advantages. So probably some of the best teams maybe are leading towards AP jungles, but like there are just super strong AD combos that you can do that like you just can't ignore. So I don't know. It's pretty open, pretty diverse. I think jungle is probably the most diverse role right now. So I would say jungle's in a decent spot.
Right. Obviously, you can base this off, could be scrims, could just be things you watched in officials. Do you actually have any reason to believe the LPL won't be as strong as people imply? Because obviously everyone's just picking the JDG to win and the LPL to beat everyone because they just look strong at MSI, etc. What are your thoughts? Do you think the LPL will be the strongest?
I mean, we haven't scrimmed JDG yet, so I'm not sure. I would say based on the teams that we have scrimmed, I think LCK is looking pretty good. I think they're
okay. That's the best region for you.
Yeah, so far they seem a little bit more polished, but like we haven't scrimmed against JDG, so it's hard to say. But like I said before, like LCK in my mind, their biggest weakness has just been like we're just gonna play the Korean style. We're just gonna play super risk averse and stuff like that. But with this type of like tempo play they're showing in scrims, like they're fast enough. They can play against these Chinese teams now. So maybe I scrim against JDG and we get absolutely shit on. I'm like, okay, that's the team that's gonna win. But as of now, I think it's pretty close. I think Korea's up there.
You know, that's always the thing I found weird, Monty, is that, like, the reason it's so weird that Korea has been so rigid ideologically and philosophically about how to play a league is almost every year they didn't win Worlds, they saw Korean humans playing a different style and beating them and winning the tournament. Say, oh, well, take a fucking hint. They're doing the style you're not willing to do. They're using Koreans for that and they're winning with it. I believe there's a way we can win this one, boys. I think I can figure out a way out of this.
Well, it's just the way that they lose a lot of the time. You know, the most depressing thing about watching Korea versus China in the last couple of years, obviously outside of the all Korean final we had for Worlds last year, was that whenever we get to that game 5, they just basically just wave the white flag and pick the most ridiculously passive, just like champions that they could possibly decide on, and they won't actually empower their players to play their most like aggressive, impactful picks. They just want to minimize risk in that 5th game as much as possible, and then they just do nothing and lose, which is deeply unsatisfying in many ways watching these teams. So that's been my frustration of watching these LCK teams in these very, very pivotal moments, is that the LPL teams don't shy away from wanting to win the game and win it in a fashion where that's spectacular, right? And then they inevitably do. So it has been a bit depressing, I have to say.
My joke would be this. I'll play off your alias here, Thinkcard. It's a trading card joke. So the joke is, obviously the LPL is black as a color in Magic the Gathering, because what they do is, in exchange for destroying their most powerful creature, they gain all the other creatures gain extra ability stats in the playoffs, because every time they have to destroy the number 1 seed from LPL, sacrifice that. But in doing so, the dark forces power everyone else through the playoffs and they win Worlds. So easy. Just have to destroy your best team, basically.
What I think is great about the LPL, though, is that one of the teams gets destroyed because they play their own styles and they just run into a meta that completely sucks for that style, but they still double down on it and commit to it anyway. So one of them has to die, but inevitably when we have, 3 other Chinese teams, one of them is going to suit usually the meta that goes in, and they're going to, massively power up. Whereas I feel like the Korean teams all just kind of agree to play the same style a lot of the time, or a similar style, and then none of them are truly ace at the style that suits the meta. And so they just get, even if we get 4 Korean teams in quarterfinals, they all lose by the end of the actual tournament.
Yeah, I mean, DRX did kind of just win, but I do think Korean teams do put a lot of pressure on themselves. I mean, it makes sense if you're going to lose and fans are going to rent out a truck to park outside your facility and trash talk you. It makes sense, but I think for the most part they don't play as well on stage, and LPL teams are a little bit better at that. So I don't know. I hope everyone shows up. It's always better when everyone shows up.
Have you been impressed by any of the more minor region teams? Have you been practicing against them at all?
We have, honestly, not super impressed, but they have a lot. They have to catch up too, the same way that we have to catch up with LPL and LCK.
Is there a sleeper no one would guess? I don't know, VCS, or is there some random region that's been better than you expected?
I mean, so far not really, but I think if I scrim them in 2 weeks, if we scrim them 2 weeks again, then who knows? Maybe they're a lot better, because they're not up against the best competition. They're still good, but they need to improve a lot, and they might be able to improve a lot. So we'll see.
All right. So what are your final predictions? We got to get some last predictions for you as to the actual winner of the tournament and how you think kind of the Swiss stage will shake out. Usually there, it's never all Chinese and Korean teams really within the bracket stage. So, teams usually they can slip through, and you're in a very good position to do that because I assume you're going to be in the first pool, which means that you can potentially dodge quite a few dangerous
team, you could get lucky,
yeah, as you go through the Swiss system. So who do you think is actually going to win the World Championship based on what you've seen so far?
I don't know. Hard question. I'm very big fan of Genji. I do think that ruler might be the best player in the world, though. So I don't know. I'd probably go with JDG still, but I think Genji is very impressive. I think they surprised me, and I still think they're a really good team. So I think Gen.G could give them a run for their money, and maybe T1, but I don't know. Lately, T1 has not been. They haven't been able to do it. So it would be good for the sport if T1 was able to win. So I hope that they win. But
I mean, put it this way: if you know that whole narrative of cause Faker left, then he came back and they were like way better, and everyone's like, maybe Faker deserves more credit. Like, if they actually did win Worlds from out of nowhere, Monty, like that narrative is going to become completely intolerable. Like, they'll make it that he's the GOAT right now, like right this moment, he's the best ever. So, I hadn't even thought of that factor because in my world, there's no way they're winning Worlds. But I guess everything has to be on the table after DRX, right? You can't take anything off now.
I mean, that was a pretty sick narrative, though. Legitimately, he left and like Guma started inting, like their entire team started inting. I was like, wait a second, like, are these players actually like insane? And then he came back. He's like, all right, well, with Faker, they're insane. So I guess that's all that matters.
No, it really was like that old high narrative from Cloud9 where it just looked like, is this the only guy who knows what he's doing here? Like, is he just microing all of you? What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't love people getting injured, but I do love, for the sake of League of Legends narratives, that we got to see what actually happened in this late stage of Faker's career, because it just proves that even though he might not be the flashy god on an individual basis that he was in the mid lane, in his prime, right, he still is an absolute linchpin to this team, and you see the value that he brings to this day, and it's cool to see that from his career arc, and we just never would have known that for sure. I mean, we could have guessed because we know he was the de facto coach of this team for like the last 2.5 years, but it was very interesting as a thought experiment to actually see it play out in reality. Because you very rarely get those opportunities to get that kind of information about a team. So there we go.
Right, there we go then. I think I'll be it for this segment. Thanks to Thinkcard for coming on. We've got one last guest.
Thank you very much.
And it's going to be Dylan Falco from G2, who will be coming up next after a brief intermission.
All right, we're here with our ultimate guest, not penultimate like the last one. It is G2's coach, Dylan Falco, graciously calling in from the T1 facility where they are actually boot camping. So they've infiltrated the enemy base at this point in time.
So what you mean to tell me, Monty, is that Dylan Falco already has accomplished more than LS in his career because he's already
he's coaching inside
T1 building.
Wonderful. You guys can see
the there you go. All good.
You guys can see the T1 colors in the back there. But before we do that, we have one last sponsor to shout out today, and that is HelloFresh, who's back again with us. I was very sad that I was no longer going to be able to get HelloFresh after I have moved to Korea, but I'll get it back once I'm in the States again. Excellent stuff. It's a meal kit service for those of you guys who don't know. So you sign up and every week they'll send you boxes with meals in it. It's great. They have in-season ingredients, so you get really fresh produce, chef-crafted recipes. It travels directly in like a chilled box to your door, so everything tastes great right out of the box. And of course, it does all the shopping, meal planning for you, which, you know, I like doing meal planning, cooking my own recipes, but it really is a relief a couple times a week just to not have to think about making that list, going out and getting everything, planning what I'm going to make. And it's fun to be able to experiment and try and cook new and different things because they send you the step-by-step recipe card and make it really, really easy. So it's something that I've been really enjoying personally. And there is actually a new promotion now for October. So you can go to HelloFresh.com/50. So that's 50 LFN for Last Free Nation, and use code 50LFN for 16 free meals plus free shipping. Offer is for new subscriptions only and varies by plan across 9 boxes. Code 50LFN at HelloFresh.com for 16 free meals, which is like a crazy good value. I mean, obviously, the more meals you buy, the less expense goes down, but it's a really, really good promotion for you guys right now. And obviously, we do have, you know, supporting our sponsors is the best way to support us here at Last Free Nation. So please go and do that if you are so inclined. Anyway, now we can talk to Dylan about the scrims. When did you guys get here?
I think we got here on the 26th, so we took a couple days just to play solo queue, and then we had a day of scrims that got canceled, and then we just scrimmed the last 2 days. So we haven't scrimmed for too much. I think the NA was done much earlier, so obviously I think Thinkcard, right? He has a lot more to say about scrimming the teams here. So we just started.
Yeah, he said they've been here for like 2-3 weeks already.
Yeah.
Sounds like Cloud9 and TL have also been here for quite a long time. But as you say, with your schedule ending later, what was your plan coming in? Because clearly you need to be acclimated, but you guys don't necessarily have a long time before you can get into scrims because you need to get up to speed with the meta prior to your performance in the actual Swiss stage at Worlds. So what was your concept for this boot camp for you guys, and what do you want to accomplish with G2?
So I think there's like four things. I think first is obviously acclimating to the travel, and actually our performance coach Isma started doing a routine with people even back when we were in Berlin to help fight the jet lag. And we spent, I think, the first couple of days focusing on that. I've actually been to 5-6 boot camps throughout the years, and it can be a disaster. Like if you don't handle the health end of it, I know like we're more here usually to talk about the teams and stuff, but if you actually don't handle the health part of the boot camp, like things can snowball really fast. So we've done a really good job of that, and we are already hitting.
What things are you doing? I'm actually curious. So what were the like techniques that you're using?
So Isma is working one-on-one with the players, so he can probably speak more of this than me, but we start switching our schedule earlier, a certain amount a day, the amount the body can actually handle. We have timed intake of like certain like aids for sleep or like caffeine at certain times. I'm just monitoring the players, what they're doing day to day, when they're going to sleep, when they're waking up, and kind of keeping track with them. And we've managed to smooth it out a lot more, I think, than other boot camps I've been in.
So the players are feeling good, is what you're saying.
Yeah, for sure. And their solo queue has been going very well as well. And I think the second objective was just getting our solo queue counts up. This one was a bit rough at MSI last year because when you're in the middle of the tournament, it really helps actually to have a high elo solo queue count. I know that sounds a bit silly, but
sure.
The actual act of getting your count up to challenger takes quite a few games. So obviously, I know everyone comes here to bootcamp and play solo queue. It's obvious, but we actually treat this as a goal for our practice actually mid-tournament. And obviously, the third is just play scrims, right? We need to be up on the meta and have a variety of drafting stuff for when we need to finalize our drafts.
So going back to the end of the season finals in LEC, I know probably a lot of fans were concerned about LEC, having seen some of the level of performance throughout the kind of summer split. But you guys really turned it on in the playoffs, and I think left me and a lot of other people with a significantly larger degree of confidence in particularly G2's ability to perform at Worlds. We got to see basically all of your players popping off at various different times. We got to see a real shift in your style. Like, I was surprised that you guys basically just had Yike on tanks for the majority of your end run, which was not what you guys were really doing before. Now, we still know now Yike can be very good on some of these more early game or carry-oriented junglers, but it seemed like you were really trying to acclimate him to playing that kind of engage role for the team, which was not potentially what he was used to before. So what was the transition like, and were you pleased with the performance you guys put out for summer and for the season finals?
Like, a lot of our entire outlook for summer into season finals was very much based on what happened at MSI and very much based on what we feel is going to hold up more in an international competition. And I think it also caused us to become way more consistent in Europe as well. Because I think the way we found that the international teams were playing the games that we were struggling with is they were just much better at having, like, it's not even scaling, it's just they had hyper carries that they can really play around. It's just fallback plans, hyper carries, and they're very good at pushing lanes, they're very good at pressuring the map, and they're very good at getting in a point and like team fighting. It's kind of like the JDG thing, right? Like, their top lane is playing a lot of tanks, they really know how to enable hyper carries in the draft, in both how they draft and how they play. And it just seemed way more reliable than what we were trying to do, which was aggressive, right? But it was felt flimsy. Like we had a game, I think, at MSI where we played like Nidalee Braum. Like, okay, we got ahead. We 2v2 killed their bot lane against Genji, but did we win the game? No. And it's kind of obvious in hindsight, but I think part of that was Yike playing a lot more enabler champs for sure. But I don't know, he has done very well on them, and we still have the option of going towards a faster carry style if people leave themselves vulnerable in the draft, right? Like I'm sure Yike is mainly a carry player for his whole life. We can bust this out if it looks good in the scenario. And like for example, we even played Draven in Game 3 of the finals because they just had a very weak rotation to a Draven just all in game, and we just slammed it, and it was strong, right?
Game 4. It was Game 4 of the finals.
Game 4, yes. Game 4.
I deleted Game 3 because that was the trolling game as well. That was the happy gaming game. So your players have a tendency to do this. You know, I laughed when I saw like all of the predictions of the finals are like 3-0 G2, 3-0 G2. I was like, there is no way this finals is going to be a 3-0 because if they're up 2-0, they will troll the third game of this series. When your players do, when they're feeling confident, when they're into it, sometimes, you know, they might make some decisions. Is that some, how do you deal with that as from a coaching perspective, right? When you see because like some of your games too, the I forget who you guys were playing with that Nico game where you overextended in the bot lane.
That was the Mad Lions, wasn't it?
Oh my god.
The Mad Lions.
Was it Mad Lions, that one that I'm thinking of?
I couldn't believe it. Where Caps turns into the pink ward.
Yes.
And he's like vaulting up as a pink ward.
When he just falls out basically in the bot lane.
So I watched the happy gaming. You know, we call it happy gaming, and I really enjoy it because like I know your guys can turn it on and like this they're just memeing. But it is. How does that affect you as a coach?
I think it was Heretics. I think it was Heretics technically that game.
Oh yes, it was the Heretics game. Yeah.
Yes.
So I think there's two things. First, from like a draft perspective, I need to make sure that the plans are not, I call it drifting too much mid-set. And you can drift when you're under pressure in both good and bad ways, right? The draft can drift because you become afraid, and then you need to ban stuff, and then you're unwilling to play matchups, and then things get weird. But it can also drift in like a cocky way, where certain picks, like I don't know, like Yon or something, end up getting locked in. Not to say anything in particular, in scenarios maybe we wasn't the plan to begin with. You know. So I think that's on me, and I think that's.
I love the way you phrase things.
Yeah,
essentially, I think just did mid lane or mid top, and it would have solved the cancer anyway, wouldn't it?
But sometimes, like for example, we played Evelyn and it completely failed. Sometimes it's just an experimental game because we prepare a strategy for like 10 games in scrims. We win most of the scrims with it. We feel like it can be a counter, or I think we played Fiddlesticks as well into Ivern. Like that was very clearly us trying to find some sort of AP farming jungle that could work into Ivern. And then it just doesn't work, and I think that's fine. I think that's like.
I don't know if I would say that was the problem with that game versus Caps's Tristana play in that particular.
Oh, the fiddle game.
Yeah, the fiddle game.
Oh yeah, there were some disasters in that game as well. But it definitely, as a whole, was like a more experimental sort of game from the outset, and that's a lot easier, I think, in a best of 5. I would say. To recover from. And then as far as like us being aggressive in game and throwing when we're winning, like I almost feel like that's also some of the power as well. Like it's a double-edged sword, you know. We're an aggressive team. Even if we're playing a scaling draft, we're going to play it aggressively. We're going to try and, because that's what the best teams in the world do. And okay, sometimes it'll look bad, but I've never been a coach to like let's like shame my players for like fighting too much or to being over aggressive or for inting a game or locking an engaged champ and dying 5 times, because I feel in 2023 that's kind of just part of League of Legends.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. And I mean, what my one of my questions was, we hadn't really seen all of the members of your team kind of like popping off at the same time, and over the course of this year, like it feels that, you know, sometimes basically your players are kind of trading off being, you know, not peaking all at once. Let's say like you had that time before MSI where like Broken Blade was looking kind of shaky, then you get to MSI or you get to playoffs, and then to MSI he starts improving. But there are times where Caps is kind of, you know, fallen off a little bit, but it really felt towards the end that this was the much more of a peak across all 5 of the players that were participating. I think Mickey X has just been phenomenal all year. We've been banging the drum of him winning, LEC year-long MVP. He deservedly, in my opinion, got that title. So do you guys have like a lot of confidence coming in? Because it feels as though this is a time for you guys where there is a very good chance for you guys to make it out of Swiss and into the bracket.
For sure. I think as for making it out of Swiss, I think we're definitely we're definitely the most dominant team EU has had for quite a few years. And that alone it's great, right? It's great to have a team that is very dominant. I don't know what it says about the rest of the region. I really hope like the other EU teams can do well, but we're definitely have been quite a tier above. And then I also think just the nature of the Swiss format is also gives a lot more. It doesn't penalize being from Europe as much as the old format did, and I think that's something that hopefully can be good for us as well. And as far as facing the Chinese and the Korean teams, we scrimmed at MSI like quite a bit, right? And at least from our perspective, it did not feel like it was a skill difference like it feels like some years. I have been there when you scrim these teams and you go 0-6, 0-6, 0-6, 0-6, and you maybe take a game every now and then. Or even last year when we were facing T1 in their prime when they had like the perfect split, like that was something else. But it wasn't like this. I know like people have said it on many. It's been really publicized. We had a positive scrim rate across all the Asian teams, but our team comps were kind of bad, and we were really stressed on stage. And maybe they were a bit better at the time, but it wasn't an insurmountable thing. And when you pair that with I think how dominant we've been in Europe, like we're confident. We think we can do very well at this tournament.
By the way, obviously I missed the first part because I had to go and do something and just get the door a second. So apologies if you covered any of this. But like you're saying, I mean, it literally was publicized by Roman, all the like people canceling all the scrims on all 3 of the splits, right? If people look at that, dude, I've heard stories in the past of like, the best team in the region wins a lot of scrims. Your team seems like it must be pushing the bound for like more scrims won ever relative to how many little played me. Like, it looks like the entire year you just battered the entire region in private, basically, right? Were you really that far ahead? I mean, I heard there's like stories that the Vitality team once upon a time was good or whatever. Was your team that much further ahead behind the scenes? If so, by the way, how do you keep people on track in the game? Like, sometimes it helps to lose, right?
I think we just try to push our guys really hard in and outside the game. We try and always play the most solo queue of every team. We try and play the most scrims of every team. Like, we try and always remind ourselves of the bigger goals. We just have like a very try-hard environment. And I think that helps a lot for scrim results, right? Like even if another team might be in reality able to win 30-40% of the games against us, if we're trying way harder than them because of scrim culture diff, then it's going to be kind of dominant for sure.
By the way, one thing along those lines I wondered about, 'cause this is another thing. One thing I'm impressed about with coaching, by the way, is things like this, when it's not like some other teams pushing you, so you have to keep ahead of them. Like, the joke was over the year, I mean, I've made a video on this recently. Like, I think a lot of people blaming LEC format and going, LEC was boring this year. It was boring because there was one good team. Aside from that, like, Mad Lions sometimes got it together. Like, Vitality looked all right in the BO1s, you know what I mean? Like, everyone else had all these asterisks. So if you actually look, part of the problem LEC had this year, it was quite poorly GM'd in terms of the potential contenders. Like, there should have been a world, if you look at the beginning rosters, where there was 3 or 4 teams all competing for number 1. Yeah. And by the end, it was basically like, will you guys slip on your own banana peel? If not, you just win automatically. So how do you keep people focused in that regard? Because obviously when you're, again, way ahead of people or no one else is truly contending with you, some people get lackadaisical or just rest on their laurels a bit,
It's funny you said that because I had an interview on this earlier, and I actually, my opinion on LEC as a whole was actually roster creation and overall, let's say, I don't know what to call it, work ethic or like amount of effort put in across the teams. I think those were the 2 biggest things lacking from our region, because people always talk about like scrim culture or the solo queue or like all these outside factors. But I think like, yeah, I also kind of lean towards those 2 things. And I also think that, I'm not sure if this was your question, but it is good that we managed to stay motivated throughout the year and maybe made it boring in some aspects. But I also do think Spring Split was actually a bit of a disaster as far as keeping our team motivated, and was kind of like bad on my part. Like, I think we really drifted and we were really trolling in draft, and our playstyle got completely disrespectful, and we end up throwing in playoffs playing Jarvan support and we played I think Talia support. We played Jarvan jungle in our final game 5 against like 5 Dash champions, and we acted like, because we were still winning every scrim, right? It was like that was like the wrong way of doing it, and I think the fact that this happened in Spring Split and then we went to MSI and got humbled kind of lets you try hard for a full summer and finals. So as much as I'd like to take credit, oh my god, we keep our team motivated, it's also because we kind of fucked up, right?
Well, it's a good time you had the crisis when you did. I mean, that's the perfect time to have the crisis, right? Like, who gives a shit at that point in time? It didn't really have any bearing on you guys taking the first seed out of LEC, especially because of the way that it was structured with the LEC championship at the end, determining the seeds from Worlds. So,
well, Mad Lions got the first seed for MSI, so maybe if we were first seed, something different would have happened. I'm not sure. They didn't do great at that tournament.
True. That's true. But when we look at some of the picks you guys have made, and I think that just considering the strengths of G2 right now, this is where, especially in Swiss, you have to think that you guys are actually capable of taking out some of the top teams, because in a best of one, I've always been particularly impressed by the way you guys do level ones. You're probably, I would say, the most creative level 1 team in the world, and you guys get significant advantages, and you have like special level 1s for specific junglers and compositions that I think are just fucking amazing. So are you doing those, or are you coming up with those with the players and the staff?
That's our analyst Rodrigo, the GOAT of analysts, has won me many games over the years through his scouting stuff, and also our analyst Click, who helps doing a lot of the like scouting on specific teams. So that I cannot take credit for. That's definitely on them.
Because like what I love is, like, sometimes in the past you've had some carry jungler that you get insane advantages out of the gate, so you kind of mask some weaker early game potential pitfalls. And you just create game states that your players are very comfortable with because they understand what's going to happen. And then you're able to snowball that to victory. So, in a best of one, it feels like that's a pretty tremendous advantage to have. And I think for you guys as a coaching staff, that's been one of the most impressive aspects, is that you guys put more thought into that than most other teams do in the world. And that is a very specific edge that G2 has.
So the way I've always seen it is, I feel like I call it draft integration, is the way I call it. It's kind of fancy way of saying it, but basically it's about drafting with specific set plays in mind. Like in draft, you pick a champ so you can invade and dive, or you pick this champ because you can invade level 1 and do this. It's not like you don't draft your champs and then say, okay guys, what can we do? Oh, maybe this game we can dive. It's no, if they pick this champ, we pick this jungler, this ADC, we put a ward here and we dive them bot. And that makes it so anytime this happens in a scrim, you do it, you practice it, you dive them, they die. And after it starts happening over and over again, you learn all the intricacies. You learn like, okay, what happens if he actually covers a dive? Okay, maybe we can invade here, et cetera, et cetera. And because it's integrated from a draft level, it all becomes a lot less random. And I think that's actually a big reason why our early games have become so good, because they're integrated at like the draft response level. And it's not like just like a, what do we do in this game, guys?
By the way, along those lines, obviously the youngest and least experienced player is the jungler for your team, Yike, right? It did seem as though when you brought him in the first split, it looked a lot more controlled, like what the setup was like for him, and he wasn't putting as maybe as tough scenarios as other players might be because he had fabulous teammates. As the splits went on, have you tried consciously to develop this guy in a specific way? Because by the end, you wouldn't know he was a rookie. By the summer split, he just looked like a really good jungler.
So I think his year last year, when he was playing at LDLC, like that team was already better than some of the LEC teams.
Oh,
right?
okay.
And they were scrimming LEC teams all the time. So at least he had the experience playing on that level, even if it wasn't directly on stage or in front of a big crowd or any of this. So he had that experience. When he joined the team, it was mostly just about playing fast and aggressive and diving people and invading and just doing this as much as possible. And we won our winter split playing just like full cycle League of Legends with a lot of pre-planned set plays and fades. A lot of that was just
This is what I said at the time.
Yeah. That's
I
basically was the entire goal. Yeah.
I said you created. I said your coaching staff created training wheels for Yike because you created predictable early game scenarios that he just followed the instructions in order to get
training
advantages.
wheels when he has to go completely crazy aggressive and fight people in their jungle? Like, I don't call that training wheels. You need to be really, really good to pull those sorts of things off. But I know what you mean. Like, a lot of the invades were like with specific champs
Planned.
So
yeah, it helped.
But the reason wasn't because he was a rookie. The reason was because we got demolished by. It was actually because of a specific set of scrims at MSI against T1 where we played them for like 20 games or something. It's like the most games we ever had against like a top opponent, like back to back to back to back. And they were just doing this stuff every single game, and we couldn't play the game past level 3 because they just had such a good grasp on how to snowball a game with winning lanes. And these days you can still do that sometimes, and we just kind of refused to be a team that couldn't do that. And maybe we went a bit too ham with it and went a bit crazy, but that was the reason, at least, that we were doing that.
Right. Obviously, this question, it's a loaded question. You could answer it a million different ways. So the question goes like this. There were times where, because G2, everyone knew the rumor was in the scrims, they're sort of winning all the time. And in LEC, you've been the best team, clearly. There was times when you guys either did stay with one approach or did some wacky draft, and everyone just gave you the benefit of the doubt. They were like, oh, look, they're just playing with their food. They're just messing around. Oh, they're not motivated. They're just trying, experimenting. Were there times this year where you were able to have time where you did experiment, or you were just fucking around with stuff, or trying not to show something for playoffs? Or have these all been real? These are actually the best draft for my team in this game now. Has it been like that?
Okay, so most of the time, we actually just think it's good.
Okay.
Like, I would say like 80-90% of the time, like, a lot of coaches, I can't really speak too much for them, but I really get the idea that a lot of coaches watch LCK and LPL, and they see the order the champions are picked, and they think that that's like what you should do, or that is like they are better at that than a European team. But I just have never felt this was the case. I feel like drafting has often been a weak point of these regions, and I'm down to be creative or try to get edges, like get edges in draft where we think we can find. And yes, sometimes it looks stupid, but I don't really care. I've never been too worried about that. I think specific times, like, for example, I think there was a time in Spring Split, again, going back to that split, where we were maybe like only playing troll picks mid exclusively. And I think that was definitely not, in some ways, trying to be completely optimal. Maybe we were just having a bit too much fun. And half of them
were definitely only playing troll picks in mid. So it's not speaks for itself for you.
Yeah. But like, for example, walking into MSI and starting playing Nautilus mid, for example, we're the ones who created that. Well, we didn't create it, right? That was from many years ago.
The years ago.
I mean, for all, you created it in this.
We're the first.
Yeah.
We're the first people to pick it this year. And that was because we thought it was good. We just thought that a couple carry junglers were overtuned, and we wanted a CC mid, and we tried a bunch, and we thought this was the best, and we also thought it was a flex, so we can first pick it. So I think there's times we're trolling, but most of the time we just think it's good.
Well, I think that's been another one of your strengths. I was particularly interested in seeing the Mickey X's like support Lissandra picks into Rakan over the course of the playoffs, which I do agree with your opinion that a lot of the time you see a powerful pick and people are unwilling to say, hey, is there potentially a specific counter pick? And if we know with 100% certainty that they're going to pick Rakan in the first rotation because of the perception that it's OP, then it's not a waste of time for us to practice the Lissandra support, because almost any team will be baited into this. So it's not like a fringe situation that you're wasting a bunch of time practicing on. It's actually a very predictable thing to do, right?
Yeah, and we have some stuff that we have prepared for as meta picks that we feel is just so good. And we're going to be very careful this year of what we actually show to some of the strong teams at the tournament, because some of it I feel like they just leave themselves open. and I hope it works out, right? So we're kind of excited for some of the tech we have.
By the way, as a coach, especially someone who likes to play with the draft, with this particular lineup of players, you must have a lot to work with too. Because if I think of people like the joke is, Hans Sama didn't just have a bounce back year. He came into a world where you can play fucking Draven and Kalista. That's like just what the doctor ordered. That when everyone's seen Mickey X, one of the reasons why he probably was the MVP of Europe is he had all the meta champions and then all a bunch of pocket picks and weird shit and lanes no one else had. Broken Blade, I think, showed quite a lot of different picks this year as well. Like you've got quite a deep bag in terms of players you're working with there. Like they're giving you a lot of options, right?
Yeah, it's always easier to be on a team with like more talent, you know. So it's good. They play a lot of champs. Then at that point, sometimes saying no is actually the skill that you need to have.
Okay, right. I see. Okay.
You know?
Knowing when they're going too far with the idea.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Okay. By the way, that's you say that jokingly, but that is probably the one downside as an outsider that people could observe within G2 is that the team does still seem to heavily lean into that sort of like fun vibe or like, you know, oh, we're just trolling when we lose and stuff. Do you have any concerns in that regard? Like, do you have a good read on them in terms of, like you say, when to shut them down or when to get them to be more serious? Have you got that balance yet?
I think we're so much less trolly with our approach to the game and draft than past iterations of G2 actually. Okay. I think like I just think we're so scarred from what happened since Spring Split when we lost actually. And I think I don't feel at all that we're like, oh my god, let's play this because it's crazy and maybe it could work. Actually I haven't felt that for the past month or two.
You have to understand, Monty, Dylan has a really hard life. Right? You have to understand, there's one time he wakes up sweating, oh, I remember that time I lost the final to Rogue when I did win the other split.
Oh,
then this year, I had this other one. I didn't win all the splits this year either, Monty. It's been a hard year, you know, but whatever. I'll see if I can get by, you know. I've only got what? I
also just love that he talks about, you know, this horrible
scar. To me. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Except it's like if you did Vietnam to yourself and then got scared.
True.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, true. Indeed.
You know, the government didn't draft you and send you to Vietnam. You actually just made Vietnam and put yourself inside it, Dylan.
Actually. So like our final troll pick mid game of that split, I think we played Malphite mid, right? And there was an alternate timeline in which instead of picking Malphite mid, because we were talking about it on stage. I'm sorry, I'm going to leak. I'm sorry if Caps is watching, I'm going to leak this. There's an alternate timeline where we would have locked in Rammus mid instead of Malphite mid against Irelia. And sometimes we talk about what is the alternate reality where we pick Rammus mid that game, but we actually win the game.
Would it have won, by the way? Was it like some secret sleeper OP?
It was against Irelia. Would we have won? I don't know. It would have probably been better than Malphite mid. If we lost, the same thing would have happened, right? We probably would have like switched some of the stuff we're playing and gone on. But if we had won that game, would have just been like the most troll picked split of LEC history, and we just would have seen like Cho'Gath mid, Rammus mid, like Caitlyn mid, like everything for a whole split. I don't know. Maybe it might have happened.
By the way, the reason why you really should have done that as well is because one, you lost anyway, so it's like it doesn't matter.
Of course.
Whether you win or lose, the story's amazing, isn't it? Like if you win, it's almost just as stupid as well. Like the idea you win with that as the pick on the 5th game, that's pretty ridiculous too. And yet also you would have just baited so many people who just follow the global bet. They just copied that pick. It would never work for anyone else ever, probably.
Yeah, we'll never know that timeline. It's like a movie, you know.
What is the reason why it's probably good that didn't happen, mate? What the fuck would you possibly do if Caps did actually pick Rammus and then won? Like, I hasn't just got carte blanche to do.
My question to you as a coach, since you did lose that game, and now we have this existential question about when the Rammus pick have won. Was the mistake letting Caps cook too much or not enough?
Yeah, that's a mega paradox actually.
Yeah.
Too much. I think it's pretty clear actually.
Too much.
Because if you're asking if the Rammus would have won, then perhaps it was not enough, right? That's
yeah, true. The
thing is, like, go on.
It was Irelia, right? Because Rammus actually has a point and click lockdown for the Irelia to stop her from dashing around. But Malphite has an ult, but when she's dashing around, it just didn't look as good. I was just like picturing, anyways, enough on the Rammus mid, but I was picturing Rammus in that game and I was like, maybe it could work.
Okay. By the way, obviously this is just pure speculation, but do you have any, after playing with him this year, do you have any kind of speculation as to why it went so badly for Hans Sama in America? Like, he looks like a different player. I couldn't, if you took the nameplate off, no one would believe he's the same player. I mean, even on the Draven, he didn't look that good in NA, mate. Like, what do you think? What do you think's different about Hans Sama this year?
I think NA was a very passive region that year, and I think that was really rough for the way he plays, the way he wants to play. He's like a very aggressive, cutthroat player. He wants to talk. He wants to pull people to his lane. He wants to dive. He wants to get fed. He wants to play aggressive champions. He wants to dash in. And I think the whole region, and I don't know if his team was, I didn't really watch that many games, but he was playing like Seraphine and Jinx and stuff the whole year. And I think they said the best way to win was like to farm till 40 minutes. And I think that is just like really rough for him. And I think if you're in a foreign environment and having to play the game like that, I'm not surprised. It was a rough year for him, honestly. But after that year, he goes back to EU, hits rank 1 in 2 weeks, goes to Korea, hits rank 7 or rank 13 or something in Korean solo queue in like 3 weeks. Like, it was very clear he was still very good at the game, but I think the region and his team didn't suit him very well.
It's just fucked up that no matter how many times he wins LEC, he'll never actually be better than upset. But oh well, what do you know? Life's just the way life goes sometimes. So nothing wrong with being biased. Anyway, whatever. Keep going. Okay. That's just a joke for the fans. That's just an on-brand joke. Don't worry about that. It's not something I secretly do believe, but just for now, it's a joke. In it for this part of the year, it's a joke. Next year, I'll bring that back and make it real. It's all right. It's all good. By the way, I've got a question, though. Let's see. So far, because your team's won everything and you've got all the fucking swag, it's all going great so far. I'll give you a hard question, Dylan. Here's the hard question, which is Broken Blade's narrative in his career, unfortunately, is he's had all this domestic success in LCS and EU, but he just hasn't had the big pop-offs internationally. He hasn't had the good time. In fact, oftentimes he's been singled out and people have said he's the reason why, or his champion pool collapsed, or he had do you have any sense of why that was in the past? Why is that going to be different this time, is the question. Play a bit of defense for me. Has he overcome that? Is there a different Broken Blade now?
I feel like... I think his spring split was like not that good, for sure. But I'm not sure about the international narrative. I think that just comes from... A lot of it just comes from the TSM hate, because as we all know here, TSM hate is like, we all have a bit of it in us. Yeah,
I mean, we've got really I have a lot. So we're going
exactly.
I would say I'm made up of about 90% TSM.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I
it's
think
not actually junk DNA, Monty. It's just TSM hate DNA. The rest of it's just normal human genetically mapped DNA.
I think that 0-6 they had was very extreme, and I think that I've just seen him scrim a lot internationally, and I feel like he always does well against the international top laners.
Okay.
Like, I saw so many games against him against Bin at MSI, and he was doing well. And in 2021, when we were doing tryouts for the new G2 team, we were scrimming Damwon and we were scrimming EDG, and he was like winning lanes. Like, I just haven't seen that part of the narrative, and I think it's just like, I guess the Fiora Sejuani game is famous, but like, we were basically already almost eliminated. We were kind of eliminated already when that game happened, and yeah, it wasn't good, right? But I even think his group stage games before that weren't even that bad last year. So I'm not buying it personally. I think BB's good. I think he can stand up internationally and actually is like an advantage for us. And I think it's just kind of carryover narrative from the TSM stuff. That would be my guess.
Well, we can all agree. Fuck TSM. Well, they're dead now, anyway. Yeah. Rest in peace at this point. It doesn't really matter. Although, who knows? Actually, technically, we don't know. They might be getting a Chinese team. That was the rumor, right? So, who knows at this point in time? Who knows? Who knows?
Or a European team. They may resurrect within the LEC. Astralis might be for sale there a little bit. Right. Maybe TSM just takes that 10 million they got paid and buys Astralis. It might not be over yet.
Maybe.
By the way, do you actually have a sense, in light of like what we were talking about earlier with all the scrims, that you had all these Brazilian scrims? By the way, as a quick aside, why are so many teams cancelling scrims still, dude, if you're the number one team? That's one thing I've always found weird. I get why they might if it's like they're just busy, but like this story where people hear that like teams cancel because they don't think they can win the game or they're getting beat, there's not that going on, is it? Please tell me that's not part of the reason they're cancelling these games.
It's, I think, mostly that. Okay, I'll be fair.
Does that make you look down in the region a little bit, though, dude? Like, they don't want to improve and play the best team.
Okay, two things. From the first split to season finals, the amount of cancels dropped to like 10% of
Oh,
what it
fair
was
enough.
before. Maybe 20%. So us shaming everybody really worked, I
Oh,
think.
actually, it was
And
effective for that reason, right? I'd say.
I
Okay.
respect the teams that we scrimmed that just play us a lot. I want to be a bit nice. Like it's a lot harder to lose than it is to win, right? Like we're sitting here from advantage position.
Sure.
I will say I had the same scrim cancel system set up when I was on Schalke, and some of those years it was pretty rough, and I got my team to play it out. So I think even if you're struggling, even if it's a hard day against a strong team, I think you can do it. It's definitely something you can do as staff. So I can speak from experience that I understand the struggle, and I think as a region, our scrim culture improved a lot this year, and I think the fact that we are a team that really values that. It's like if your top team is trolling, and lazy, it becomes a lot easier for all the other teams to do it.
Oh, for
So
sure.
we just try and lead by example, and I feel like it's gotten a lot better. And I think in summer and like there's been a noticeable improvement, and I hope we can just
Okay.
keep that going for next year for the good of the region.
By the way, that's actually
Yeah.
cool then, because people think the Remainders was doing it to like flex up people. If it actually worked and it stopped people cancelling, fair
It did,
play. We should
yeah.
do it then, yeah.
No, I think there's almost no downside to doing it. First off, it's an interesting like discussion point for the community. And second off, like what's the worst thing that could possibly happen? People when you're good, people are always going to want to scrim you, so you're not going to lose scrim partners because you leak, or you post like how much you've been winning in scrims versus how much the cancellations are. And I do think that a bit of public shaming is good because it points a light on, I think it's easy when you're a professional team to lose track of accountability to the fans and to the region, because if you get into a slump, it's really easy just to say like, we're just going to cancel this one scrim. Nobody's going to know about it. And, it's kind of whatever. But I think if you actually have to come to grips with your emotions at that moment in time, instead of just capitulating to them and saying, okay, we are going to cancel the scrim because we feel bad, feeling kind of duty bound to complete it anyway and to get through that rough spot emotionally, means in the future it will help you in other potential emotional situations if you know how to get out of the funk that you're in, right? Or it helps the coaching staff reframe what the practice is. Like, I think there's ways as a coach to approach your players if you're having a rough time in scrims and say, look, guys, I know we've been having a rough time. We're going through a bad patch right now, but let's just focus on these little things within this next scrim and try and be successful at them. Even if we lose the game, this is what we're actually practicing for and improving. And I think that can improve morale, because at least if you're not winning the overall game, you can feel like you're getting a win from improvement at a smaller part, right?
Yeah, I agree. I've been on the losing end as well, so it can be difficult, but there's definitely ways.
Right. Obviously, one thing that's tricky about asking you any questions now, Dylan, is you're in the main event. You're going to be playing against the JDGs of the world. So I'm going to make it more abstract as a question, which is, if JDG wins Worlds this year, they will be the only team ever to do the Grand Slam, to win the 2 domestic splits, MSI, right? Do you actually think, when you look as an outsider at the JDG team, are they like an actual contender for best League of Legends team ever, in your opinion, this 5-man lineup?
Okay, so I can speak a bit about the teams at MSI. I know a lot more because I saw my team playing against them, and I feel like I learned a lot more about their strengths and weaknesses just by watching. I guess you can watch teams play as well, but at least from JDG, I think was the only team we scrimmed against this year where I really felt I could feel their skill, their individual skill. Against, I think, the other Asian teams we scrimmed, when we were winning the game, we would actually just win the game. Like we would win the game. We would win through good plays, good ganks. We would group. We would team fight. And I think we scrimmed GDD one day and we went 4-4. But this was the most grueling, toughest 4-4 day I've ever seen my team play.
Right.
Because every game we won very fast and very decisively. But every game they won was like this. Every time we were ahead, it just seemed so hard to close the game. And they would just out team fight us a little bit here, catch one guy here, stall out the game for 5 more minutes, and then they would do a late game team fight at Elder, and we'd get caught, and it was just like it felt like such a struggle. And then some of the games were just like we would just win early game. So every game that went late just felt very hard. And I think when I watch them play at MSI and you see them play in LPL, they actually have that thing. Like it seems so difficult to actually close a game against. They're very good at scaling, they're very good at team fighting, and they're very good at keeping themselves in the game. And I think, they would be one of the greatest teams ever. for sure. And I would say they're like one of the favorites for sure this year.
Yeah, fair play. I would even say, by the way, I get the sense when you look at their team, they're also fully aware of that factor that they can do all the million comeback. Because any team that's great at that, they eventually also just get that confidence of like, we're not out of the game yet. Like you say, if we get one pick here, we stall them a minute or two. Like they're fucking unbelievable at that. Because that's another thing I kept saying when I was watching the LPL. People would be like, yeah, but look how close they win. They were behind in the game. It's like, that's what they do. That's literally like what this team does. Like their office, it's like the old G2. It's like, it's to be slightly behind and then somehow keep fighting back in the game. Like they're incredible. And the amount of fights that, like, I get it. On paper, if you take some of these fights and you do take the nameplates off, these should be lost fights, but their team's just too fucking good, mate. They just win these fights. Like, their ability to, like, re-engage is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, it also is just the factor that in almost every game of League of Legends, you are going to have to team fight them at some point in time, and they're just stupidly good at team fighting, and they play comps that are inherently good at 5 versus 5 front to back a lot of the time, or they're playing comps where maybe it doesn't matter if they're a few thousand gold behind because there's an Ornn in the top side that 369 is playing. So the way that they're designed as a team is often that they have built-in catch-up mechanisms through their own skill, or the fact that Ruler always has his summoners up because he is the stingiest player with summoner spells in the game right now. So they come in with very specific advantages, and they're hyper aware of those advantages. Like they're hyper aware of these cooldowns, and they're hyper aware that they can find a flank with 369 on his champion and where the vision is in some of these late game objective fights. So I think that's the danger, is that you find yourself kind of like drawn into these team fights, and even if you have split pushing advantages, as we've seen teams have, those teams get drawn like a moth into the flame of the team fight eventually, and that's where JDG kind of springs the trap on you. So it's really quite challenging, I think, to beat them, and that's even if you can survive the skirmishing in the early game, because if you try and skirmish them 3v3 on the bottom side of the map, it is rough.
Yeah, I never felt like early game is. They're not the best team. Like they weren't the best team in the world for most of the year because of their early game. I don't think. I think it's like the rest of the package. So maybe that's something a team could attack.
By the way, one thing I've noticed about this show and actually coming into Worlds, most people, when they're setting up the narratives of Worlds, is because JDG's been so, I mean, if people don't know, they've never lost a best of 5 series. They've won every single series this year, even though LPL itself is double elim and so is MSI. So because they're like so far ahead in people's minds, I feel like the knock-on effect isn't that it's like diminishing the other LPL teams. It means that almost no analyst is willing to say that the LCK is actually good. Like everyone seems like they're scared to like put their faith in Gen G, for example. Like they just think, oh, but people like Thorin and Peanut will blow it or something. Like T1 for obvious reasons because of the way the summer went. People are scared of. I understand why people might be scared of KT Rolster. Like joke is, I'm scared of them. I like them. But do you have any reason? Do you have hope for Korea? Like can LCK the region be the best again? Can they win Worlds? Do you think?
I don't know. DRX won last year, right? So I just feel like anything can happen at these tournaments. There's been so many wild. Like I think. Like JDG was the only Asian team that I saw us playing against this year where I felt like it was something different. The rest of the teams, I think there's for sure weaknesses. Drafts they can be good at, drafts they can be bad at. Sometimes they're doing good, sometimes they're doing bad. T1 have their ups and downs. I think Gen G is good. They definitely have Trophy, right? And he's just a force. And I think they were also very good at playing like a slower scaling type of game, I would say. But I think I could see a world where they win. Yeah, I could see a world where a lot of different teams take it this year.
Anyone non-Asian though?
Us.
Do you think G2 could win Worlds?
Yeah, of course.
Is it plausible?
Yeah, absolutely. Like
I love
for sure. We have like a bunch of people who've made finals before, and even in those finals, those are days that you can win. Like it'll take a crazy performance. Sometimes it might take some bracket luck or like some crazy stuff happening. But yeah, absolutely. Like I saw my team play actually a lot of games against DRX last year. We played them quite a bit before MSI, and we were thinking, wow, this team does not seem very good at the game. But sometimes you get your picks, you find some OP stuff, and stuff happens, right?
By the way, Monty, you know what I've realised? This is where my mistake. I've actually realised a massive error I made in my time in League of Legends, Monty, which is I tried to be someone who was just like intellectually have integrity and just represent what I believe and just battle bad ideas using like, rhetoric and open discourse. But this is my mistake, Monty. What I should have done was use accelerationist theory, where instead you just try to make the decline faster. It's like the saying goes, when something is falling, it should be pushed from behind as well. So what I should have done is this, Monty. I've told you way back in the day when you did that Worlds, that Faker won the first one. My favourite one ever was those real mainstream journalists who didn't know that stupid doublelift and fucking Crepo decided to troll on the analyst desk of a Worlds final. And so there really were, Dylan, no joke, people who wrote up in the newspaper that the underdog won that Worlds and that like RNG was the favourite and that like because 3 out of the 4 analysts, everyone except Monty did pick them. They all, they were all trolling going like, I think it's going to be a revolution or whatever. Like, so because they trolled, this guy thought, so I think similarly, I should do the same thing. I should go back and write a real mainstream piece, Monty, about how the greatest upset ever happened, that a playing team has won the World Championship of League of Legends. They're not even on the level of, I'd go like, Cloud9 and Mad Light. Like, you could just fucking make it look so stupid, dude. If you actually wrote it up, because if people don't know, that was a playing team. DRX was in planes last year.
Yeah,
so
they were, yeah.
I know it's because of the format and how weird Wyatt does it, but it made it look really silly that a playing team won the whole fucking World Championship. Like, what?
We'll probably never see that again, by the way.
No, that'll never happen. Even Koreans won't do that, surely. Come on.
Oh, they're not even in the play-ins anymore, right?
No, they're not, exactly. The play-ins now are mad cynical.
Actually, the format is so good this year.
It is.
I really hope that it goes well.
I mean, the Swiss is not great, but we like other parts.
I think it's better than those groups, though, mate. Because like he said,
so much better.
He nailed it. Dylan knows this because he's been number 1 seed, mate. The shittest thing about being number 1 seed for me, is you can get like number 2 Korea and like number fucking 2 China or something. Like you can get some insane drafts, Scott. You can get some bonkers groups.
It was easier. It was easier in the old format to be a 4th place or 3rd place Korean or Chinese team than to be the number 1 European team.
Yes.
And I know their region has historically outperformed us. That is completely true. But I don't feel like the top European team has historically been that like worse than the 4th place team from Asia. I just don't think so.
There have been 2 European teams that have made world finals in the modern era. So that's not ridiculous.
No, exactly.
And it was just you had such a high chance of getting jailed with 2 top 4 teams of the tournament, and it was just. But sometimes you got lucky and you got the really easy group and you just make it out. But this should make it more reasonable. Obviously, the best ones are extremely high variance at the start. That's like the negative, right? Things can get really bad if the best ones go weird, but if they don't, then it's very nice.
By the way, I'll give you another reason if you were a Westerner and you want to get more hyped. Even though I don't like Swiss system, because in Counter-Strike, I think it produces too many sort of... the variance becomes too high, essentially, because you can't seed properly. That's an upside if you want an underdog to win, guys. Like, I'll tell you what right now, here's another factor that helps a Western team, is if you're in a group with 3 other teams for the next 2 weeks, Dylan, the Chinese and the Koreans they're just looking at the other 3 teams. They're just studying, tunneling on you. You don't know who you're going to play in the next round of Swiss. It can be anyone in the rest of the active field who's in your win group. So that means actually the preparation time should be a lot less for some of these BO1s. Like that essentially means if you could just actually play out the game and just get a lucky, you can beat a lot of teams probably in Swiss BO1 compared to a group stage, in my opinion.
So it also makes the dynamic of scrimming very, very interesting.
Yeah,
because in the past, you can't plan people, you
yes.
usually know your group quite early. Like you have an idea of who the 4th team is. You don't know for sure, but you have an idea. So you can scrim a lot of your strats and just kind of prepare for specific opponents. But we scrim, I think, for the next week, we scrim every single Asian team in the tournament, and we scrim every NA team in the tournament. We scrim everyone at least once. And we have to be very mindful of what we show to each team, because we could face any single one of them in the 2nd or 3rd round of Swiss. And especially in like a best of 1, best of 3 format, that one pick or that one counter pick or that one ban could make a massive difference. So it's very interesting. Like it's kind of fun.
It actually incentivize high stuff, like you say, right? Like, especially
you also need to practice it. How are you going to practice all your picks, right? So you need to, you have to kind of be aware of all of that.
Yeah, that's tricky too, and you never know if you have a good counter pick too. If that team that you just scrimmed against is going to pick it up and then show it to teams.
It show it to everyone else. Yes,
annoying.
Like it's very, very weird.
Oh, by the way, one other thing, I have to get you to play defense one more time. So it goes like this, right? technically, Dylan, if you were building the foundation of a team that could also go to the World's Finals, having a mid laner called Caps is quite essential. He's the only one who's in those teams. So here's the question. A lot of people do think this year, I mean, to be fair, he did win both 2 splits as well, and the size of fans. A lot of people think this was more of a chill year for Caps. What would you say about Caps in 2023?
Yeah, he won two finals MVPs and won three tournaments this year.
Yeah,
pretty rough year for sure. Like, the time everyone was flaming him was when he was playing Malphite mid, he was playing Nautilus mid, he was playing Annie mid, and he was running around the map. He wasn't caring about himself. We were playing like carry jungles, and he was not playing for resources. He wasn't asking for stuff, and he had some bad games for sure. And I think some of the times he messed up. I think some of his games weren't very good during that era. But it was also a very different type of gameplay we're playing than we play now. So I'm not.
Did you want to play that style? Like, whose idea was that approach? That was a very different way of playing for sure.
It was like, we had a jungler working really well with carry jungles, and we wanted to invade and be super aggressive, and it kept working and kept winning.
Fair enough.
And it kind of just became our style. I guess it was conscious for sure. I don't really remember how it ended up like that, but we just thought it was the best way of playing the game. There's some conspiracy theories that they took 1 gold away from the mid lane creeps, and this was basically going on strike.
Okay.
We're actually just protesting and playing only tanks mid for an entire international tournament to send Riot a message to give back the 1 gold, and they did.
Damn it. He should know, Trope. You already tried that one time.
And then they gave back the 1 gold, and he starts playing carries again.
Hey, there you go. Okay. His terms were
I don't know.
Exactly. Fair enough. Okay. That's Monty, unlike the LCS players, European players are out of boycott.
Baker tried to strike with his little picket as well. Playing a little Nautilus mid as well, losing every game.
All right, I have one last question for you before we go, which is, what do you think about the $2 million luxury tax for LEC next year?
Oh, the financial rules that are going to come in next year. Yeah,
I feel like that's not really my place to comment on as a coach. I feel like I would probably defer to my general managers or my owners, CEO of the org's opinions on the matter. I believe I don't even want to say if they're in favor or not.
Who knows, right? Yeah.
I'll dodge that one.
I'll say this one.
I want esports to do well and live in a very responsible and way that can continue into the future. I will say that.
I'll just say this, Monty, as an outsider, just observing Dylan's career, I think it's kind of bullshit that, like, it's not during the period, when you're in teams like Schalke, where they make like a cap and everyone you get some good players. No, when I'm finally in G2, stacking all the chips, now you're going to make the fucking rules fair for everyone, are you? Like, what the hell? Where was this when I was in the old teams back in the day, when G2 Flex had all the players at the beginning of every off-season, every bloody time?
I bet Dylan's opinion is that coach salaries should be exempted from the $2 million.
Yes.
That's a good one, yeah. No, they can add another $2 million cap for just the coach.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
The joke is that is how they should make it fair. What they should do is the spillover luxury should go into the collectively be shared by all the other coaches in the league, so that way, if you get all the best players, okay, but I get a bit more money from that. So you choose which way you want to go on that. You want to make a Vitality. The joke about, by the way, the real thing that ruined that whole news is because everyone knows Vitality spent and got no results for 2 years. It just became a meme against them, didn't it? It was like the anti-Vitality rule. In fact, some people even joked, and they're sort of right. It's like, if anything, if you actually inhibit Vitality spending, they might actually be better at like putting a team together. Like, if anything, that might help them. So it almost seems right as well.
Or Vitality just subsidizes the rest of the league, which is also
that as well.
Equally hilarious.
Oh, by the way, before we go, can you give us some quick thoughts on that? Since it's not even at the tournament. Is it true from your perspective, like that Vitality was this like scrim monster team even in summer, and that they apparently were still like winning tons of scrims against them? Is that true?
They had 2 days where I think they went 4-2 and 4-3 against us over the whole year, and I believe every other day they lost. Often very, very, very dramatically.
Okay.
After those days, there was usually a stream where some comments were made about how they were winning against us, which was true, but it was not a consistent thing. I
It was
think that
cherry-picked
team
a bit. Right,
massively
okay.
underperformed their skill level. I think
Okay.
when they say we were doing good against you two in scrims and we could have done so much better this year, that's completely true. So, kind of true.
Oh,
Not
fair enough.
really that
Okay.
true.
No, it's well answered. They obviously
completely
cherry-picked
kind
the
of
day
true.
to say it, didn't they? Like,
Yeah,
we're beating G2 at
exactly.
the moment. Like,
Yeah.
what day is it again?
I just
yeah,
can't-
there we are.
Time to turn my stream on after I clapped G2. Conveniently, the stream was off on all the other days.
To be fair, like we rarely lose a scrim day, so that actually means they were doing quite well at the time. So that it is true.
Fair enough.
There we go.
All right. Well, thanks, man. Get some sleep. I'm gonna get some sleep too.
Yeah.
We're all. You and I are probably still pretty jet lagged because I got in here just a few days
little
ago,
bit, yeah.
also. So, thanks a lot for coming on the show. Really appreciate it, man.
No problem. It was fun.
All right, guys. We'll see you. We'll see you next week once World starts for some more Summoning Insight.